Chapter 1524. Fu Kuei didn't dare to delay any longer. Jiang Chen's strength made him very uncomfortable, making him feel that something was about to happen. Fu Kuei suddenly felt that the inescapable net that he had laid out might not be foolproof. It might not be able to take Jiang Chen's life. Not only Fu Kuei, but the other immortal emperors also didn't dare to be negligent. They no longer underestimated Jiang Chen. Including the one who was injured by Jiang Chen's sword qi, 5 early immortal emperors attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. If it was during normal times, given their cultivation base and identity, they would never gang up on an immortal king jr. because it would be a very shameful thing. But now face was no longer important. Jiang Chen's power had far exceeded their expectations. He was a peerless monstrous genius, the greatest genius they had ever seen. Even an early immortal emperor was defeated by him. Even though they had joined forces, they didn't dare to underestimate or neglect Jiang Chen in the slightest. On the other side, De Huang Dog and the early immortal emperor were also locked in a battle. The immortal emperor was incomparably depressed and had the urge to cough up blood. There weren't many abnormal geniuses in the world, but they had encountered all of them. Putting aside Jiang Chen, this dog was also extremely ferocious. The immortal emperor knew very well that he absolutely didn't have the ability to kill this De Huang Dog in a one-on-one battle. There was no doubt about this. What he needed to do now was to continue fighting this dog and wait for the other side to finish off Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Then, De Huang Dog wouldn't be far from death. In his point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a match for 5 early immortal emperors, especially when there was an expert like Fu Kuei among them. Compared to the others, Fu Kuei's strength was still stronger. Under such a formation, Jiang Chen would certainly die. At least that was what he thought. As for the other immortal kings, they were completely useless. They could only stay where they were and become spectators. They couldn't be blamed for this. The battle in front of them wasn't something they could participate in. Once they rushed forward, not only would they be of no help, they would also be killed immediately. No one was willing to take their life as a joke. Honglong. Under the lead of Fu Kuei, the 5 experts unleashed their incomparably powerful qi at the same time. The qi of immortal emperors was like a tidal wave. Incomparable light shone. The 5 experts launched powerful attacks at Jiang Chen from 5 different directions. Come on. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest fear. His whole body was covered in red light, making him look like an invincible god of war. The dragon wings on his back had completely fused with the flaming wings of scarlet flame. He held the dragon sword upside down and cast out the 9 phantom wolves art. His true body aimed at one of the experts, wielding the sword like a saber and slashed at him. The one Jiang Chen was facing wasn't the opponent, but the one who had been injured by him previously. As the saying goes, pick the soft persimmon and pinch it. Facing 5 experts, he had to defeat them one by one. The attacks of the 5 experts were just too powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. Their attacks interweaved into a huge energy net that pressed down on Jiang Chen, attempting to crush Jiang Chen to death. However, Jiang Chen's movement technique was bizarre, his soul power was strong, his senses were keen, and he was proficient in the great divination art. He was always able to avoid the strongest part of the energy net at an extremely fast speed, and then launch his own attack. No matter how powerful an attack was, there would always be a flaw, especially since this was the first time Fu Kuei and the others had cooperated with each other. Their cooperation couldn't be described with the word tacit. Such a disorderly cooperation didn't pose much of a threat to Jiang Chen. The great divination art could accurately find the flaw of the attack and find a place to hide. Honglong. Violent energy waves rushed out of Jiang Chen's body, resisting the energy attack that was pressing towards him. At the same time, Jiang Chen's soul power had completely locked on the injured immortal emperor. The dragon sword carried all of Jiang Chen's energy and slashed down fiercely. Tila. The immortal emperor had lost the support of his immortal weapon. The immortal skill that he casted was shattered by Jiang Chen's sword. The long sword slashed down like a heavenly sword, reaping the life of the enemy at any time. Not good. The immortal emperor yelled. It was already too late for him to dodge. He wasn't in a good state right now. He had lost his immortal weapon and was injured. He couldn't exert his combat strength at all. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen could still accurately attack him while being attacked by so many experts at the same time. Tila. Arg. Along with a wail, one of the expert's arms was chopped off by the dragon's sword. This was an incomparably shocking and bloody scene. An early immortal king chopped off the arm of an early immortal emperor. Such a scene was like a dream to everyone. The instant the arm of the immortal emperor was chopped off, Jiang Qin moved again, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. The speed of the heavenly saint sword had reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the expert and slashed down at lightning speed. As for the other 4 experts, their attacks had just ended, and they didn't have the time to launch their second attack, because they had never thought that Jiang Qin would be able to neutralize their joint attack so easily. Not only that, he was able to defeat them one by one under such an impossible situation, injuring their own men. "Save me!" the immortal emperor roared. His injuries weren't light. Although he still had a certain amount of combat strength, it depended on who he was dealing with. To Jiang Qin, this little bit of combat strength made no difference. The expert felt the threat of death. It was a feeling that he had never felt before, but now it was so clear. As an immortal emperor, he already had a certain level of prediction ability. He knew very well that given his current state, he absolutely couldn't block the terrifying sword of Jiang Qin. If his companions couldn't quickly block the sword of Jiang Qin to save him, what awaited him was death. Hurry up and save him. Damn it. Everyone was infuriated. If they still allowed Jiang Qin to kill one of their own under such circumstances, it would be too humiliating. Fu Kuei was the first to attack. The mace in his hand was radiating black light, lunging at Jiang Qin at lightning speed. Humph. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. His murderous intent was so strong that he turned a blind eye to Fu Kuei's attack. He was very clear about today's situation. He had to kill them one by one. Now that he had the chance, he must kill them at all costs. Chapter 1525. Jiang Qin made up his mind, completely ignoring the attack of Fu Kuei. The 9 phantom wolves was cast out once more. 9 phantoms appeared in different places of the battlefield to distract Fu Kuei's attention. At the same time, the heavenly saint sword slashed at the early immortal emperor with an indomitable posture. Fight. Seeing the ferocity of Jiang Qin's attack, the immortal emperor had no choice but to use his remaining strength to resist. Unfortunately, how could he resist the all-out attack of Jiang Qin with his current strength? It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Arg. Without any surprise, Jiang Qin's dragon sword slashed down, cutting the immortal emperor into 2 halves on the spot. Blood mist splashed everywhere. He died instantly. This was a very shocking scene. A mighty immortal emperor was killed so easily by a puny immortal king. Probably the expert had never dreamed that he would die in such a way one day. Bang. Jiang Qin didn't feel any better after killing an expert. The mace of Fu Kuei had destroyed all of his doppelgangers. Additionally, the shockwave of the attack had struck his body, sending Jiang Qin flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Big brother Jiang. Seeing Jiang Qin getting injured, Yan Qingqing in the Zulong Tower exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, daughter. Jiang Qin will be fine. Yan Donglu spoke. He believed in Jiang Qin's ability. Such an injury was nothing to Jiang Qin. He was currently in great shock, just like the people outside, because Jiang Qin had just killed an immortal emperor. Such an unimaginable thing had actually happened. Yan Donglu was right. Such an injury was nothing to Jiang Qin. With the help of the wood's spiritual qi, he could recover in an instant. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin dared to let Fu Kuei hurt him. The wood's spiritual qi was his trump card, his greatest reliance. Damn it. Why is this bastard so abnormal? He killed old Wang. Brother Fu, why didn't you say that this kid is so powerful? Aren't you trying to harm us? Don't say any more. Brother Fu didn't know that he had grown to such an extent. Although old Wang is dead, the 4 of us can still kill him if we work together. He has already been injured by Brother Fu's mace and won't be able to hold on for long. No one wasn't shocked. The death of an immortal emperor was undoubtedly a great blow to their hearts, because they knew very well that old Wang's ability was on par with theirs. Now that old Wang was dead, it indicated that Jiang Qin had the strength to kill any one of them. This was completely different from what they thought before. Even though the 4 of them had joined forces, they still felt uneasy in their hearts, because the person they were going to deal with was much stronger than them. I have already warned you not to underestimate this kid, but don't worry. He has already been injured by me. He will die for sure today. The four of us will definitely exhaust him to death. Plus, the reason why his combat strength is so powerful is because of this transformation technique. This technique can increase his combat strength by 10 times, but such a heaven-defying technique certainly won't last for a long time. Once he can't maintain the transformation technique, he will fall into a period of extreme weakness. At that time he will just be an ant that we can squash as we please. Fu Kuei-lung spoke. His idea was excellent and was recognized by everyone. After all, a tenfold increase in combat strength was even more taboo than a taboo art. As immortal emperors, they knew better than anyone about the considerations of a taboo art. Every time such a taboo art was used, a price had to be paid. Xianxia wasn't an exception. However, they had neglected one point: there were many things in this world that they couldn't imagine. They couldn't be guessed and evaluated by common sense, just like Xianxia's transformation technique, because it wasn't a technique at all, but Xianxia himself. Cut the crap. Kill. One of them was brimming with killing intent. The combat sword in his hand emitted unparalleled sword light. The four of them exerted their most powerful combat strength, lunging at Xianxia once more. Howl. Xianxia's combat sword whistled. He had already unleashed the dragon and sword unification, exerting all of his skills to fight against the four immortal emperors. The battle was incomparably intense. Countless divine light sprinkled down, changing the color of the sky. Holes were formed one after another. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles below crumbled and disintegrated, turning into powder. The earth trembled. The entire battlefield was like the end of the world. Infinite destructive energy rolled. The movement here could be felt from thousands of miles away. Every collision was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Those immortal kings were completely petrified. Some of them who were excited to fight Xianxia now felt how ridiculous their idea was. Given their cultivation base, it was a joke for them to participate in this battle. If they were allowed to fight, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single slash from Xianxia's sword. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Is he really only an early immortal king? He's fighting 4 early immortal emperors alone, but he's not in a disadvantageous position at all. It seems like none of them is a match for him in a one-on-one battle. He's a peerless genius that can't be seen with the eyes of ordinary people. If such a man isn't eliminated today, he will become a great trouble in the future. We won't have the chance to eliminate him anymore. I think it's going to be very difficult to kill Xianxia today. Even the 4 great experts can't do anything to him. Don't worry. That Xianxia has consumed a lot of energy. I don't think he can hold on for long. Also, that terrifying transformation skill will disappear very soon. At that time it will be the time of his death. Everyone was shocked. It was a kind of luck to be able to witness such an unprecedented battle. The fierce battle was still going on. Xianxia had completely turned into a peerless dragon, wagging his tail in the center of the battlefield. He had cast the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Divination Art, which allowed him to fight the 4 early immortal emperors like a fish in the water. So far there was no sign of him losing. Fu Kuei and the other 3, however, were different. After fighting for a long time, they began to feel somewhat impatient. Their only hope now was that Xianxia would run out of energy as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be able to maintain his transformation skill. What made them speechless was that Xianxia seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't see any signs of energy exhaustion. Humph. When you are distracted, it will be the time for me to strike back. None of you will be able to escape today. Xianxia harumphed coldly in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. He still had a greater trump card, the Qilin Divine Arm. The Qilin Divine Arm could be integrated with the True Dragon combat skill. It was the strongest trump card that Xianxia currently had. He wasn't willing to use the Qilin Divine Arm easily, but today's situation made it necessary. Chapter 1526. Honglong. The fierce battle was still going on. The 4 immortal emperors had exerted all of their techniques, especially Fu Kuei, who had almost exerted all of his strength. The current scene was very spectacular. The 4 experts stood in different positions, attacking the blood-red dragon in the middle. The dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, sometimes turning into a sharp sword. Its body flickered between light and dark, looking illusory, bursting out with unparalleled desolate force. Even though it was 1 against 4, the more it fought, the more valiant it became. It didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position at all. Motherfucker. How long can this bastard last? I can't hold on any longer. Someone was so exasperated that he was about to spurt out blood. He had never encountered such a scene before. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. It should be said that the combat strength of an immortal emperor was boundless. They weren't afraid of consumption, especially when the 4 of them joined forces. But now they were being beaten so badly that their minds were in turmoil. Don't think too much. Continue to attack. We must kill this kid today. Fu Kuei spoke ferociously. Today was his only and last chance. If he couldn't get rid of Zhou Xian, he wouldn't have another chance. Fu Kuei, I quit this deal. This kid can't be killed. You know this very well. I will return the benefits you have given me. I quit. Someone spoke, seemingly ready to leave. As a mighty immortal emperor expert, he naturally wasn't a fool, because even a fool wouldn't be able to reach this level. This expert could see very clearly that it was almost impossible for him to kill Zhou Xian today. Humph. You want to quit now? It's too late. This Zhou Xian is ruthless. He has already remembered all of you. If you don't kill them today, you will be waiting to be killed by him in the future. A peerless genius like him will advance by leaps and bounds. Very soon he will surpass us. Plus, this man will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have attacked him today, he will surely kill you all in the future. We have no way out now. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. Fu Kuei, fuck you, I've been tricked by you. That person was flustered and exasperated, almost spurting out a mouthful of blood. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he also knew that Fu Kuei's words were not wrong. A person like Zhou Xian was ruthless and merciless to his enemies. Today they attacked Zhou Xian. With Zhou Qian's character, there was no doubt that he would never let them go. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay today, they had to eliminate Zhou Xian to avoid future troubles. Now, killing Zhou Xian was not only to avenge the Fu Wei brothers, but also to save their own lives. Haha, although Fu Kuei is stupid, what he said is right. If you all offend him, none of us will be able to live. Zhou Xian laughed heartily, arrogant to the extreme. From the moment he decided to attack, he had already sentenced these people to death. None of the 6 immortal emperors would survive. Kill. The 4 of them were infuriated once more. No one chose to retreat. Just like what Fu Kuei had said, they had no way out. If they escaped today, they would die in the future. Honglong. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Mountains crumbled one after another. The earth was broken. 7-colored light flickered constantly in the sky, sending shivers down people's spines. The fierce battle continued for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no winner or loser. Zhou Xian was just too tenacious. He simply couldn't be killed. Despite the joint attack of the 4 experts, they couldn't do anything to Zhou Xian. By this time, the 4 of them had long been distracted. Their attacks were no longer orderly, let alone cooperating with each other. Apart from Fu Kuei, who was still howling with soaring killing intent, the fighting spirit of the other 3 had begun to weaken. The cooperation of these 4 is already disorderly. Their joint combat strength has begun to weaken. Now it's my turn to attack. Zhou Qian's eyes shone. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the moment when the 4 of them were distracted. Only then would he be able to destroy them. Zhou Qian raised his head and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body curled up, turning into a half-human half-dragon state. At the same time, the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand disappeared because he was going to use his killer move. 9 phantom wolves. Zhou Qian let out a loud shout, then he once again unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. Such a marvelous movement skill could often play a crucial role in a fight, especially when the opponent was distracted. It could confuse the opponent's senses, and then Zhou Qian could choose to attack them one by one. Qilin Divine Arm, True Dragon Palm. Zhou Qian shouted again. On the thick dragon arm, a cracking sound could be heard. Pieces of golden scales began to cover his arm, and his arm instantly doubled in size. Zhou Qian locked onto one person at lightning speed and attacked that person. The phantom of the fire Qilin's head flashed, and so did the phantom of the true dragon. When the 2 merged together, it was like the fusion of 2 divine beasts. It was too powerful and earth-shattering. It was a direct enhancement of energy and blessing. Not good. Save me. The Immortal Emperor felt an extreme sense of danger, and immediately cried for help. Unfortunately, the other three were entangled by Jiang Chen's phantom, and couldn't rescue him immediately. Hong Long. The powerful Qilin divine arms smashed heavily on the body of the Immortal Emperor. The phantom of the Qilin and the true dragon fused together, turning into a primordial beast, and swallowed the Immortal Emperor with its bloody mouth. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. He was completely caught in the center of the violent energy. It was like the power of a god wanting to tear his body apart. Even his Immortal Emperor Qi couldn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, the Immortal Emperor was covered in blood. This time he had suffered unimaginable injuries and was facing death. He spurted out blood continuously, his body trembled and had completely lost his combat strength. His face was full of horror. The energy just now had made him feel infinite fear. That was the shadow of death. Go to hell. Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the slightest chance to live. The true dragon palm rushed out once again, grabbing the expert's head. With a forceful grip, the expert's head was ripped off. Another early Immortal Emperor expert had fallen. At the same time, in Nanbei family, a golden-haired young man in a golden robe suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was incomparably sharp, as though it could pierce through the void. He was currently in a void, or rather a sealed space with variegated laws of law lingering around him. I can smell the qi of Qilin, but I'm at the critical moment of comprehending the monarch heaven art. I can't attack now. Chapter 1527. Young Master Chao. After the youth appeared, he saluted the golden-robed man. Both of them were the top geniuses of Nanbei family. Judging from the surface, their cultivation base was almost the same. Both of them were early Immortal Emperor Supreme experts. Both of them were dragons and phoenixes among men, but the youth who came in was so respectful to the golden-robed youth. It was enough to show the status of the golden-robed youth in Nanbei family. Nanbei, I sense the qi of Qilin. It's in the southeast direction. Bring some men to check it out immediately. The golden-robed youth spoke in a commanding tone. Yes, young Master Chao. I'll go right away. Nanbei Itu didn't dare to neglect the golden-robed youth's words. He immediately agreed and vanished from the spatial zone in the blink of an eye. This was a very incomprehensible scene. One should know that Nanbei family, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in eastern Xuanyu. There were countless young disciples under them. The battles between the geniuses who had reached the Immortal Emperor realm were even fiercer. Two geniuses of the same level were almost equal, just like the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire, King Ping and King Fan. Although the Crown Prince's identity was more distinguished on the surface. In fact, King Fan and King Ping didn't respect him at all. Nanbei Itu's respect for the golden-robed youth was incomprehensible. After Nanbei Itu vanished, the golden-robed youth closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend his divine technique. In the battlefield outside Fu City, Jiang Chen had killed an Immortal Emperor in a domineering manner, causing the hearts of the remaining 3 experts to sink. They had been bombarding Jiang Chen for so long, but they hadn't even scratched the skin of Jiang Chen's hair. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's first counterattack had already killed one of them. Although it was partly due to the opponent's carelessness, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had killed 2 Immortal Emperors. How could they remain calm? Not good. This kid still has a powerful trump card. He's too powerful. We are no match for him at all. How can there be such an abnormal person in the world? I have experienced countless battles in my life, but I have never experienced such a stifling battle. The facial expressions of the 2 Immortal Emperors changed completely. Once again they had the thought of retreating. At this moment Fu Kuei was, of course, the one who felt the most depressed was none other than Fu Kuei. He had schemed all of this and traveled thousands of miles to capture Yan Qingqing and her father just to lure Jiang Chen out and kill Jiang Chen to avenge his son. He didn't expect that his foolproof plan would turn out to be like this. Like I said, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's qi soared to the sky. A violent attack was launched at the other early Immortal Emperor. As a matter of fact, he still had a powerful trump card, the Eternal Immortal Wind. This kind of wind originated from the immortal world. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base continued to improve, the power of the Eternal Immortal Wind would also gradually increase. Due to the environment of the immortal world, it was more suitable to use the immortal wind. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use the eternal immortal wind rashly. He was almost certain that as long as he used the eternal immortal wind, he would immediately draw out the northern and southern dynasties. He had an intuition that even with his current combat strength, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't willing to take the risk. It wasn't the time for him to meet the northern and southern dynasties yet. It was better to let nature take its course. Let's attack together and stop him. Seeing Jiang Chen attacking again, Fu Kuei yelled and raised the mace in his hand, smashing at Jiang Chen. At this time, everyone could see the intention of Jiang Chen. Obviously he wanted to kill them one by one. If they let Jiang Chen kill one more of them, none of them would be able to leave today. All of them would die here. Fush, fush. Just as Fu Kuei and the other expert were about to strike, Jiang Chen casted out the 9 phantom wolves again. Phantoms of phantoms appeared and blocked the way of the 2 experts. Damn it. It's this move again. Fu Kuei and the other expert cursed. Their minds were in a mess right now. Such a movement technique could play a key role, making them unable to identify the real body of Jiang Chen. Such an abnormal movement technique was too annoying. Helpless, they could only choose to attack from all directions. Hong Long. Arg. In the blink of an eye, everything was over. Jiang Chen combined the Qilin Divine Arm and the True Dragon combat skill, smashing fiercely on the Immortal Emperor that he had locked onto. The expert let out a wail. Half of his body was smashed. The remaining half of his body hastily tore the void apart, choosing to escape. Stay here. How could Jiang Chen give his opponent the chance to escape? With a claw, half of the Immortal Emperor's body was pulled out from the void. Don't, Jiang Chen. Don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. The Immortal Emperor's face was full of fear. This time he was completely terrified. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a good life. It wasn't easy for every Immortal Emperor to reach where they were today. They had experienced many trials and tribulations to achieve what they had today. How could they be willing to die? It's too late. Jiang Chen was ruthless and merciless. He would never show the slightest bit of mercy when killing his enemies. He exerted strength in his hand, crushing the body of the Immortal Emperor, turning it into a mist of blood. After killing another person, Jiang Chen's killing intent soared. His qi was unparalleled, like a peerless devil. The shadow of the divine beast Qilin could be seen on the tip of the Qilin divine arm. How could this be? How could this be? Apart from Fu Kuei, there was another Immortal Emperor left. The Immortal Emperor was completely terrified. At this time he couldn't care about anything else. Escaping for his life was the most important thing. As for whether Jiang Chen would seek revenge from him in the future, it was no longer important. The most important thing was to leave this place alive. Tila. How would the Immortal Emperor dare to delay any longer? Immediately he tore the void and flashed into it. 5 elemental sphere seal the void. Get out. Jiang Chen casted out the 5 elemental sphere. The powerful energy of the sphere spread out like tidal waves, fusing with the void, forming a large spatial barrier. The Immortal Emperor, who had just flashed into the spatial barrier and was about to escape, was forced out by the power of the 5 elemental sphere. Impossible. The Immortal Emperor's facial expression changed drastically. He finally realized the greatest crisis. He was too shocked. Given his cultivation base and strength, it was fine that he couldn't defeat an immortal king brat, but now he didn't even have the chance to escape. This was simply unimaginable. I've said it before. No one can escape. You have already lost your will to fight. You can only die in my hands. Chapter 1528. While speaking, Jiang Chen attacked. Without any hesitation, the Qilin divine arm crushed the void, pouncing on the Immortal Emperor like Mount Tai. He didn't pay any attention to Fu Kuei, because he knew that Fu Kuei wouldn't choose to escape. Of course, even if Fu Kuei wanted to escape, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. After displaying all of his trump cards, Jiang Chen had enough ability to control the situation. Jiang Chen, I'm going all out with you. Fu Kuei's eyes turned red as he lunged at Jiang Chen once more. The mace in his hand was about to spurt out flames, leaving a long shadow in the void. He had completely lost his mind and couldn't control his emotions anymore. Jiang Chen had severely stimulated him. His last hope had been shattered. He had been planning to avenge his son, but he didn't expect that it would all come to nothing in the end. Don't worry. I'll kill you later. Jiang Chen spoke lung. As a matter of fact, if Fu Kuei and that immortal emperor joined forces, they would be an incomparably terrifying force. Unfortunately, they had already lost their fighting spirit. A man who had lost his fighting spirit and a lunatic were no longer a threat to Jiang Chen. Sometimes, a battle didn't necessarily rely on combat strength, especially against an opponent whose combat strength was almost the same. Psychological warfare was often very important. Whoever had a better mental quality would be able to control the situation of the battlefield. Honglong. Jiang Chen's work was still faster than Fu Kuei. Before Fu Kuei's attack arrived, the Qilin divine arm had already bombarded the body of the immortal emperor. The combat sword in the expert's hand was sent flying. The energy shield outside his body was also shattered. The destructive power of the Qilin divine arm still affected his body. Just like the previous opponent, half of his body was shattered by the Qilin divine arm. Die. Jiang Chen attacked mercilessly. Once again he cast out a violent energy beam, shattering the immortal emperor. After killing this immortal emperor, he turned to face Fu Kuei. The Qilin arm's might was unparalleled, and the remnant might collided with Fu Kuei's mace, causing Fu Kuei to retreat. On the other side, when the immortal emperor who was locked in battle with De Huang Dog saw that 4 immortal emperors had died in a row, leaving only Fu Kuei, he was already scared out of his wits. He tried his best to abandon De Huang Dog, preparing to escape. If he didn't continue fighting, he would surely die. De Huang Dog was already very difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was even more terrifying. At first they thought that Jiang Chen's biggest reliance was this dog. Now it seemed that they were gravely mistaken. Jiang Chen was much more powerful than this dog. He was a super abnormal being. Trying to run? If I let you get away, I won't be able to show my face in the future. Immortal slaying sword. De Huang Dog was extremely domineering. How could he give his opponent a chance to escape? Jiang Chen had already killed 4 people in a row. If he couldn't even kill one, he would lose too much face. Hull. The terrifying immortal slaying sword was cast out by De Huang Dog. The current immortal slaying sword was equivalent to a peak emperor-grade immortal weapon, but in terms of true power, it was much more powerful than an ordinary venerable-grade immortal weapon. After all, the immortal slaying sword was the natal immortal weapon of Immortal Slayer King, a true great sovereign weapon. Given De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, he could already exert the power of the immortal slaying sword without falling into a severe state of weakness. The immortal slaying sword was too terrifying. It carried the massive might of a great sovereign. The chi it emitted could make one's soul tremble. The terrifying immortal slaying sword was like a divine light, sprinkling a sword net, enshrouding the expert in an instant and slashing down. Arg. Such a powerful trump card was even scarier than Jiang Chen's Qilin arm. The early immortal emperor was already trembling in fear and had lost his will to fight. Now that he was facing the immortal slaying sword, he was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. After killing the expert, De Huang Dog kept the immortal slaying sword. The chi on his body began to weaken. The consumption of forcefully casting the sovereign weapon was too great. Even if De Huang Dog was an abnormal being, he couldn't cast it continuously. Given his current cultivation base, it was already very terrifying to be able to cast it once. At this point, all 5 early immortal emperors were dead. Only Fu Kuei was still alive. The rest of the immortal kings had long been scared to the point of wetting their pants. They were completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Regrettably, these bastards didn't take advantage of the battle just now to escape. It seemed like they still had high hopes for those immortal emperors. De Huang, on the other hand, has killed all of those immortal kings. None of them were left alive. Jiang Chen spoke. None of those who appeared in this valley today would be spared. All of them must die. This was Jiang Chen's style of doing things. He had always been ruthless and merciless to his enemies. What? Jiang Chen's words made those immortal kings recover from their shock. One by one they began to exclaim. Only now did they realize the crisis. It turned out that this battle wasn't just between immortal emperors and Jiang Chen. Only then did they realize that they were also involved in it. Don't kill us. Arg. Someone shouted, but it was too late. With their abilities, there was no way they could withstand Big Yellow's terrifying attack. Big Yellow was ferociously attacking them. It was a complete massacre. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. In just a few breaths of time, all the immortal kings were slaughtered by De Huang Dog. At this time, only Fu Kuei was left on the battlefield. The father and daughter in the ancestral dragon pagoda, as well as the old man in the distance, were shocked speechless. They had never seen a battle like this before. It was a battle between two peak experts. It was impossible for such a battle to happen in a small place like Yen City. Fu Kuei, now it's your turn. At this time, do you still want to avenge your son? Jiang Qin sneered at Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei suddenly burst into laughter, but his laughter was full of despair. That's right, it was despair. Looking at the corpses and flesh that covered the mountains and plains, he couldn't speak a word. He felt as though he was dreaming. Jiang Qin, I will still fight you to the death. Fu Kuei moved again, taking the initiative to attack. He infused all his energy into the mace and slashed towards Jiang Qin. He knew that this might be his last attack. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. In a one-on-one situation he would die for sure if he fought against Jiang Qin. However, Fu Kuei still acted decisively, because he knew very well that Jiang Qin wouldn't let him go. Come on, I'll give you face if you die like this. Chapter 1529. Fu Kuei was courting death. All of his attacks were scattered and couldn't pose any threat to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin struck out the Qilin divine arm and clashed with Fu Kuei's mace. The mace was bounced away. At the same time, the remaining power of the Qilin divine arm didn't diminish and heavily hit Fu Kuei's head. Fu Kuei didn't even have the chance to scream before his head was smashed by Jiang Qin. He died on the spot. Jiang Qin didn't torture Fu Kuei. Instead, he gave him a quick death and didn't let him suffer too much pain. To Fu Kuei, if he couldn't kill Jiang Qin, he wouldn't be able to take revenge in this life. In that case, killing him would be a kind of relief. Otherwise, he would have to live under the shadow of Jiang Qin for the rest of his life. Wakaka. Satisfying. Little Qinzi, your current combat strength is just too powerful, especially the fusion of the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique. It's simply too abnormal. De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side. Today he had finally killed to his heart's content. Fu Kuei's death can be considered as the end of a grudge. Once such a person goes crazy, he will be very scary. If he isn't eliminated, there will be other troubles in the future. Jiang Qin spoke. Such an enemy must never be left alive. Although Fu Kuei couldn't cause any threat or harm to him, he could still find trouble with the people that he had come into contact with before, just like what happened to Yan Qingqing and Yan Donglu. Such trouble was what Jiang Qin was most afraid of. Therefore he must eliminate the root of the problem when cutting the grass. At this moment, 3 tyrannical figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. They were 3 young men, all of whom had imposing appearances and extraordinary bearings. Their faces were filled with arrogance that came from their bones, and they were filled with arrogance from the inside out. More importantly, their cultivation base was at the early Immortal Emperor realm. Every young Immortal Emperor was a famous figure in East Xuanyu, because the emergence of a young Immortal Emperor would always cause some commotion, spreading the news across the entire East Xuanyu at the fastest speed, letting everyone know about it. The other 2 were also half-step Immortal Emperors. Such figures would be considered as very powerful geniuses even in Genius Prefecture. After the 3 of them appeared, their gazes fell on Jiang Qin, or rather on Jiang Chen's Qilin divine arm. At this moment, Jiang Qin was still in the state of transformation. He had just killed Fu Kuei, so he didn't even have time to put away the Qilin divine arm. Not good. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. Not good. People like him had the sharpest senses. Sometimes he could tell whether the opponent was a friend or foe just by looking at their eyes. Furthermore, the fact that the 3 of them were paying attention to his Qilin divine arm had already made Jiang Qin understand something. What he was sure of was that these 3 were absolutely not the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Fu City was within the territory of Great Qian Empire. The geniuses of other major powers wouldn't appear here for no reason. In other words, these 3 were most likely attracted by the previous battle. However, although the battle here was intense, it absolutely couldn't be heard outside of Great Qian Empire. Then there was only one explanation. The real reason that attracted these 3 was the Qilin divine arm. Zhoush. Jiang Qin kept the Qilin divine arm and the dragon form, returning to his original appearance. He glanced at the 3 of them, then said to De Huang Dog, De Huang, let's go. This place wasn't suitable for detention. He didn't want to clash with the 3 of them. The The previous intense battle had consumed a lot of his energy. Plus, the leader of the group was a true early Immortal Emperor expert. In the face of existences like Crown Prince and Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for them. There was no doubt about it. After all, geniuses like Yang Bufan and Crown Prince were far from what people like Fu Kuei could compare to. Both of them were on completely different levels. They were existences that could fight intermediate immortal emperors. Not only did they have terrifying combat strength, but they also had extremely powerful trump cards. Stop. As soon as Jiang Chen turned around, the leading youth spoke. Brother Itu, the technique that kid used just now seems to be the technique of fire Qilin. One of them said in a low voice. I know. The youth spoke. He stepped in the air and came to Jiang Chen's side. Brother, I don't think we know each other, right? Jiang Chen asked. I'm Nanbei Itu of Nanbei family. I don't care what you have experienced here, but I want to know, where did you get the Qilin technique? The youth asked. His tone was incomparably cold. In order to find the fire Qilin, Nanbei family had almost searched the entire East Xuanyu, but to no avail. Today he had to lock on to Jiang Chen. This is my private matter. I don't think I need to explain it to you, right? No matter how powerful Nanbei family is, they can't control everyone in the world. Besides, this is the territory of Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen also spoke coldly. Facing the people of Nanbei family, he really couldn't put on a good face. Not to mention that the other party's expression was also extremely unpleasant. He would not use his hot face to stick to their cold buttocks. Not to mention whether the northern and southern dynasties had anything to do with this Nanbei family. Just the fact that Jiang Chen had crippled the fire Qilin of Nanbei family had basically determined the relationship between him and Nanbei family. Sooner or later they would be hostile. Jiang Chen just didn't want to go against them now. After all, his cultivation was still weak and he had indirectly offended Corpse Yin sect, Huangquan Gate and Divine Line sect. Although he had Great Qian Empire as his backing to Jiang Chen, only his own strength was the most reliable. In this world where only the strong were respected, one should never expect to rely on others. Only oneself could be relied on. Kid, how dare you speak to Brother Itu in such a tone? Are you courting death? Not to mention you, even the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire would have to show some respect to our Brother Itu. Who do you think you are? The person beside Nanbei Itu couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and scolded. It seems that your Nanbei family is used to being arrogant. But let me warn you, don't point your finger at me. There were people who did it in the past, but they all died in the end. Jiang Chen looked at that genius with incomparably cold eyes. Nanbei Itu waved his hand, indicating for the people around him to calm down. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, What's your name? Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He never hid his name because there was nothing to hide. If the other party wanted to kill him, they wouldn't let him go just because he hid his name. Tell me, where is the fire Qilin? Release the fire Qilin and you can still be saved. Nanbei Itu said. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression. Humph. Jiang Chen, you'd better not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In the entire East Xuanyu, no one dares to touch the fire Qilin. I don't know where you get such courage from. Young Master Chao has already sensed the fire Qilin's aura, so he gave the location. Therefore, the Qilin skill on you must have come from the fire Qilin because young Master Chao will never be wrong about it. Whether you admit it or not, the disappearance of the fire Qilin is related to you. Nanbei Itu snorted coldly. If it was just based on the Qilin skill, he wouldn't dare to directly conclude that the disappearance of the fire Qilin was related to Jiang Chen. After all, the fact that he could use the Qilin skill didn't mean that he was the culprit who killed the fire Qilin. However, young Master Chao had clearly sensed the fire Qilin's aura. No one doubted young Master Chao's ability, not even the entire Nanbei family. Therefore, Nanbei Itu concluded that the Qilin skill displayed by Jiang Chen must have originated from the fire Qilin. In other words, the disappearance of the fire Qilin must be related to Jiang Chen. Young Master Chao? This was the first time this title appeared in Jiang Chen's ears. It made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat, because this title reminded him of the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei family young Master Chao. There wouldn't be such a coincidence in the world. He was now certain that the northern and southern dynasties must be the people of Nanbei family. Perhaps it was this young Master Chao. From the respect Nanbei Itu had for young Master Chao, It wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chow's position in Nanbei family was absolutely transcendent. The young Master Chow you mentioned, is he from the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Qin asked curiously. Nonsense. The people of Nanbei family are naturally Nanbei. You haven't even heard of young Master Chow, yet you still have the nerve to mingle in East Xuanyu. A person beside Nanbei Itu said in a mocking tone. If there was anyone in East Xuanyu who didn't know the name of young Master Chow of Nanbei family, then what was the point of mingle in East Xuanyu? Sure enough, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged glances. They had finally found the main character. He absolutely didn't believe that there was a second northern and southern dynasties in this world. The northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world were definitely this young Master Chow, the old enemy of Jiang Qin. Back then, when Jiang Qin had just ascended, he had suffered a very serious attack and almost lost his life. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal mark, he would have died. Now it seemed that it was undoubtedly this young Master Chow who did it. Moreover, from this person's tone, it wasn't hard to tell that the northern and southern dynasties had a very great reputation in East Xuanyu. Even a character like Nanbei Itu had to respect him. Jiang Qin, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the fire qilin and you may still have a chance to live. Nanbei Itu spoke again, but deep in his eyes, a strong killing intent was revealed. In his opinion, in the entire East Xuanyu, anyone who dared to touch the sacred beast of Nanbei family would only have one ending: death. Since Jiang Qin had done it, he would definitely die. But now the most important thing was to find the fire qilin. Therefore, Nanbei Itu could promise that as long as Jiang Qin handed over the fire qilin, he would let him live. It seems that you won't believe me if I say that I didn't see it. But no matter how arrogant your Nanbei family is, I, Jiang Qin, don't care. You can't threaten me. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. There was almost nothing more to say. He could feel the killing intent from Nanbei Itu. Chapter 1530. Jiang Qin no longer denied the fact that the fire qilin was the culprit, because in his point of view, it didn't matter anymore. Moreover, his qi had already been sensed by the northern and southern dynasties when he used the qilin arm. So it was useless for him to deny it. Jiang Qin knew very well that since he had been targeted by Nanbei family, there was basically no room for reconciliation. Nanbei Itu wanted to kill him, but he wanted to see the fire qilin first before killing him. That was all. In the eyes of Nanbei family, he was already a dead man. Jiang Qin, it seems like you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Nanbei Itu was infuriated. He felt that he had already given the opponent a chance, but the opponent didn't know how to cherish it. Since the opponent was so stubborn, there was nothing more to say. He had received the order from young Master Chow to find the fire qilin at all costs, which was obviously related to Jiang Qin. Therefore, Nanbei Itu decided to cripple Jiang Qin first, then capture him and bring him to Nanbei family. Pong. An incomparably powerful qi wave was suddenly released from Nanbei Itu's body. They were all early immortal emperors, but in terms of qi alone, Fu Kuei and the others were far inferior to Nanbei Itu. To put it bluntly, if Fu Kuei and Nanbei Itu were to fight each other, the former would be killed instantly. This was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. They were superior to ordinary people not only in talent and cultivation speed, but also in combat strength. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. The void above trembled. Then a young man in black walked out of the void. The aura he exuded was no weaker than Nanbei Itu's. Moreover, he had a strong emperor's aura. It was a sign of a superior. His every move, even his ordinary gaze, was filled with a fierce color. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. The visitor was none other than Yang Bufan. Not long after Jiang Qin left, he went to Dan Prefecture to look for Jiang Qin and happened to bump into Xian Zhong. Then he asked the disciple who was guarding the mountain about the direction Jiang Qin had gone to. After all, he was very clear about the enmity between Jiang Qin and Fu Kuei. Yang Bufan couldn't put his mind at ease, so he rushed over and happened to see Nanbei Itu about to attack Jiang Qin. Naturally, Yang Bufan wouldn't allow it. Yang Bufan's qi collided with Nanbei Itu's, blasting a large hole in the void. This was just a collision of qi. Naturally, the outcome was a draw. Although Yang Bufan had just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, he was already on par with Crown Prince. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight Nanbei Itu. Yang Bufan came to Jiang Chen's side. Seeing that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, he felt relieved. His eyes swept across the messy battlefield and the broken corpses. He basically understood what had just happened here. Why didn't you tell me about this? Yang Bufan scolded. Haven't I already solved it myself? Jiang Chen shrugged. He knew that Yang Bufan was worried about him. Otherwise he wouldn't have appeared here. Could it be that King Fan of Great Qian Empire is going to intervene in the matter of our Nanbei family? Nanbei Yitu spoke. The sudden appearance of Yang Bufan had made his face darken. He could recognize Yang Bufan's identity at first glance. After all, he and Yang Bufan were from the same generation. Although Yang Bufan had disappeared for 10 years, they had already met 10 years ago. Moreover, after Yang Bufan returned, he was conferred the title of King Fan. His name had become very famous. There was basically no one in East Xuanyu who didn't know him. But what Nanbei Yitu didn't expect was that Yang Bufan's cultivation base had become so strong. The collision just now was enough to make him understand that Yang Bufan's current cultivation base and combat strength weren't any weaker than his. Furthermore, it seemed that Yang Bufan had appeared especially for Jiang Chen. If King Fan of Great Qian Empire came forward to protect Jiang Chen, it would be a little troublesome. It wouldn't be easy for him to take Jiang Chen away today. Yang Bufan turned to Nanbei Yitu and said in a flat tone, Nanbei Yitu, I don't care about the matters of your Nanbei family, but Jiang Chen is my brother. I naturally won't allow you to touch my brother. Yang Bufan had made his attitude and purpose very clear. He and Jiang Chen had been through life and death together. They were like brothers. Not to mention Nanbei family, even if the Emperor of Heaven wanted to kill Jiang Chen, he would still step forward to stop him. Jiang Chen has captured the sacred beast of Nanbei family, Fire Qilin. Nanbei family will never let this matter go. I'm afraid that it's impossible for King Fan to protect him. Nanbei Yitu said Lung Lung. Upon hearing this, Yang Bufan couldn't help but frown. This was what he was most worried about. Jiang Chen had touched the Fire Qilin. What he was most afraid of was being exposed. As a matter of fact, he had already guessed it when Nanbei Yitu came to him today. Nanbei family wasn't easy to deal with. This was an ancient family with an extremely powerful foundation that even surpassed Great Qian Empire. The loss of the Fire Qilin of Nanbei family may not necessarily be related to Jiang Chen. Great Qian Empire and Nanbei family have always minded our own business. I hope you won't take this opportunity to stir up trouble. Yang Bufan spoke. He knew the importance of the Fire Qilin to Nanbei family. It was the symbol of Nanbei family's luck. If they were sure that Jiang Chen had captured the Fire Qilin, they would kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Since King Fan has said so, I'll bring Jiang Chen back to the family first. If Jiang Chen didn't capture the Fire Qilin, we won't touch him, said Nanbei Yitu. Nanbei Yitu spoke. Judging from his look, he didn't want to have a bad relationship with Yang Bufan here. According to his previous plan, he would attack Jiang Chen directly, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen had such a good relationship with Yang Bufan. No, I won't agree. Yang Bufan's attitude was firm. What a joke. If Jiang Chen was brought back to Nanbei family, how could he come back alive? King Fan, I've already given you a lot of face. Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because this is Great Qian Empire. Today I must bring Jiang Chen away. If you continue to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Nanbei Yitu was infuriated. He felt that he had already made a big concession. He had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation of East Xuanyu. Nanbei family had never been afraid of anything. Today he had to complete the task that young Master Chao had given him. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Furthermore, Nanbei Yitu was basically sure that the loss of the Fire Qilin was related to Jiang Chen. So what if I'm impolite? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Chapter 1531. Both Nanbei Yitu and Yang Bufan unleashed their powerful qi. The two great geniuses refused to give in to each other. One wanted to capture Jiang Chen and find out the whereabouts of the Fire Qilin, while the other wanted to protect Jiang Chen from getting hurt. Since neither of them was willing to compromise, the result could only be determined with their strength. As the young king of Great Qian Empire, Yang Bufan wasn't afraid of offending Nanbei family. As for Nanbei Yitu, he was a first-class genius of Nanbei family. He wasn't afraid of Yang Bufan either. King Fan of Great Qian Empire. I heard that he has disappeared for 10 years. After he came back, his name has spread far and wide. Now he has already become an immortal emperor. Today I would like to see how powerful the young prince of Great Qian Empire is. Nanbei Yitu unleashed his powerful combat intent. Let's begin. I also want to see how powerful the first-class genius of Nanbei family is. Yang Bufan's eyes sparkled. Yang Bufan's eyes glittered. The thing he was least afraid of was battle. A man like him was born for battle. Today he and Nanbei Yitu were destined to have a battle. Jiang Qin was indeed the main reason, but both of them were young and arrogant. Both of them were eager to have a battle with each other. They were on the same level, which was the best way to stimulate their competitive spirit. Once they defeated their opponent, their competitive spirit would be satisfied, which would be of great help to their future cultivation. Little Qinzi, you and De Huang leave this place first. I'm going to fight the genius of Nanbei family today. Yang Bufan's black hair fluttered in the wind. His chi had reached the extreme. Wanna leave? Won't be that easy. The two of you take down Jiang Qin. Nanbei Yitu spoke to the two behind him, giving an order. In Nanbei Yitu's point of view, Jiang Qin was merely an immortal king expert. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? As for the battle just now, he didn't see it with his own eyes. So he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. He thought that it would be an incomparably easy task for the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family to take down Jiang Qin. Yes. With a sway, the two geniuses of the Nanbei family instantly blocked the path of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Seeing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged glances with each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. If they were to fight, he would not mind killing anyone from the Nanbei family. Nanbei Yitu, I advise you not to let your men touch Jiang Qin. Yang Bufan kindly reminded. Humph. Yang Bufan, we must take down Jiang Qin today. Since he dares to touch the fire qilin of our Nanbei family, this will be his ending. Nanbei Yitu's attitude was tyrannical. It seemed that he didn't want to give Jiang Qin any chance at all. Sigh. What a pity. Yang Bufan shook his head and glanced at the two geniuses of Nanbei family with pity in his eyes. Nanbei Yitu might not know what kind of battle had just taken place here, but Yang Bufan was very clear about it. Besides, he also knew how abnormal Jiang Qin's combat strength was. Even the early immortal emperor Fu Kuei was killed by Jiang Qin. Even though the two half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Nanbei family were powerful geniuses, their combat strength was at most the same as Fu Kuei. Since Jiang Qin had the ability to kill Fu Kuei, naturally he could also kill them. Given Jiang Qin's temperament and style of doing things, he would never show mercy. Therefore, Yang Bufan was almost certain that if these two insisted on attacking Jiang Qin, there would only be one ending for them: death. Cut the crap. Yang Bufan, watch my move. Nanbei Yitu took the lead to attack. He struck out a large area of divine light. The reddish-golden divine light was completely condensed from terrifying destructive energy. It carried a power that could sweep away everything, striking at Yang Bufan. The divine light was like a peerless divine sword. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn into two. Its speed was so fast that it reached Yang Bufan in the blink of an eye. Just in time. Yang Bufan's combat intent was boundless. He could feel that Nanbei Yitu's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Crown Prince. Nanbei Yitu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, but Yang Bufan wasn't afraid at all. What he desired the most now was a battle like this. The two of them opened up a battlefield in an instant. Yang Bufan pointed his finger like a sword and struck out a ray of divine light. This was a terrifying finger technique with incomparably shocking lethality. It was much more powerful than Jiang Qin's 9 solar finger. It could be said that they weren't on the same level. Jiang Qin's 9 solar finger was just a combat technique of the lower world, whereas Yang Bufan's nameless finger art was a true immortal technique. They couldn't be compared at all. Hong Long. Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yitu instantly clashed fiercely. This was the first time these two great geniuses fought each other. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. They represented the two major powers of East Xuanyu. Victory or defeat was no longer just about personal glory. Both of them had the glory of their families. In just a few blinks, Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yitu had fought for more than a dozen rounds. Naturally, they were evenly matched. It wasn't easy for geniuses like them to determine the winner in a short period of time. On the other side, the two great geniuses of Nanbei family had completely stopped Jiang Qin. Their eyes were cold and fierce. looking at Jiang Chen as though they were looking at their prey. That's right. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was their prey, a target that they must capture. Jiang Chen, you really have the guts to touch the fire Qilin of Nanbei family. No one in the entire East Xuanyu dares to do so. I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight so that we brothers don't have to do it. One of the geniuses of Nanbei family, Leng Leng, spoke. The fact that they dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Jiang Chen showed that they didn't understand Jiang Chen at all. Then I'll give you two a piece of advice. You'd better get out of my sight now before I think of killing you. Jiang Chen spoke plainly, not putting the two of them in his heart. Of course, the reason why he dared to say so was because of his great confidence. Humph! What an arrogant man. How dare a puny little immortal king talk to us like this? Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The other genius harumphed coldly. He didn't seem to have a good temper. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Jiang Chen. His huge palm clawed the void and crushed it, forming a terrifying palm that reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. One had to admit that the geniuses of Nanbei family were truly powerful. Although they were only half-step immortal emperors, their true combat strength wasn't any weaker than early immortal emperors like Fu Kuei and the others. Brr! Jiang Chen roared wildly, instantly transforming into his dragon form. Today he had killed Fu Kuei and the others. Now he was going to fight the geniuses of Nanbei family. It could be said that Jiang Chen was enjoying himself. All of a sudden he struck out the true dragon palm, colliding with the palm of the genius. Hong Long. A terrifying bang blasted a large hole in the void. Under such a terrifying force, Jiang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. In this first confrontation, the opponent had gained the upper hand, but such an outcome had shocked the two geniuses of Nanbei family. This bastard is actually so powerful. Chapter 1532. The two geniuses of Nanbei family were shocked. This was a very normal thing. Anyone who fought with Jiang Chen for the first time would be shocked, because no one in the entire cultivation world had ever reached such an abnormal level. No one could fight an immortal emperor at the early immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen's existence could be described as a weirdo. They didn't know that the reason why Jiang Chen was forced back was just to test the strength of the genius. If Jiang Chen exerted his full combat strength, it would be impossible for him to repel Jiang Chen. The two great geniuses of Nanbei family were filled with killing intent. They no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Chen. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Their chi had firmly sealed the void. Although they were shocked, their desire to kill Jiang Chen had become even stronger. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the battle between Yang Bufan and Nanbei Yitu, then shifted his gaze to the two geniuses of Nanbei family. He knew that the enmity between him and Nanbei family had been completely formed because of his Qilin arm. However, it was only a matter of time before a life-and-death battle. So why should he be polite today? De Huang, how about we each take one? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog with a smile. Jia, that's the best. But Master Dog can't use the second attack of the Immortal Execution Sword for the time being. It's still a little difficult to kill one of them. I'll help you entangle one of them while you go and get rid of the other one. De Huang Dog smiled grimly. He liked to do this kind of thing the most, but given his current combat strength, it would still be somewhat difficult to kill such a genius unless he used the Immortal Execution Sword. However, the Immortal Execution Sword had already been used once. With De Huang Dog's current strength, it would be hard for him to use it again in a short period of time. The Immortal Execution Sword was, after all, a powerful great sovereign weapon. If it was an ordinary person, it would be unrealistic to use the slightest power of the Immortal Execution Sword. Very good, that's all. Jiang Chen smiled knowingly. De Huang Dog's suggestion was indeed the best way to deal with them one by one. As for the powerful Nanbei Yitu, his existence had lost its meaning. It was impossible for him to get past Jiang Chen to kill him. Others might not know about Yang Bufan's ability, but Jiang Chen was very clear about it. The ultimate explosive power of the evil lord was unimaginable to ordinary people. The Crown Prince and King Ping were incomparable to Yang Bufan in essence. There was an essential gap between them. This gap wasn't obvious at the moment, but as their cultivation base improved, it would become more and more obvious. Sooner or later, Yang Bufan would leave them behind. Yang Zhanqing saw this essential advantage and potential in Yang Bufan, which was why he valued Yang Bufan so much. He didn't hesitate to give Yang Bufan 2 Snow Jade King Ginseng to help him improve his cultivation base. De Huang dog let out a deafening roar at one of them. It was a clear provocation. Fuck. How dare a dog provoke me? Courting death. I'm going to kill this dog first. The genius of Nanbei family was infuriated. What kind of identity did he have? He was a dignified half-step immortal emperor supreme genius. No matter where he went he would be respected. Who would dare to disrespect him? How dare this dog provoke him? His eyes were filled with disdain. Motherfucker. How could he be despised by a dog? This was too ridiculous. If he didn't slap this dog to death he would lose all his face. Pong. The anger of the genius soared to the sky. He slapped at De Huang dog. The power of this slap was enough to crush a mountain. The void was crushed into pieces. However, in the face of such an attack, De Huang dog's reaction was to face it head-on. Sure enough, a brainless dog. The genius sneered, but he would soon be shocked like those people who had dealt with De Huang dog in the past. Bang. Terrifying energy collided with each other. The powerful dog head had actually pierced through the palm of the genius. It was incomparably powerful. Wakaka. De Huang dog let out his signature laugh. His already majestic body instantly doubled in size. A pair of wings sprouted on his back. His whole body was radiating dazzling light as he charged at the genius once more. Motherfucker. This dog is so powerful. The genius cursed. He had the urge to spurt out blood, but he wasn't afraid of De Huang dog. In his eyes it was just a dog after all. It would be as easy as flipping his hand to kill it. On the other side, Jiang Qin struck out his Qilin arm, rushing at another genius like a storm. Sure enough, it's the skill of the fire Qilin. This guy must have captured the fire Qilin and injured it. When the genius saw Jiang Qin's Qilin arm, he was sure that Jiang Qin and the fire Qilin were related. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Jiang Qin's attack was too fierce. It made him feel a sense of danger and he had no choice but to take it seriously. Playing. The genius didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he had encountered a peerless monster. He immediately took out his combat weapon and slashed at the Qilin arm. The Qilin arm alone wasn't that powerful. However, when the Qilin divine arm fused with Jiang Qin's true dragon palm, it was equivalent to the perfect fusion of the fire Qilin's innate divine ability and the true dragon combat skill. The power of the two was directly superimposed, which made it Jiang Qin's most terrifying attack. Honglong. The Qilin divine arm was like an ancient divine arm that could shatter the ages, penetrate everything and crush the galaxy. At this moment, the Qilin divine arm collided with the combat weapon of the genius of Nanbei family. That part of the void was instantly smashed. Violent energy surged everywhere. If an ordinary late immortal king fell into this place, the energy wave alone would be enough to tear him to pieces. Arg. Under such a collision the genius let out a cry of surprise. His entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he could stabilize himself. What? The genius suffered a tremendous shock. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale instantly. His chi had also withered. One had to admit that a genius like him was incomparably powerful. Previously, when Jiang Qin used the Qilin divine arm to fight those early immortal emperors, half of their bodies were smashed and the immortal weapon in their hands were sent flying away. And yet, this genius was still able to stand there unscathed, holding on to his immortal artifact tightly. Just this fact alone was more than enough for him to be proud of. Chapter 1533. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can there be such a terrifying person? The genius kept shaking his head. He couldn't accept such a result in reality. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked, because this had already exceeded everyone's understanding. He had never seen such a monstrous person. I asked you to scram just now but you didn't. Now you don't even have the chance to do so anymore. Jiang Qin retracted his Qilin arm. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. There was no longer a need to use the Qilin arm to kill this genius. The fusion of the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon combat technique would consume a lot of Jiang Qin's energy every time he used it. This genius of Nanbei family was already seriously injured. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It would be a piece of cake for Jiang Qin to kill him. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword let out a roar, and the entire sword transformed into a blood-red dragon. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above the genius's head. Its speed was too fast, and in a split second, it was so terrifying that no one could react. Not good. The genius yelled. At this moment he felt a strong threat of death. This threat made his soul tremble. It was an unprecedented feeling, the chi of death. The genius knew that given his current condition, it was no longer suitable for him to fight Zhou Xian head-on. If he did, his life would be in danger. With a sway, he tore the void apart and fled far away, trying to avoid Zhou Xian's sword. Unfortunately, how could it be that easy to avoid Zhou Xian's sword? The terrifying sword chi had already sealed everything. Even if he hid in the void, he wouldn't be able to escape from the attack of this sword. Ooh. Arg. Along with a wail, half of the genius's body was chopped off. Blood gushed out. Even his internal organs flew out. The scene looked extremely bloody. The genius's face was full of fear. Such an injury was just too serious, but to a half-step immortal emperor, even having half of his body chopped off wasn't enough to kill him. As long as he could escape, there was still a chance for him to recover in the future. Unfortunately, Zhou Xian wouldn't give him that chance. Swoosh. Zhou Xian slashed out a second time, almost at the same time that his opponent's body was chopped off. This time the genius had no way to dodge and was beheaded on the spot. He was deader than dead. This scene was witnessed by Nanbei Yitu and the other geniuses. They who were fighting fiercely were dumbfounded on the spot. They didn't expect Zhou Xian to be so terrifying. He killed one of their supreme geniuses in such a short time. Bastard. Nanbei Yitu bellowed and charged at Zhou Xian. Apart from shock, he was more furious. He couldn't help but be furious. He was the one who brought that genius here. Now he had died here. If he couldn't take down Zhou Xian in the end, he, Nanbei Yitu, wouldn't have the face to go back and would be punished by young Master Chao. Thinking of young Master Chao's terrifying means, Nanbei Yitu couldn't help but shudder. Nanbei Yitu, your opponent is me. We haven't decided the winner yet. Yang Bufan stood in front of Nanbei Yitu. How could he give Nanbei Yitu the chance to kill Zhou Xian? As a matter of fact, the scene of Zhou Xian killing that genius just now had shocked him, especially the power of the Qilin divine arm. It was his first time seeing it. Get lost. Nanbei Yitu bellowed and lunged at Yang Bufan. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle in an instant. On the other side, Zhou Xian simply ignored the threat of Nanbei Yitu. His eyes shifted to the other half-step immortal emperor genius, wielding a long sword in his hand, advancing step by step towards him. That genius's facial expression changed dramatically. The way he looked at Zhou Xian was as though he had seen a ghost. In his eyes, the current Zhou Xian was a peerless devil king, a supreme killing god. After witnessing the scene of Zhou Xian killing his companion, he was almost certain that he was no match for Zhou Xian. There was also a terrifying De Huang dog beside him. If Nanbei Yitu didn't come to help him, he was afraid that he would end up like his companion, dying tragically under the sword of Zhou Xian. Nanbei Mu, leave this place now. Don't fight him head-on. Nanbei Yitu reminded. At this time, even a fool could see that if Nanbei Mu didn't leave now, there was basically no chance for him to leave. If he stayed, he would die for sure. Zhou Xian was a cruel and merciless man. He even dared to touch the fire Qilin. So what if he killed two geniuses of Nanbei family? All right. Nanbei Mu nodded. Without any delay, he tore the void with his bare hands and went in. You still want to leave at this time? Too slow. Zhou Xian kept the heavenly saint sword and cast out the Qilin divine arm once more. At the same time, his body flashed into the interior of the void. Long. Terrifying energy spread out from the interior of the void. The heavens and earth shattered. A huge hole was created in the void. Then two figures walked out from the interior of the void. One of them was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nanbei Mu? On the opposite side of Nanbei Mu, Zhou Qian's face was filled with coldness and killing intent. Nanbei Mu's face was extremely unsightly. His eyes were filled with fear. He didn't put Zhou Qian in his eyes at all in the beginning, but he didn't expect such an ending. He had been doing very well in Nanbei family. He had reached the half-step immortal emperor realm at a young age. It could be said that his future was boundless. He had great hopes and fantasies about his future. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone that this day would come so quickly and in such a way. Brother Yitu, save me. Nanbei Mu yelled at Nanbei Yitu. He didn't want to die, nor was he willing to die. In the face of the tiger-like Zhou Xian, He knew that he had absolutely no hope of escaping. At this time the only one who could save his life was Nanbei Itu. If even Nanbei Itu couldn't save him, he would die for sure. Stop! Nanbei Itu bellowed. His eyes that were staring at Zhou Xian were about to spurt out fire. He had never thought that Zhou Xian could be this powerful. Despite Nanbei Mu's cultivation base, he didn't even have the chance to escape. Yang Bufan, let's forget about today's matter. Let me take Nanbei Mu away. Nanbei Itu compromised. One had to admit that this was a wise choice. He did want to capture Zhou Xian, but with Yang Bufan here, this wish was basically impossible. Initially he thought that Nanbei Mu and Yang Bufan were enough to deal with Zhou Xian, but he didn't expect that one of them would die in the blink of an eye. Now Nanbei Mu was about to be killed by Zhou Xian. Chapter 1534. I can let you take Nanbei Mu away, but I don't know if Zhou Xian will agree to it or not. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He didn't care about Nanbei Mu's life or death. His appearance this time was just to ensure the safety of Zhou Xian and ensure that Zhou Xian wouldn't be killed by Nanbei Itu, but he couldn't control Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had his own means of doing things. He would never listen to anyone. Yang Bufan knew that Nanbei Mu was going to die today. According to Zhou Xian's style of doing things, he would never leave any chance for his enemy to live. Swish. Nanbei Itu shifted his gaze to Zhou Xian. Lung Ling said, Zhou Xian, if you dare to kill Nanbei Mu, you're finished. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. In the face of Nanbei Itu's threat, Zhou Xian's face was indifferent. He had heard too many of such meaningless threats, and such threats were useless to him. Nanbei Itu, your words are useless to me. Even if I let Nanbei Mu go, you won't let me go either. So whether I kill Nanbei Mu or not, the result will be the same. In that case, why should I spare Nanbei Mu's life? I, Zhou Xian, will never give my enemy a chance. As Zhou Xian spoke, the dragon sword appeared in his hand and slashed at Nanbei Mu. The invincible sword chi enveloped Nanbei Mu in an instant. With Nanbei Mu's current condition, he couldn't withstand any attack from Zhou Xian. If he was hit by this sword head-on, there would be no doubt that Nanbei Mu would die. Bastard! Stop! Upon seeing this, Nanbei Itu flew into a rage. In his opinion, this Zhou Xian was simply a lunatic. In East Xuanyu, no one had ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family like this. He was an important genius. In the entire East Xuanyu, anyone who heard the name Nanbei family would give way. Zhou Xian was the first person who dared to go against the Nanbei family so directly. Nanbei Itu's killing intent soared to the sky. He wielded the sword in his hand, wanting to kill Zhou Xian and relieve Nanbei Mu of the crisis. Unfortunately, with Zhou Xian here, his wish was destined to fail. Nanbei Mu let out a blood-curdling screech. Just like the previous genius from Nanbei family, he had become a ghost under Zhou Xian's sword, leaving his life behind in this valley. Both Nanbei Mu and Zhou Xian probably wouldn't have dreamt that they would end up like this, nor did they think that they would never return. Their death was a loss to Nanbei family. As long as geniuses like them didn't die, they would become the mainstay of the family sooner or later. This was almost certain. A major power would need to spend a lot of resources to nurture a half-step immortal emperor genius. The death of Nanbei Mu and Zhou Xian was equivalent to a complete waste of these resources. Nanbei Itu's eyes spewed out flames like a primordial wild beast. It could be seen to what extent his anger had reached. Today he was ordered by young Master Cao to bring 2 people to capture Zhou Xian. In the end, not only did he fail to capture Zhou Xian, but he also failed to find the fire Qilin. He had lost 2 geniuses in vain. He really didn't know how to explain this to young Master Cao when he returned. He wasn't afraid of the rules and punishments of the family, but the thought of facing young Master Cao made him shudder. Even his soul was trembling. Nanbei, you'd better not provoke me again. Otherwise you will end up the same way. Zhou Xian kept the heavenly saint sword, returned to his original appearance, and spoke to Nanbei Itu in an extremely cold tone. Nanbei Itu was about to spurt out blood. He had seen a lot of arrogant and conceited people. He himself was an arrogant person, but it was his first time seeing someone as arrogant and conceited as Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, it seems like you have no idea what you have done. Don't think that a mere king fan can protect you. You are too naive. I, Nanbei Itu, will remember today's score. No one has ever dared to kill the people of Nanbei family, and no one has ever dared to offend young Master Cao. There will only be one ending for you: death. Nanbei Itu left a harsh remark, then glared at Yang Bufan before vanishing in a flash. Although Nanbei Itu was infuriated, he was also a smart man. He didn't like to do so many useless things. He was very clear about today's situation. He knew that with Yang Bufan around he would never be able to kill Jiang Chen. In that case he could only wait for the next time. Jiang Chen didn't do anything about Nanbei Itu's departure. Naturally, Jiang Chen wanted to get rid of a genius like Nanbei Itu because such a genius was a potential great threat to him. However, Jiang Chen also understood that it was impossible for them to keep Nanbei Itu here given their current strength, not even with Yang Bufan's help. King Fan, it's all thanks to you today. Jiang Chen came to Yang Bufan's side and said. Yang Bufan's arrival at the critical moment had indeed helped him a lot. Otherwise, even if he could escape in the end, he wouldn't be able to kill the two geniuses of Nanbei family. Little Chinzi, what you did today was a little reckless. You didn't even tell me that Fu Kuei wanted to kill you. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. But you have completely offended Nanbei family. This family has a long history and a strong foundation. It's not easy to deal with them. Even our great Qian Empire isn't willing to provoke this terrifying family. Yang Bufan said. There wasn't too much blame in his words for Jiang Chen. Instead, his tone was filled with worry. Fu Kuei wasn't scary, but Nanbei family was. Although Nanbei Itu was powerful, he was just a genius of Nanbei family. It doesn't matter. My relationship with Nanbei family will be hostile sooner or later. I'm just showing this relationship in advance. By the way, King Fan, I have one more thing to ask for your help. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen didn't regret offending Nanbei family at all, because there was nothing to regret about it. Just say it. There's no need to be polite with me. Yang Bufan said. With a swing of his arm, Jiang Chen tore open the door of Zulong Tower. Two silhouettes walked out. They were Yen Donglu and his daughter. Yang Bufan looked over at Yen Qingqing. This wasn't the first time he saw her. Back when he was in Evil Abyss, he had seen her once in the city of Sin. Later on, he opened the passageway to Evil Abyss and let her out. Chapter 1535. King Fan, these are my two friends. They have suffered because of me this time. I hope that you can let them enter King Fan Prefecture to cultivate. Given Qingqing's potential, if she can cultivate here, her cultivation base will be able to rise very quickly. Jiang Chen spoke. According to his previous plan, he was going to send Yen Donglu and his daughter back. After all, it wasn't bad to be an overlord in Yen City. However, if they were to go back, Yen Qingqing's superior potential would be wasted. Yen City was too small and the cultivation resources were limited. She wouldn't be able to achieve much even if she cultivated there for the rest of her life. Now that Yang Bufan was here, it would be a waste if he didn't make use of it. No problem. It's just a small matter. Yang Bufan smiled. To him it was just a small matter that could be solved with just a word. Greetings, evil lord. Yen Qingqing hastily saluted Yang Bufan. He had seen Yang Bufan before, the terrifying evil lord. He was the most powerful person she had ever seen in her life. She had never thought that she could meet him again. Moreover, it seemed like this young evil lord had already left Evil Abyss. Dad, this is the evil lord that I told you about. He's the one who controls the entire Evil Abyss. Yen Qingqing said to Yen Donglu. When she returned to Yen City, she had told her father about what happened in Evil Abyss. Naturally, this evil lord wasn't part of it. Greetings, evil lord. Yen Donglu didn't dare to show any neglect. To him, facing such a powerful figure was like facing a heavenly god. It was something that he couldn't even dream of. Naturally, he was trembling with fear. Qingqing, Uncle Yen, don't call him evil lord anymore. This is King Fan of Great Qian Empire. You two don't need to go back. I will arrange for you to stay in King Fan Prefecture. Cultivating here will be of great help to your cultivation base. Besides, Qingqing's talent is extraordinary. It's a waste for her to stay in a small place like Yen City. Jiang Chen said. I'll listen to Big Brother Jiang. Yen Qingqing nodded. This was her dream. Jiang Chen had an unshakable position in her heart. Cultivating in King Fan Prefecture meant getting closer to Jiang Chen. This was Yen Qingqing's wish. Yen Donglu took a deep breath. He had seen today's battle clearly. It was the most soul-stirring thing he had ever experienced in his life. At the same time, it also made him realize how big the world was. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yen City. Xuanyu was the place where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. One-line sky was nothing compared to Zhou Xian. A dragon among men like Zhou Xian would soar to the 9 heavens sooner or later. King Fan, young Master Zhang, thank you for saving my life today. I don't know how to repay your kindness. It's my Yen clan's blessing that my daughter could come here to cultivate. However, I'm already old and my talent is ordinary. It's better for me to return to Yen City. Therefore, I won't be going to King Fan Prefecture with you. Yen Donglu bowed to Zhang Chen and King Fan and spoke. No one didn't want to obtain more resources. No one didn't want to cultivate in a better place. However, Yen Donglu was well aware of his own situation. To him, staying in Yen City was more practical. He didn't have such a great ambition. Besides, he knew his own potential very well. Even if he was given more resources, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. More importantly, there were too many experts here. Even immortal kings weren't a threat to him. The pressure would be too great if he stayed here. Jiang Qin, Yang Bufan and Yen Qingqing expressed their understanding of Yen Donglio's refusal. After all, it wasn't an easy task to survive in this place. One would need to bear tremendous pressure. They couldn't possibly rely on Jiang Qin and King Fan for everything. Jiang Qin and King Fan had their own matters to attend to, so they couldn't put most of their attention on Yen Donglu. In that case, Uncle Yen, you can go back now. The grudge here has been settled. I believe no one will find trouble with you anymore. This is a King Immortal weapon. Take it back with you. Jiang Qin casually took out a combat sword. It was a powerful king weapon and handed it over to Yen Donglu. King Immortal weapon. Yen Donglio's facial expression changed slightly. A King Immortal weapon might be nothing in East Xuanyu, but in Yen City, it was a heaven-defying treasure. It was hard to even see it, let alone obtain it. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from being able to wield a King Immortal weapon, but even if he could only exert a trace of its power, it would be enough for him to dominate Yen City. Yen Donglu accepted the King Immortal weapon without hesitation. He would never forget the great kindness that Jiang Chen had done for Yen City. Qingqing, you stay here and cultivate diligently. Yen Donglu looked at Yen Qingqing. He was naturally reluctant to leave her here, but with Jiang Chen here he was at ease. Besides, he understood his daughter's thoughts. He also hoped to see his daughter soar to success one day. Jiang Chen was the man that Yen Qingqing admired. He didn't expect his daughter to catch up to Jiang Chen's footsteps, because it was impossible. He only hoped that his daughter could constantly improve herself. If she wanted to be Jiang Chen's woman, how could she be a mediocre woman? Don't worry, Daddy. Your daughter will definitely work hard. Yen Qingqing nodded her head. She had always been working very hard. The gap between her and Jiang Chen was her biggest motivation. All right. In that case, young Master Jiang, I'll take my leave. Yen Donglu clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and was about to leave. Hold on. Yang Bufan spoke. It's thousands of miles from here to Yen City. Given your cultivation base, you won't be able to fly back in half a year. Plus, if you encounter any danger on the way back, it will be fatal. Follow me back to King Fan Prefecture first. I'll ask Old Man Bai Weng to send you back. Yang Bufan's consideration was very thorough. After all, the reason why Yen Donglu and the others could come here was that Fu Kuei had brought them here. It was basically unrealistic for them to go back by themselves. Thank you, King Fan. Yen Qingqing expressed her gratitude. She wouldn't feel at ease if Yen Donglu were to go back like this. If he could be escorted by the experts of King Fan Prefecture, there was basically nothing to worry about. Subsequently, the group left the valley and headed towards King Fan Prefecture. After arriving at King Fan Prefecture, Yang Bufan asked Old Man Bai Weng to bring Yen Donglu and the other old man to Yen City. Chapter 1536. Nanbei Family. In the enclosed space where young Master Chao was, Nanbei stood there trembling. He had already told young Master Chao everything that had happened in Fu City. He was now waiting for young Master Chao to deal with him. Young Master Chao's eyes were closed. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat without saying a word. Nanbei stood there quietly, not daring to move, like a child who had done something wrong and was waiting to be punished. After he came back, he didn't go to the elders of Nanbei family, but went straight to young Master Chao. This made people suspect that young Master Chao's words were the law in Nanbei family. Young Master Chao's silence made Nanbei sweat trickle down his forehead, but all he could do now was to wait, not daring to disturb young Master Chao's meditation. After a while, Young Master Chao finally opened his eyes. His eyes fell on Nanbei Itu's body like a knife. Just a glance was enough to make Nanbei Itu's body tremble and his soul almost stopped. Trash. Young Master Chao spoke Lung Lung. An enormous wave of pressure spread out from young Master Chao's body. Nanbei Itu knelt on the ground as if he had seen the scariest thing in the world. It's my fault this time. I didn't expect that Jiangchen would be such an abnormal being. Please punish me, young master. Nanbei Itu spoke hastily, not daring to defend himself. He knew that young Master Chao didn't like to listen to explanations. Young Master Chao only cared about the results and not the process. The scene was too shocking. One should know that young Master Chao was only an early immortal emperor like Nanbei Itu. Both of them were rare geniuses of Nanbei family. Logically speaking, they should have the same status and identity. Furthermore, geniuses like Nanbei Itu were prideful in their bones. Dignity was more important than anything else. It was difficult to make such a person lower his head, let alone kneel down. But now Nanbei Itu was kneeling in front of young Master Chao, not even daring to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. You said that Jiangchen was only an early immortal emperor, but he was able to kill Nanbei Mu and Nanbei Itu? Young Master Chao asked, showing great interest in Jiangchen. Yes. That Jiangchen is indeed only an early immortal king, but he has a powerful transformation skill that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. Plus, his means are incomparably powerful. Nanbei Itu said, not daring to hide anything. Jiangchen. Young Master Chao narrowed his eyes. There weren't many geniuses in the entire immortal world that could interest him. He wouldn't pay attention to a puny immortal king for no reason. However, Jiangchen had truly appeared in his line of sight. If what Nanbei Itu said was true, then this was an extremely terrifying character, a heaven-defying genius. Because even he wouldn't be able to kill someone that was so many levels higher than him. Young Master, I've already investigated. That Jiangchen has a close relationship with King Fan of Great Qian Empire. This time, because of Yang Bufan's obstruction, we failed to take him down and even suffered such a great loss. That Jiangchen has entered Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire and is highly regarded. Should we go to Great Qian Empire and ask for him to give them pressure? Nanbei Itu said. There's no need. The Golden Horizon is about to open. A genius like him will definitely enter it. At that time, killing him will be an incomparably simple matter. There's no need to make things difficult for the Great Qian Empire because of a puny ant. Young Master Chao said. Rest assured, young master. If he dares to go to the Golden Horizon, I will certainly kill him. Nanbei Itu gritted his teeth and said. As a first-class genius of Nanbei family, he had done many things that he was proud of. Today's incident could be said to be the shame of his life. Therefore, he must find a chance to wash away his shame. He must kill Jiangchen with his own hands. All right, you can leave now. Young Master Chao waved his hand at Nanbei Itu. Yes, young master. Nanbei Itu felt as though he had been pardoned. He hastily left this spatial zone. The thought of young Master Chao's terror still made him shudder with fear. It was really fortunate for him to be able to walk out unscathed today. Meanwhile, in King Fan Prefecture of Great Qian Empire, Jiangchen, Yang Bufan and a Huang dog had gathered together. King Fan, do you know that there's a young Master Chao in Nanbei family? Jiangchen asked. He was very interested in the northern and southern dynasties. They were his old enemies. He would meet them sooner or later. From Nanbei Itu's words, it wasn't hard to tell that this young Master Chao was a very important figure in Nanbei family and had a high status. Therefore, Jiangchen wanted to know more about him. There's indeed such a person. He's very mysterious. He's called the Northern and Southern Dynasties. He rarely appears, but rumor has it that he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign. That's why he has a pivotal position in Nanbei family. Although I haven't seen this young Master Chao before, I'm sure that he's an incomparably terrifying figure, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. He knew something about the legend of this young Master Chao. The reincarnation of a great sovereign? Jiangchen's eyes widened. Obviously, he wasn't mentally prepared. If the Northern and Southern dynasties were really the reincarnation of a great sovereign, it would be terrifying. Such a powerful opponent had put too much pressure on Jiangchen. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation base, he knew more and more about the terror of a mighty immortal sovereign. They were simply legendary existences. He had seen the means of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar Venerable Wang Qing. They were already legendary existences, but a great sovereign was even higher than them, the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. It's just a legend. We still don't know whether it's true or not. Perhaps it's just a story that Nanbei family deliberately boasted in order to improve their foundation and deterrence in East Xuanyu, said Yang Bufan. After all, he had never seen this young Master Chao before. Therefore he was very doubtful about this powerful figure who was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Jiang Qin might doubt the authenticity of the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but they didn't, because they had dealt with the clones of the Northern and Southern dynasties before. For someone like the Northern and Southern dynasties, it was normal for something unbelievable to happen to him. Jiang Qin had never paid so much attention to an opponent. Along the way, many of his opponents and enemies had died. Jiang Qin couldn't even remember many of them, but if you asked Jiang Qin about the opponents he paid the most attention to, the answer would almost certainly be the Northern and Southern dynasties. King Fan, this man isn't someone to be trifled with. If you meet him in the future, you must be very careful. The Northern and Southern dynasties are full of ambition. With him in East Xuanyu will fall into chaos sooner or later. Chapter 1537. There's nothing to be afraid of. He's just a genius. Plus, the 11 major forces in East Xuanyu are intricate and have always been in chaos. Nanbei family has boasted that young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but not many people have seen that young Master Chao. Even if he has come out, I don't think he'll be that powerful. Come, let's go back to Genius Prefecture. Is there anyone in this world that you, Jiang Qin, are afraid of? Yang Bufan patted on Jiang Qin's shoulder. Judging from the relaxed look on his face, Jiang Qin didn't put the Northern and Southern dynasties in his eyes at all. Nor did he understand what he meant when he said that East Xuanyu was going to be in chaos. Jiang Qin shook his head and didn't speak a word. After all, Yang Bufan hadn't dealt with the Northern and Southern dynasties, so it was reasonable for him to have such a thought. However, Jiang Qin couldn't have the same thought. He had to get ready to clash with the Northern and Southern dynasties at any time. To Jiang Qin, the most important thing at present was to work hard to improve his cultivation base. Only with formidable strength could he gain a foothold in the immortal world. Jiang Qin brought De Huang Dog back to his residence in Dan Prefecture. From the time he went out to the time he returned, it had only been half a day. Therefore no one had guessed what he had done because it didn't seem like he could do anything in half a day's time. However, it was in this half a day's time that Jiang Qin had done two sensational things. In the next 2 days, Genius Prefecture was calm and tranquil. Nothing major happened. Jiang Qin was very puzzled about this tranquility. He had killed Nanbei Mu and captured the Fire Qilin. According to Nanbei family's way of doing things, they should be furious. Even if they didn't directly come to Great Qian Empire to demand for Jiang Qin's release, they should at least send out a must-kill order. Who would have thought that there would be no news from the must-kill order after 2 days? Especially that Sir Chao. This situation made Jiang Qin feel suspicious. De Huang, don't you think it's abnormal for Nanbei family to be so quiet? Jiang Qin asked. It's indeed abnormal. Yang Bufan said that Nanbei family has a deep foundation and countless experts. The Fire Qilin is their sacred beast. They have been searching for a long time and finally found a clue. You have also killed one of their people. No matter which one it is, Nanbei family should have made their move. At least they wouldn't be so quiet. This time even I can't guess what's going on. De Huang Dog shook his head. Just like Jiang Qin, he was also very confused. Rumble. At this moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog immediately looked towards the palace at the center of Dan Prefecture. They saw a pillar of light piercing through the palace and into the clouds. The thunder in the sky was stirred up by this pillar of light. The pillar of light was incomparably thick and divine to the extreme. It was reddish gold in color with complex patterns on its surface. Those were the talismans of the great Tao, carrying a sense of superiority. Immediately after, a monstrous pressure spread out from the pillar of light. The pressure had almost condensed into a substance, like a vast ocean, covering every corner of Genius Prefecture. Under the pressure, everyone felt their soul trembling and couldn't help but have the urge to worship it. Even Jiang Qin felt unnatural under such pressure because it was a pressure that surpassed the immortal emperor realm. What a powerful pressure and qi. Dongfang Yu. He has advanced to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He immediately guessed the source of this pressure. In the entire Genius Prefecture apart from Dongfang Yu, there was no one else who could advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm at this time. Jiang Chen knew that Dongfang Yu had come to him not long ago for the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which was why he could advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm so quickly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This situation was completely within Jiang Chen's expectation. Dongfang Yu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the Venerable realm. He only needed an opportunity to advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, and the Holy Flame Emperor pill was that opportunity. In other words, the emergence of Jiang Chen was Dongfang Yu's greatest opportunity and luck, because if it wasn't for the emergence of Jiang Chen, no one in the entire Dan Prefecture would be able to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Without the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it was almost impossible for Dongfang Yu to advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm so easily. So. Powerful silhouettes rushed out looking at the pillar of light. Look. What a powerful qi. That's the qi of an Immortal Venerable. Half-step Immortal Venerable. It's Master Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu has finally broken through to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. Master Dongfang has been stuck at the peak of Immortal Emperor realm for quite a long time. Today he has finally made the breakthrough. Our Genius Prefecture has one more powerful expert. This is a great event. The commotion it caused is much greater than King Fan's advancement to the Immortal Emperor realm. I suppose it won't take long for Master of Prefecture and even the Emperor to be alarmed. No one wasn't shocked. The emergence of a peerless half-step venerable in Genius Prefecture was a matter worthy of celebration. Could be said to be earth-shattering. It was normal for it to even alarm the Emperor of the Empire. More and more people were alarmed. Everyone wanted to see what kind of scene it would be like to advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, because this realm was the dream of almost everyone. It was also the goal of everyone. It was a kind of experience for them to be able to witness such a scene with their own eyes. Good. Dongfang Yu has finally made the breakthrough. A hearty laughter resounded in the sky. Yang Zanqing stood in the wind. His body was illusory and illusory. This mysterious and powerful master of prefecture rarely appeared in front of people, because there were very few major events that could make this great immortal appear. Today, however, Dongfang Yu's advancement to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm was a major event. As the master of prefecture, he couldn't sit still any longer. Long. Dongfang Yu's qi was getting stronger and stronger. He was rushing towards the last step and was about to succeed. After that, he would become a true half-step Immortal Venerable. At that time, the whole empire would surely celebrate. Yang Bufan appeared beside Jiang Chen. As the young king of Great Qian Empire, he had the right to enter any place in Genius Prefecture, including Dan Prefecture. Awesome. I wonder when we will be able to reach this step. Yang Bufan raised his head and looked at the soaring wave of qi in the sky. It was like a true dragon swaying in the sky, piercing through the sky and stirring the clouds. His eyes were blazing and full of longing. Don't worry. You and I will reach this step sooner or later. I believe it won't be too long. Besides, our goal is far from just this step. Jiang Chen said. His goal was far from just reaching the half-step Venerable realm. He had seen the scariness of the old liar Shao Wangqing and the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even that level wasn't Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Compared to a great sovereign, it was nothing. Chapter 1538. Yang Bufan's expression brightened. He couldn't help but reveal a sense of pride. Jiang Chen was right. Their goal was far from this. They would reach this realm sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. The people of Dan Prefecture came out. Seeing Dongfang Yu successfully breaking through to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, everyone felt incomparably happy. As the master of Dan Prefecture, Dongfang Yu's prestige was naturally very high. There was no one in the entire prefecture who didn't admire him. In other words, in the hearts of the elders and disciples of Dan Prefecture, Dongfang Yu's position was even higher than Yang Zanqing's. The day that Master has been waiting for has finally come. I have no idea how much effort he has put in for this day. That's right. I'm really happy for him. I hope that after Master becomes a half-step immortal venerable, he will be able to achieve the next goal as soon as possible and become a true immortal venerable. In that case, the foundation of Great Qian Empire will be even stronger. It won't be easy. It seems like there's only a step between half-step immortal venerable and true venerable, but in fact it's thousands of miles apart. This step is very difficult to take, but we believe that Master can do it. The people of the Pill Palace were extremely excited, especially some of the elders in the Pill Palace. They all knew Dongfang Yu very well. They knew how much effort Dongfang Yu had put in to achieve what he had today. Moreover, Dongfang Yu's achievements today were great news for the Pill Palace. Not long after Yang Zhanqing appeared, the void above Genius Prefecture trembled all of a sudden. A total of 5 silhouettes appeared at the same time. The one in the lead was wearing a dragon robe. His facial expression was sharp and dignified. He had a dragon crown on his head. Every movement he made exuded the qi of a superior, making people feel awe. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Just by standing there, even the heavens seemed to be revolving around him. What was even more shocking was the cultivation base of this middle-aged man. The pressure that he radiated was far stronger than Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu. He was a truly powerful immortal venerable. Beside him was an old man. This old man was dressed in plain clothes. He looked old and frail, but his eyes were very bright. A single glance from him could penetrate the void. The qi that he radiated was the same as the middle-aged man. Apparently he was also a powerful immortal venerable expert. The cultivation base of the other 3 was equally strong. Each of them was an expert among experts. Their bodies were emitting a trace of venerable qi. Just like Yang Zhanqing, they were all half-step immortal venerables. The sudden appearance of these 5 people immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Zhanqing was the first to fly over and bowed deeply to the middle-aged man in the dragon robe. Your Majesty. Imperial Father is here. Yang Bufan didn't dare to be negligent. With a leap he flew into the sky. Along with him were the Crown Prince, King Ping, some other princes and some higher-ups of Genius Prefecture. All of them had seen the Emperor before. How would they dare to be negligent now that the Emperor had arrived in person? Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed to the middle-aged man at the same time. The scene was incomparably spectacular. This was the prestige of an emperor. Countless eyes below fell upon the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. For many of them this was the first time they saw the Emperor. The Emperor had a noble status. He wouldn't usually show himself. Wanting to see the Emperor was harder than ascending to the heavens. Today, Dongfang Yu's advancement to the half-step immortal venerable realm had attracted the Emperor's attention. It's the Emperor. So he's the Emperor of Great Qian Empire. Sure enough, he looks mighty and extraordinary. He's a true immortal venerable. Sure enough, his casual expression and gaze can make people's soul tremble. This is too terrifying. This is my first time seeing the Emperor, a supreme figure of Great Qian Empire. I didn't expect him to be so mighty. Look, that old man is also an immortal venerable. The other 3 are also half-step immortal venerables. There are already 5 of them here. I didn't expect our Great Qian Empire to have such a profound foundation. No wonder it's one of the 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu. No one wasn't shocked. All eyes that were looking at the Emperor were full of fanaticism and worship. To an empire, the Emperor was a godlike existence. No one wouldn't be nervous in the face of their god. The appearance of the Emperor of Great Qian Empire had directly stolen the limelight of Dongfang Yu, but the fact that the Emperor could appear in person also made everyone in Genius Prefecture feel incomparably gratified, because this showed how much importance the Emperor attached to Dongfang Yu. Don't disturb Dongfang Yu's advancement. The Emperor waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down and not to affect Dongfang Yu because of his appearance. This was the most important thing. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the 5 people, especially the Emperor. Based on this alone, he could basically see the true foundation of Great Qian Empire. Compared to Eastern Xuanyu, Great Qian Empire was still incomparably strong, but it was also because he knew the foundation of Great Qian Empire that Jiang Chen began to feel worried. Are you worried about the heaven-devouring devil ape? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask when he saw Jiang Chen's knitted brows. He knew Jiang Chen the best. He could tell what was on Jiang Chen's mind from every expression of Jiang Chen. That's right. The foundation of Great Qian Empire isn't weak, but compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape, It's still too far away. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks out of Senior Yang Junlong's imprisonment one day, it will be an unimaginable disaster for Great Qian Empire. Jiang Chen said. He had seen the power of the heaven-devouring devil ape, an existence that was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm, an existence that could fight against Shao Wangqing. Once released, the heaven-devouring devil ape could destroy the entire empire with a flick of his finger. That would be a true disaster. 10 minutes later, the qi released by Dongfang Yu gradually disappeared. The sky above Dan Prefecture began to restore its calmness. This also indicated that Dongfang Yu had successfully advanced and become a true half-step immortal venerable, an expert like Yang Zonqing. The void above the palace trembled. A silhouette gradually emerged. It was an old man in alchemy robe. Who else could it be if he wasn't Dongfang Yu? The current Dongfang Yu didn't look any different from before, but if one took a closer look, they would find that he was in high spirits as though he had been reborn. As soon as Dongfang Yu appeared, he immediately noticed the abnormality. When he saw the emperor, his facial expression changed dramatically. Immediately he came to the emperor's side and bowed. "Long live your majesty. I didn't expect that my movement would attract your majesty. I'm really ashamed." Chapter 1539. This old man will continue to work hard. Dongfang Yu felt quite flattered. Of the 5 people who appeared here today, any one of them was a figure who could make the Great Qian Empire tremble. They were the Great Qian Emperor Yang Yu, the Supreme State Master Yi Dingtian, and the Grand State Master Yuan Yi. The other 2 were also highly respected princes, Yang Yu's blood brothers, members of the Yang family. Each of these 5 people had distinguished status. Each of them was the mainstay of Great Qian Empire. They rarely appeared on normal days or even never unless something major happened. Dongfang Yu had never thought that the commotion caused by him breaking through to the half-step immortal venerable realm would cause the 5 of them to appear at the same time. How could this not make Dongfang Yu feel flattered? Good. Today is your big day. I'm very happy. Huh. Yang Yu laughed very loudly. It seemed that he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Naturally, he had a reason to be happy. The emergence of every half-step venerable symbolized the addition of a powerful foundation to the empire. Such experts could only be encountered by chance but not sought after. Roping them in was not as good as cultivating them themselves. Dongfang Yu was loyal to him. Yang Yu was sure of this. Your Majesty, the reason why this old man was able to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly is all because of the help of one person. Dongfang Yu said. What? Master Dongfang's advancement is all because of the help of one person? Who is this person? You should know that advancing from the peak of Immortal Emperor to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm isn't something that can be helped by ordinary people. This level requires one's own effort. That's right, but since Master has said so, it must be true. Doesn't seem like Master Yang Zonqing. Then who else in Genius Prefecture can help Master Dongfang Yu break through to the next realm? I really can't guess, but I can imagine that this person must be extraordinary. Dongfang Yu's words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone thought that Dongfang Yu's success today was entirely due to his own effort, but they didn't expect that there was someone secretly helping him. Judging from Dongfang Yu's tone, if it wasn't for that person's help, he wouldn't have been able to advance. Who is it? Yang Yu asked curiously. Apparently, this situation was beyond his expectation, because even he couldn't really help a peak Immortal Emperor to break through to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. If he could, the number of half-step Immortal Venerables in Great Qian Empire would be far more than these. It's Jiang Chen. He's the genius disciple who has just joined Genius Prefecture recommended by King Fan. Not only does he have terrifying combat strength, he's also an outstanding alchemist. Previously, the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire came to provoke us by concocting an 8th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, but none of the young geniuses in Dan Prefecture could concoct the pill. In the end, Jiang Chen concocted a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeated the 7th Prince, saving the face of our empire. Dongfang Yu spoke. He was a man who knew how to be grateful. This time he owed Jiang Chen a huge favor and didn't know how to repay it. He didn't expect that the emperor would appear in person today. He could use this opportunity to introduce Jiang Chen to the emperor. If Jiang Chen could be valued by the emperor, it would undoubtedly be an opportunity for Jiang Chen. He knew Yang Yu's temper very well. After knowing this matter, apart from praising Jiang Chen, Yang Yu would certainly give Jiang Chen some practical rewards. Hearing this, everyone's gaze instantly fell on Jiang Chen. Every single gaze became blazing with admiration, envy and jealousy. Only now did they know that the reason why Dongfang Yu could advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm so quickly was all because of Jiang Chen. If this happened in the past, they were afraid that no one would believe it, but it was a fact that Jiang Chen had defeated the 7th prince in alchemy and concocted a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. This matter had almost shaken the entire Genius Prefecture and the Imperial City, but as the Emperor, Yang Yu didn't usually ask about these matters, so he wasn't aware of it. Never thought that Jiang Chen would be the one who helped Master Dongfang. This man does have some friendship. That's right. If it wasn't for him, our Dan Prefecture would have lost face. Now that he is helping Master, it's equivalent to helping our Dan Prefecture. Very good. This bastard is going to be in the limelight again. Damn it. This time he is doing it in front of the Emperor. The people of Dan Prefecture were naturally incomparably grateful and appreciative of Jiang Chen, but some people were different, such as the people of the Crown Prince and King Ping. They had always regarded Jiang Chen as an enemy. Naturally, they couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen being in the limelight, especially in front of the Emperor. Not bad, little Chenzi. Master Dongfang is a man of affection and loyalty. He didn't forget you. Yang Bufan's divine sense was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears at once. Then he said loudly to Jiang Chen, quickly come and greet the Emperor. Yang Bufan's posture was high. Naturally, he was incomparably happy and excited that Jiang Chen was able to show his face. After all, he and Jiang Chen were on the same side. Jiang Chen was also a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. He was the one who had recruited Jiang Chen to Genius Prefecture. Jiang Chen hastily flew to the sky and approached Yang Yu. He cupped his fists and said, Disciple Jiang Chen greets the Emperor. Jiang Chen, a mere early Immortal King Outer Prefecture disciple, is actually able to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill? Is there a mistake? Yang Yu revealed a hint of doubt after seeing Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Reporting to your Majesty, Jiang Chen indeed has the ability to concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yu said. That's right, your Majesty. The news of Jiang Chen concocting a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeating the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire has already spread across the city. I can testify to this. Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi spoke. The incident that day had indeed caused a great sensation. As the Crown Prince, Yuan Yi had naturally heard of this figure, Jiang Chen. However, this was his first time seeing Jiang Chen. His eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen from top to bottom. Father, you have never seen Jiang Chen's concoction technique. Can be described as shocking. Master Dongfang can testify to this, Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi said. That's right. I admire Jiang Chen's concoction technique very much, Dongfang Yu said with a smile. Given his status, the fact that he could say such words was enough to prove that Jiang Chen had the ability. This made Yang Yu couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen carefully. Immediately he discovered the extraordinariness of Jiang Chen. What a dragon among men. I have never thought that such a capable person would appear in my great Qian Empire. Yang Yu couldn't help but praise. Putting aside how amazing Jiang Chen's concoction technique was, his temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary genius. Standing in front of him and facing so many venerables, Jiang Chen was actually so calm and composed. One should know that if it was any ordinary person, even a mighty immortal emperor would be submissive in front of him. However, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. Chapter 1540. How unique was Yang Yu's eyesight? Naturally, his ability to judge people was incomparably accurate. He had seen countless princes and geniuses of Great Qian Empire, including his own princes. None of them could be compared to Jiang Chen, because even the Crown Prince couldn't remain so calm in front of him. This was a kind of transcendent temperament. A person with such a temperament wouldn't be too bad in the future. Your Majesty, this Jiang Chen is indeed not simple. Not only is his alchemy skill astounding, his combat strength is also incomparably terrifying. He had once defeated Yang Ling, who was a half-step immortal emperor, when he was still a half-step immortal king. Now that he has advanced to the true immortal king realm, his combat strength must have become much stronger. Plus, he had entered that forbidden land and stayed there for more than half a month before coming out alive. Yang Zhanqing spoke. In Genius Prefecture, it was the first time that Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu, the two overlords, praised a person in front of the emperor at the same time. Jiang Chen was the only one. One should know that given the pride of Yang Zonqing and Dong Fangyu, it was hard for them to put ordinary geniuses in their eyes. Those who could be praised by them were even rarer. The only explanation for them praising Jiang Chen today was that Jiang Chen was too heaven-defying and abnormal. The emperor was very clear about this point. Dong Fangyu had already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm with the help of Jiang Chen. Yang Yu didn't expect that even Yang Zonqing would stand up and praise Jiang Chen. He knew Yang Zonqing too well. Apart from being a monarch and a minister, they were also friends. He rarely saw Yang Zonqing praise someone like this. Even when Yang Bufan returned, Yang Zonqing only expressed that he was optimistic about Yang Bufan. What? Despite Yang Yu's composure, he couldn't help but exclaim. A half-step immortal king could defeat an ordinary half-step immortal emperor. In his mind, this was impossible. If these words didn't come out of Yang Zonqing's mouth, he would never believe it. What shocked Yang Yu even more was that Jiang Chen was able to walk out of that forbidden land alive. Yang Yu was very clear about that valley. He had once entered it personally to explore it, but in the end he found nothing. Over the years, many geniuses of Genius Prefecture had died after entering it. In the end, it was listed as a forbidden land. It was undoubtedly a miracle that Jiang Chen could walk out of it alive. Yang Yu's eyes stared at Jiang Chen without blinking, as though trying to see through this young man, but he was disappointed in the end. Jiang Chen's temperament had already reached the point of being indifferent. Even when facing his sharp eyes, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. That wasn't just indifference but a kind of confidence that came from his bones. It's a pity that Jiang Chen didn't discover the secret in it. It's already very good that he could walk out of it alive. Yang Zonqing sighed. The secret in the valley had always been affecting their hearts. Unfortunately, no one could really find out about it. Damn it. This bastard is going to be in the limelight this time. Even the emperor is paying attention to him. Even Master Yang Zonqing and Master Dongfang, you think highly of him. This bastard's status will be very high sooner or later. Now even the emperor is paying attention to him. All the eyes that were looking at Jiang Chen were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Yu Hao and Yang Ji were gritting their teeth, itching to rush forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. They were all half-step immortal emperor experts, supreme geniuses of outer prefecture. They had great prospects. Now all the limelight had been snatched away by Jiang Chen. All the glory and attention had fallen on Jiang Chen. Standing in front of the emperor was something that they could only dream of. This kid must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise he will become a great trouble. The crown prince's eyes were deep. He had already sensed a trace of crisis. A figure like Jiang Chen couldn't be allowed to live any longer. Otherwise the crown prince palace would be destroyed in his hands. On the other side, although King Ping didn't speak, one could tell from his unsightly face that he had the same thoughts as the crown prince. Jiang Chen's strength and rapid progress in a short period of time, as well as his current status in Genius Prefecture, had given them a great sense of crisis. Good. Jiang Chen, you must work hard. I have high hopes for you. I hope that you can become the #1 genius of the young generation of Great Qian Empire. This time you have made a great contribution in helping Dongfang Yu. What kind of reward do you want? Yang Yu praised Jiang Chen. Given his heroic character, he would certainly give Jiang Chen some reward. Reporting to the emperor, it's my honor to be able to help Master Dongfang. How would I dare to ask for anything? Jiang Chen spoke in a clear voice. These words weren't pretentious. Back when he helped Dongfang Yu, he didn't have any illusion. If he wanted any benefits, he would have asked Dongfang Yu directly. King Fan, ask for immortal meta stones on behalf of Jiang Chen. That bastard doesn't have many immortal meta stones left. At this time, De Huang Dog's voice was transmitted into Yang Bufan's ears. In the face of the reward from the emperor, such a great opportunity must never be missed. Jiang Chen was too embarrassed to ask directly, but De Huang Dog knew what Jiang Chen needed the most right now. Immortal metastones, high-grade immortal metastones. The dragon transformation skill that Jiang Chen cultivated required a large amount of immortal metastones for every advancement. It was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Currently, the immortal metastones in Jiang Chen's hand were almost depleted, not enough to support him to advance to the intermediate immortal king realm. Now that the emperor wanted to reward him, there was no need for him to be polite. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, Yang Bufan clasped his fists and said, "Father, Jiang Chen didn't ask for anything in return for helping Master Dongfang, but his action has indeed made a great contribution. He has helped our great Qin Empire gain a powerful half-step venerable expert. If we don't reward him, it won't be justifiable. I heard that the cultivation technique that Jiang Chen cultivates is very special. Every advancement requires a large amount of immortal meta stones. Why don't Father take out some immortal meta stones as a reward? We can't make Yang family look stingy." Given Yang Bufan's intelligence, he knew what to do after Big Yellow reminded him. What he said wasn't wrong at all. Not only would it make Yang Yu happy, it would also help Jiang Chen get the immortal meta stones. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu chuckled and said aloud, "And Jiang Chen has indeed made a great contribution this time. He must be rewarded. Since Jiang Chen needs immortal meta stones, then reward him with 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones." 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones came out from Yang Yu's mouth. Instantly, it caused an uproar in Genius Prefecture. Even Jiang Chen himself widened his eyes and was stunned. Obviously, he didn't think that Yang Yu would be so generous to offer 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. By God! The Emperor is too generous. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. How much wealth is that? It's unimaginable. The Emperor is so generous. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones? That bastard Jiang Chen is really lucky, but 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones is nothing to Yang family. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones is nothing. More importantly, the Emperor has begun to value Jiang Chen. This is Jiang Chen's greatest luck. Countless people exclaimed in admiration. Even to a mighty immortal emperor, 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones was a huge amount of wealth. It was something that they yearned for even in their dreams. However, Jiang Chen, who was merely an early immortal king, had obtained 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones so easily. How could they not be envious of him? "Jiang Chen, aren't you going to thank the Emperor?" Yang Bufan nudged Jiang Chen with his hand. Disciple Jiang Chen thanks the Emperor for his great kindness. Jiang Chen hastily clasped his fists to express his gratitude. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones was too important to him, and it came at the right time. Previously, when he advanced to the Immortal King realm, he had almost exhausted all his immortal meta stones. Obtaining a large number of immortal meta stones was what he needed to do next. But with 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones, everything would be solved. 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones was enough for him to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm. Good. Bufan, Jiang Chen, both of you can leave now. Zanqing, Dongfang, you follow me. I have something important to do, said Yang Yu hastily. With a sway of his body, he flew towards the tallest pagoda in Genius Prefecture. Top Imperial Preceptor Yi Dingtian, Grand Preceptor Yuan Yi, and the two princes also followed. Yang Zanqing and Dongfang Yu exchanged a glance and hastily followed. Little Chenzi, you are in the limelight again today. Father has already valued you, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Today's situation was beyond his imagination. He didn't think that Dongfang Yu's advancement was related to Jiang Chen. Although there was an element of luck in it, it was also the result of Jiang Chen's hard work. I also want to thank King Fan for helping me get 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen chuckled. This was true. After all, he was too embarrassed to use Dongfang Yu as an excuse to ask for immortal meta stones. It was best to borrow Yang Bufan's mouth. Therefore Yang Bufan had done him a great favor. I didn't know that you needed immortal meta stones. It was De Huang who reminded me at the critical moment, said Yang Bufan. Jiang Chen nodded. The one who understood him was De Huang. He and De Huang Dog were like brothers. The tacit understanding between them had reached a perfect level. De Huang Dog also knew what he needed the most. Humph. It's not a good thing to be in the limelight too much. Although 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal meta stones is a lot, you need to be alive to spend it. A cold harumph was heard. The one who spoke was none other than the Crown Prince. He didn't conceal his hostility towards Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen at all. If there was a chance, he would certainly kill Jiang Chen without mercy. This isn't something for your highness to worry about. Chapter 1541. Humph. The Crown Prince harumphed coldly, turned and left. King Ping glanced at Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan and didn't say anything. He too turned and left, but his killing intent was still sensed by Jiang Chen. King Ping is much scarier than the crown prince. Looking at the receding back of King Ping, Jiang Chen spoke plainly. A shrewd person would always be the most difficult to deal with. Compared to the crown prince, King Ping was indeed much scarier. As for the crown prince, Jiang Chen had never regarded him as a real opponent. I know. Yang Bufan nodded. The crown prince and King Ping were brothers. No one knew them better than him. Although the crown prince was fierce, he was a straightforward person who would do everything in the open. Compared to the treacherous and shrewd King Ping, the crown prince was indeed much easier to deal with. In the internal space at the top of the pagoda of Genius Prefecture, Yang Yu was sitting on the throne. The others were sitting on his left and right. Yang Zanqing and Dongfang Yu were looking at Yang Yu solemnly. Previously, Yang Yu had said that he had something important to discuss with them. Given that Yang Yu had come personally, it must be a big matter. The Golden Horizon is about to open again, Yang Yu said. At the mention of the Golden Horizon, everyone's face changed slightly. That was a true killing zone that had existed since ancient times. Every time it opened, it would be a major event not only in East Xuanyu but also in the entire ethereal immortal domain. Every time it opened, it would be under the control of the Immortal Court. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. Time really flies. I wonder what's different this time compared to the past? Asked Yang Zanqing. Just like before, the quota is determined by the Immortal Court. Our great Qin Empire will get a total of 100 quotas this time. This is the identity brocade bag. You will pick 100 quotas from Genius Prefecture. The Golden Horizon will open 7 days later. Don't forget to tell them about the risks and reports of the Golden Horizon. Yang Yu took out a spatial ring. The dark green ring floated into Yang Zanqing's hand. It was a storage ring with 100 identity brocade bags inside. These were the quotas allocated by the Immortal Court to enter the Golden Horizon. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely choose carefully. Yang Zanqing spoke solemnly. He knew better than anyone the importance of entering the Golden Horizon and what kind of place it was. In the past, he had also been to the Golden Horizon and experienced a life and death experience. In other words, those who could walk out of the Golden Horizon wouldn't be too weak. And you and Dongfang, you have been to the Golden Horizon before, so you should know the situation inside very well. So I won't say much. You two go ahead and settle the quota as soon as possible. Remember, entering the Golden Horizon must be voluntary. You must explain the situation in the Golden Horizon to the disciples. Yang Yu specially instructed. The Golden Horizon would only open once every 5 years. Every time it opened, it would be a major event in the immortal world. It wasn't just Great Qian Empire, but every major power would attach great importance to it. I understand. Yang Zanqing said. Then Yang Yu and Yi Dingtian disappeared without a trace as if they had never appeared. The Golden Horizon is going to open again. I wonder how many people are going to die in it this time. AI. After Yang Yu and the others left, Yang Zanqing sighed at Dongfang Yu. He still couldn't forget the scene of them entering the Golden Horizon together. This is how the immortal world is. The strong prey on the weak. If you want to survive well here and become a true superior, you have to step on piles of white bones. Some will fall and some will rise. My thinking is different from yours. For those geniuses, life and death are all a matter of luck. The Tao is the law of nature and can't be forced. I hope that a few people from Genius Prefecture who enter the Golden Horizon this time can become famous and rise to the top. Even the Immortal Court will pay attention to them. Dongfang Yu's chi fluctuated. This was the law of survival. He had long understood it very well. It wasn't an easy thing to survive in the immortal world. Every high-ranking expert had experienced countless massacres, countless crises, and countless life and death experiences. They had crawled their way to where they were now. There was no such thing as overnight success. Luck, strength, and talent were indispensable. The Golden Horizon was a test of all these. You're right. How many disciples can you arrange in Dan Prefecture? Yang Zanqing asked. 10. Give me 10 identity brocade pouches. As for the rest, you can go to the inner prefecture and outer prefecture to arrange them. Dongfang Yu thought for a moment and asked. All right. Yang Zanqing took out 10 identity brocade pouches from his spatial ring and handed them to Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu received the brocade pouches and flew towards Dan Prefecture. Late at night, when Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were having fun, Dongfang Yu appeared. He came to Jiang Chen's courtyard alone. Now that he had 10 brocade pouches in his hand, the first person he thought of was Jiang Chen. He could have gathered all 10 disciples together and told them about the Golden Horizon at the same time. All the disciples' questions would be answered at once. But Dongfang Yu still came to Jiang Chen alone. This showed how much importance he attached to Jiang Chen. Master. Upon seeing Dongfang Yu, Jiang Chen hastily saluted. He was still a little doubtful about the arrival of Dongfang Yu. Although he had helped Dongfang Yu by concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, he had already received a generous reward from the Emperor during the day. He had received 1 million Emperor-grade Immortal Meta Stones from the Emperor. Logically speaking, Dongfang Yu should be meditating at this time to comprehend the half-step Immortal Venerable Realm. There shouldn't be much time to waste on him. Jiang Chen, it's all thanks to you that I can successfully advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable Realm this time. If it wasn't for your appearance, I'm afraid it would take me at least 5 years to break through this realm. Dongfang Yu said with a smile. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen had helped him, Jiang Chen was also a disciple worthy of admiration. He was a peerless genius, an invincible monstrous genius with extraordinary bearing. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he had no reason to dislike such a young man. Master's being too polite. It's Jiang Chen's honor to be able to help Master. Please don't take it to heart, Master. Besides, I have also received a generous reward today. 1 million Emperor-grade Immortal Meta Stones is something that I didn't even dare to think about before. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What he said was true. Today 1 million Emperor-grade Immortal Meta Stones was indeed an accident. That's what you deserve. His Majesty rewarding you shows that he has already valued you. Do you know how many geniuses in the entire Genius Prefecture dream of standing in front of His Majesty and speaking a word? Let alone getting a reward from His Majesty. However, I came here late at night because I have something important to talk to you about. Dongfang Yu said. Alchemy again? This was Jiang Chen's first reaction when he heard that Dongfang Yu was looking for him. Apart from alchemy, he couldn't think of anything else, but judging from Dongfang Yu's expression, it didn't seem to be for alchemy. Jiang Chen, have you heard of the Golden Horizon? Dongfang Yu asked. Golden Horizon? Never heard of it. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was indeed his first time hearing about the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen knew relatively little about the immortal world. After all, he was an ascendant and hadn't been here for a long time, especially in a big place like East Xuanyu. Plus, he had spent most of his time in Genius Prefecture, so it was normal that he didn't know many things. Then let me introduce the Golden Horizon to you first. The Golden Horizon is an extraterritorial battlefield. It's a true ancient battlefield that has existed for a very long time. It's said that countless experts have fallen in this ancient battlefield. Countless immortal emperors and immortal venerables of that era have fallen in it. Rumor has it that even great sovereigns have fallen there, but no one knows whether it's true or not. Dongfang Yu paused for a moment and continued. A long time ago, the Golden Clan lived in the Golden Horizon. Rumor has it that this clan is the descendant of the divine bird, the Golden Crow, and has the bloodline of the Golden Crow flowing in their veins. However, for some unknown reason, the Golden Horizon has turned into a battlefield. It's also because of this battlefield that the name was changed to Golden Horizon. Countless experts have fallen there. Rumor has it that the clan treasure of the Golden Clan, the Golden Feather Fan, has been left there. Jiang Chen listened very seriously. Almost instantly, he developed a strong interest in the Golden Horizon. Given his intelligence, Dongfang Yu had come to him in the middle of the night to talk about the Golden Horizon. It seemed like what was going to happen next must be related to the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen was immersed in Dongfang Yu's narration. Dongfang Yu was also immersed in his narration. The two of them didn't notice the obvious change in De Huang Dog's expression when he heard about the Golden Horizon. Master, is it related to the Golden Horizon that you have come to me now? Asked Jiang Chen. That's right. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. This time it will open again. It will be 7 days later. This time, the Immortal Court has given our great Qian Empire 100 slots to enter. I came to you to ask if you are interested in the Golden Horizon. You should know that there are many ancient relics in the Golden Horizon. Every time the Golden Horizon opens, there will be people who will gain great benefits and soar to the sky, becoming famous. However, as an ancient battlefield, the Golden Horizon is also incomparably ferocious. The number of people who die in the Golden Horizon is far more than the number of people who walk out alive after gaining benefits. Dongfang spoke. He had to explain the situation in the Golden Horizon to Jiang Chen. As for whether Jiang Chen was willing to enter the Golden Horizon to gain experience or not, it was up to Jiang Chen. Dongfang wouldn't help Jiang Chen make the decision. Of course, I'm not even afraid of the forbidden land of the valley, let alone the Golden Horizon. Chapter 1542. Jiang Chen was a man who couldn't stay idle. He liked all kinds of exciting challenges. Speaking of danger, he had experienced countless dangers along the way. A true success was destined to experience countless life and death situations, countless dangers, and finally rise to the top. However, Jiang Chen still had a lot of questions about this Golden Horizon. He was ready to ask Dongfang. Good Jiang Chen. I didn't misjudge you. Seeing that Jiang Chen had agreed, Dongfang immediately praised Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, this was within his expectation. From the first time he saw Jiang Chen, he knew that Jiang Chen must be a dragon among men. As a matter of fact, to the vast Great Qian Empire, the quota of 100 wasn't a lot. There were too many young geniuses. None of them would be willing to be ordinary. Many of them had experienced great storms and waves. Although the Golden Horizon was dangerous, it was an incomparably rare opportunity for countless geniuses. If the opportunity came, almost no one would refuse it because it was an honor and glory for those who could get the quota. Master, what did you say just now? Immortal Court? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. Judging from Dongfang tone, the Immortal Court seemed to be a very powerful existence that was completely above Great Qian Empire. It seemed that the Golden Horizon was controlled by the Immortal Court, and every quota was given by the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen, you don't even know about the Immortal Court. But I can't blame you for this. The Immortal Court seems to be a very powerful existence, completely above Great Qian Empire. The immortal world is just too vast. It's divided into 9 immortal domains. Each immortal domain is an independent immortal world, separated by a spatial barrier. In each vast immortal domain, there is a powerful immortal court, the supreme ruler of the entire immortal domain. The right to open the Golden Horizon is in the hands of the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen, don't underestimate the Golden Horizon. It's a major event in the entire immortal world. It's a platform for all the young geniuses of the entire immortal world and even 2 immortal worlds to compete. Do you know the conditions to enter the Golden Horizon? And every time the Golden Horizon opens, do you know how many geniuses will participate in it? Dongfang looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to guess it. He also believed that when he told the result to Jiang Chen would be shocked out of his wits. Jiang Chen's face turned solemn. He thought that Eastern Profound Domain was the center of the immortal world, but now it seemed like he was wrong. The ethereal immortal domain alone was too vast and boundless. Above Great Qian Empire, there was the incomparably powerful Immortal Court, which was the true ruler. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt that he still had a long way to go. The current him was just too insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he still had a long way. He suddenly felt that the opening of the Golden Horizon wasn't as simple as he had imagined. In fact, it was much more complicated. Let me tell you that the condition to enter the Golden Horizon is to be a young genius under the age of 50. Let me tell you the condition to enter the Golden Horizon is to be a young genius below the age of 50. This age limit limits the number of people who can enter the Golden Horizon. Next, I'll tell you the number of people who can enter the Golden Horizon. Our Great Qian Empire has 100 slots. There are 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain. I believe the other 10 major powers will also have no less than 100 slots. That is to say, in the entire Eastern Profound Domain, there are more than 1,000 young geniuses who are going to enter the Golden Horizon. There are also some medium-sized powers that aren't as powerful as the 11 major powers. The entire ethereal immortal domain is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The quota for the major powers is the same. Dongfang said. What? Upon hearing this, even with Jiang Chen's composure, he couldn't help but exclaim. 6,000 people. That was too terrifying. No, Dongfang said that it was just ethereal immortal domain. Didn't that mean that there were other major immortal domains participating? Master, according to what you said, could it be that there are people from other immortal domains participating? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. The Golden Horizon is located at the corner of a golden mountain, sandwiched between Ethereal Immortal Domain, Miluo Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain. Every time it opens, it will be jointly opened by the three immortal courts. Therefore, not only the geniuses of Ethereal Immortal Domain, but also the geniuses of Miluo Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain will be entering the Golden Horizon. Conservatively speaking, the number of geniuses will be at least 20,000. To put it bluntly, this is a grand event for the younger generation of the three immortal domains. To put it bluntly, every time the Golden Horizon opens, it's not only for treasure hunting, but also for tempering the disciples. At the same time, it's also a competition between the three immortal domains and the major powers. For example, every person who enters the Golden Horizon will carry a brocade pouch that belongs to them. This brocade pouch will play a great role. Dongfang Yu spoke. This was a grand event and competition between the younger generation. It was a competition for the throne. It was grand and powerful with a huge number of people and affected a vast area. 50 years old. This condition was already very harsh. To the cultivators of the immortal world, 100 years old was still considered a young man. Many cultivators couldn't be judged by their appearance. There were some old antiques who had lived for thousands of years, but they still looked like teenagers on the surface. This wasn't strange at all. My God. Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide in horror. He was rarely shocked, especially so greatly shocked, but this time he couldn't help but feel shocked. He knew that he had completely underestimated the Golden Horizon, because this wasn't just a process of treasure hunting and tempering. Just like what Dongfang Yu said, this was a grand event. He believed that no one would refuse such a grand event. 20,000 geniuses would gather here. What kind of earth-shattering things would happen? How glorious would it be if one could stand out among these 20,000 geniuses, who didn't have a competitive heart? The most basic characteristic of geniuses was pride. Every prideful person would want to participate in such a grand event. 100 quotas really wasn't a lot. He believed that even if Great Qian Empire was given 500 quotas, there would still be people who would fight for it. There were 11 major powers in Great Qian Empire alone. One immortal domain had 4 major domains, which meant that there would be at least 50 major powers. If the 3 immortal domains were added together, there would be about 150 major powers. In addition to some medium-sized powers, the number of sects and major powers participating in this grand event alone would be at least a few hundred. Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Jiang Chen, this is an identity brocade pouch. As long as you separate a trace of your soul consciousness into the brocade pouch, this brocade pouch will be yours. It will be the proof of your entry into the Golden Horizon. Dongfang Yu took out a golden brocade pouch and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen received the brocade pouch. This brocade pouch was only the size of a palm. There were some runes engraved on it. It was soft to the touch and light to the touch. Jiang Chen scanned it with his divine sense and found that there was a huge space inside the brocade pouch. It was 10 miles in radius. Turned out to be a storage treasure. What puzzled Jiang Chen was that this brocade pouch was only used to verify one's identity. One should know that the Qi Si was the biggest container for those who had cultivated to the Immortal King realm. There was no need for any storage treasure at all. Those who were qualified to enter the Golden Horizon were at least half-step immortal emperors. There were only a few late immortal kings. Such a storage space was really useless. However, Jiang Chen felt that there must be a reason why the immortal court would waste so much effort to refine such a brocade pouch. Master, why does this identity brocade pouch have an internal storage space? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Of course it's for your storage. The laws in the Golden Horizon have been modified by the experts of the 3 immortal domains. All the things obtained in there can't be put into the Qi Si, and can only be put into this identity brocade pouch. There's only one purpose for doing this, to fight. This is a competition between countless geniuses. You can kill anyone in there and this identity brocade pouch won't be destroyed. The treasures inside will belong to you. Plus, the person's luck will also enter the identity brocade pouch. So, if you kill someone, not only will you get the identity brocade pouch but also the opponent's luck. You should know that luck is illusory. After this identity brocade pouch has integrated with your soul and divine sense, if you die, it will absorb your luck and pass it on to others. Also, Don't throw away the identity brocade pouch that you have obtained. If you perform well at that time, you are likely to be valued by the Immortal Court. If you can enter the Immortal Court one day, you will truly soar to the sky. Dong Fengyu explained. He was afraid that he might miss something, so he explained it to Jiang Qin in great detail. After listening to Dong Fengyu's words, Jiang Qin couldn't utter a word for a long time. Finally he squeezed out a word. Fuck. Haha. How about it, Jiang Qin? It's exciting, isn't it? Dong Fengyu burst into laughter. Exciting? This was too fucking exciting. This was simply a robbery. Even the luck of others could be seized. Such a battle was truly cruel. Jiang Chen's blood had been completely ignited. He liked such battles. Although the rules of the immortal world were cruel, as long as he could walk out of it alive, he would certainly become a superior being. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Alright. Take a good time to digest it. I'm going back to make some preparations. I'm going to summon the chosen ones and give them the identity brocade pouch. Remember, integrate the soul consciousness into the brocade pouch as soon as possible. Dong Fengyu reminded Jiang Qin, then turned and left. For God's sake. Little Qinzi, this trip to the Golden Horizon is going to be awesome. We can go on a killing spree now. De Huang Dog was incomparably excited. He was also a person who couldn't stay idle. When he heard that there was going to be a battle, he couldn't sit still. That's right. The rules set by the Immortal Court are awesome. I like such a place. Chapter 1543. There were still 7 days left. To Jiang Qin, it was just the right time to make some preparations. He knew very well that among the geniuses who were going to enter the Golden Horizon this time, he was afraid that the one with the lowest cultivation base was him. Even if his combat strength was powerful, he definitely wouldn't stand out among the 20,000 geniuses. There were just too many experts that were stronger than him. Putting everything aside, Jiang Qin wasn't a match for the early immortal emperors of the major powers. De Huang, do you think that the northern and southern dynasties will appear in the Golden Horizon this time? Jiang Qin looked over at De Huang Dog. This is the banquet of the young geniuses. How can that bastard be absent? In his eyes, everyone who entered the Golden Horizon this time is his prey. Perhaps we will have a chance to meet him. I just don't know if he can recognize you. De Huang Dog spoke. Given their understanding of the northern and southern dynasties, he would certainly appear in the Golden Horizon this time. If he didn't show up, it wouldn't be the style of the northern and southern dynasties. He was an ambitious man who regarded everyone as his stepping stone. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had no idea what kind of scene it would be if they met the northern and southern dynasties again. It was unknown whether the northern and southern dynasties would recognize him. After all, the one they killed in Saint Origin World was just an ordinary clone of the northern and southern dynasties. There was almost no comparison between a clone and the main body. At least they will sense it. In any case, we will be enemies sooner or later. By the way, De Huang, I want to bring Sister Ning with me to the Golden Horizon this time. I have used the great divination art to divine for Sister Ning. Sister Ning herself is a person with great luck, but her luck has always been concealed. Although the Golden Horizon this time is dangerous, it's also a great opportunity for Sister Ning. Jiang Qin spoke. This decision was made after much consideration. Previously he had consulted Dong Fengyu. Every genius who had the quota to enter the Golden Horizon could bring at least 3 people with him. It was just that these people didn't have the identity brocade pouch, which made it harder for them to enter the Golden Horizon. Wu Ningzhu was merely an early immortal king. Given Wu Ningzhu's strength, entering the Golden Horizon was almost certain death. Any random genius could instantly kill her. To Wu Ningzhu, staying in Qingfan Prefecture was the safest, but this wasn't a long-term plan. He had already divined Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Qin didn't have the right to deprive a person with great luck from her right to choose. Therefore he decided to bring Wu Ningzhu into the Golden Horizon this time. He believed that with his ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to protect Wu Ningzhu's safety. It would be best if he could help Wu Ningzhu find a great opportunity. And I think it's doable. There's indeed a trace of luck in Sister Ning's body. It's just that she hasn't shown it before. Now is the time to show it. The Golden Horizon is the place left behind by the ancient Golden Clan. That was a very long time ago. Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian were both from that era. The gold feather fan of the Golden Clan hasn't been found yet. This indicates that the inheritance of the Golden Clan still exists in the Golden Horizon. This is an opportunity for anyone. The bloodline of the ancient divine bird, Golden Crow, flows in the body of the Golden Clan. It's very powerful. If Sister Ning's luck can be shown in the Golden Horizon, there might be an unexpected harvest. De Huang Dog spoke. De Huang, you seem to know a lot about the Golden Clan? Jiang Chen smiled at De Huang Dog. This dog knew too much. There were many things in the immortal world that he knew. You don't have to ask. I will tell you my secret sooner or later, but not now. However, I will certainly go to the Golden Horizon this time. De Huang Dog spoke. He knew that Jiang Chen was smart and had long sensed that he had a great secret. At this time, De Huang Dog no longer concealed it. It was meaningless to conceal it any longer, as if he was treating Jiang Chen as a fool. It wasn't good to do this between brothers, but regarding his secret, De Huang Dog felt that it wasn't the right time to tell Jiang Chen yet. Alright, I'll wait and look forward to it. Jiang Chen shrugged. He had been looking forward to De Huang Dog's secret for a long time, but that was all. He would wait for De Huang Dog to tell him personally one day. If De Huang Dog wasn't willing to say it, he would never force it. This was someone else's secret. It was useless to force it. The next day Yang Bufan came. The arrival of Yang Bufan was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Needless to say, he must have come for the matter of the Golden Horizon. Little Chenzi, you should have gotten the identity brocade pouch, right? Yang Bufan asked the moment he arrived. He seemed to be in high spirits. It seemed like he was very excited about entering the Golden Horizon. And Master Dongfang has already given me the identity brocade pouch yesterday. I didn't expect that the opening of the Golden Horizon this time would involve so many major powers and geniuses. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Jiang Chen spoke. He could feel that Yang Bufan had the same feeling as him. Both of them were the kind of people who couldn't stay still. The fact that Yang Bufan was able to leave Great Qin Empire for the Evil Abyss indicated that he was restless. Since he had already gone to the Evil Abyss, there was nothing for him to be afraid of in the Golden Horizon. On the contrary, he was incomparably looking forward to it. This time, countless geniuses will enter the Golden Horizon. In addition to those who will bring some people with them, I'm afraid that the number of people will reach 40 to 50,000. It will involve 3 immortal domains. Being able to participate in such a grand gathering of geniuses in our lifetime doesn't mean that we've lived in vain. However, this trip to the Golden Horizon will be filled with dangers. Apart from the dangers inside the Golden Horizon itself, everyone inside is a danger. The 40 to 50,000 people are all our enemies. This is an opportunity but also a great challenge and competition. According to what I know, many powerful geniuses in the immortal world will appear this time. Yang Bufan spoke. King Fan, there are so many geniuses who will enter the Golden Horizon. What's the highest cultivation base among them? It shouldn't be just early Immortal Emperor, right? Jiang Chen asked curiously. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could you make the best response at the critical moment. Of course not. An early Immortal Emperor is naturally incomparably powerful, but the foundation of each major power is far beyond this. My Great Qin Empire has an intermediate Immortal Emperor expert. They rarely appear in public. They are the true geniuses. It's said that there are also supreme sects and sects in other domains whose cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late Immortal Emperor realm. Every major power has its own foundation and hidden geniuses. All of them will appear in the Golden Horizon this time. With our strength, it's impossible for us to act arrogantly in the Golden Horizon. As far as I know, there will also be geniuses from the Immortal Court with unfathomable cultivation base, Yang Bufan said. These words astounded Jiang Chen once again. What kind of terrifying realm was a late Immortal Emperor Supreme Genius? Given his current cultivation base, encountering a late Immortal Emperor wouldn't be a problem. Many major powers in the immortal world had a long history. Some supreme sects and families had deep foundations and were unimaginably powerful. Plus, there were also supreme geniuses from the Immortal Court. All of these had aroused great interest in Jiang Chen. The Immortal Court was a very mysterious existence in Jiang Chen's heart. Of course not. Many important figures of major powers will have powerful trump cards in their hands. For example, if the family is worried about their safety, they will let them carry the supreme treasure of the family with them, which will allow them to unleash unparalleled power at the critical moment. Therefore, most of them aren't easy to deal with, but we don't have to be afraid of them. There are plenty of opportunities in the Golden Horizon. It's a huge ancient battlefield with countless treasures. It's said that in the past many people had obtained tremendous benefits in the Golden Horizon and their cultivation base had improved tremendously. Yang Zhanqing had risen in the Golden Horizon back then. We can do the same. As long as our cultivation base can improve continuously in there, we won't be afraid of anyone, Yang Bufan said. Yang Bufan said. His heart was filled with ambition. The Golden Horizon was full of danger, but this wouldn't hinder them from moving forward. On the contrary, it was a kind of motivation. Being able to survive in such an environment would allow one to obtain a kind of sublimation. This was extremely rare. As the saying goes, if you don't rise in adversity, you will perish in adversity. All the geniuses who entered the Golden Horizon were hot-blooded and carried the mentality of having a slim chance of survival. I can't wait. Jiang Chen sighed. The thought of clashing with countless geniuses made him unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. By the way, little Chenzi, are you going to bring someone with you? Yang Bufan asked. I will definitely bring De Huang along. I'm going to bring Sister Ning with me. Jiang Chen said. Wu Ningzhu. Her cultivation base is only at the early Immortal King realm. Although you are also an early Immortal King, there's no comparison between the two of you. Bringing her along is equivalent to bringing a burden. The Golden Horizon is full of dangers. It's easy to encounter life-threatening danger. Yang Bufan was somewhat surprised, not knowing why a smart person like Jiang Chen would make such a stupid decision. One should know that any Immortal King who entered the Golden Horizon, even a late Immortal King expert, would die for sure. I have my own plans. King Fan doesn't have to worry about this. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu Ningzhu had the right to exert her luck. Jiang Chen wouldn't deprive her of this opportunity. After bidding farewell to Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen left Genius Prefecture for King Fan Prefecture. Wu Ningzhu still didn't know about this matter. King Fan Prefecture was located in the Imperial City. It had always been peaceful and stable. Jiang Chen didn't fly above King Fan Prefecture as he didn't want to be too conspicuous. In front of the gate of King Fan Prefecture, 2 guards saw Jiang Chen and immediately went to greet him. How did young Master Jiang find the time to come back today? Chapter 1544. And I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Chen smiled at the guards and strode into King Fan Prefecture. Look, young Master Jiang is talking to us with a smile. He doesn't put on any airs at all. I'm afraid that a peerless genius like him wouldn't even look us in the eye if it was someone else. And young Master Jiang is indeed very kind, but that's because we are on the same side. I heard that young Master Jiang treats his enemies very cruelly. Ever since young Master Jiang came to King Fan Prefecture, he has made great contributions to our prefecture. Although King Fan Prefecture has just been established, it already has a very high status in the Imperial City. Our reputation is enough to compete with Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture. The 2 guards spoke with a smile, not concealing the praise and respect they had for Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen returned to King Fan Prefecture, he went straight to look for Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was still meditating in her room. Seeing Jiang Chen pushing the door open, Wu Ningzhu's face revealed a look of surprise. Little Chenzi, you are back? Wu Ningzhu stood up from the praying mat. Her current cultivation base had already reached the peak of early Immortal King realm. Compared to when she had just arrived in King Fan Prefecture, her strength had improved a lot. This wasn't just because of the good cultivation environment and rich cultivation resources in King Fan Prefecture. Most importantly, it was because of Wu Ningzhu's talent. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, Wu Ningzhu was a person with great fortune. Such a person shouldn't be ordinary. This trip to Golden Horizon was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu to rise. And Sister Ning, your cultivation base has improved again. Jiang Chen chuckled. Humph. I have something to ask you. What's going on with Yan Qingqing? Is it because you can't control yourself when Xiao Yu and I aren't around? You have just arrived in the immortal world and you have already found another confidant. Wu Ningzhu went forward and pulled Jiang Chen's ear. It hurts. Sister Ning, let go. Jiang Chen grimaced in pain. He had finally witnessed Wu Ningzhu's prowess today. It seemed like his days in the future wouldn't be good. As a dignified man, he couldn't have his ears pulled every day. However, he was really wronged in the matter regarding Yan Qingqing. It's right that you're in pain. If I don't teach you a lesson, won't you give me a harem in the future? Wu Ningzhu flipped out. When a tiger flipped out, it would be terrible. Even though Jiang Chen was famous and had the title of God of Slaughter in front of Wu Ningzhu, he was still a docile sheep and could only beg bitterly. This was the saying that everything has its vanquisher. There was also a time when he, Jiang Chen, had to bow down to her. I wouldn't dare. I'm really innocent. Jiang Chen quickly waved his hand. If outsiders were to see this scene, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. Sister Ning, I really don't have any thoughts towards Qingcheng. I only saved her life before. I swear to the heavens. Jiang Chen said solemnly. He swore that he would wash away his grievances. Otherwise it would be too unjust. This was only a Wu Ningzhu. If Wu Ningzhu were to meet Yan Qingyu one day, wouldn't she tear him apart? All right, I already know about your matters. I've already chatted with little sister Qingcheng. She has already told me everything. I can tell that Qingcheng is infatuated with you. If it's possible, don't let her down. However, elder sister has to remind you today. You're not allowed to do this again. Wu Ningzhu tapped Jiang Chen's head with her jade-like hand. She was an open-minded person. She had chatted with Yan Qingcheng before. Whether Yan Qingcheng's feelings for Jiang Chen was real or not, she could tell. At the same time, Wu Ningzhu also understood in her heart that a person as outstanding as Jiang Chen would naturally have countless beauties falling in love with him. Back then she was an example. However, since there was someone who liked him, it also proved that Wu Ningzhu had good eyesight. Love was selfish. Wu Ningzhu also wanted to dominate Jiang Chen, but she knew that it was impossible. Don't worry, Sister Ning. There definitely won't be a next time. Moreover, I didn't say that I must accept Qingcheng. In my eyes, Sister Ning is still the most beautiful. Jiang Chen spoke. He grabbed Wu Ningzhu's willowy waist and pressed his forehead down, rapidly kissing Wu Ningzhu's red lips. Rogue. Wu Ningzhu was forcefully kissed. She scolded Jiang Chen for being a rogue, but her flushed face didn't show the slightest hint of anger. Sister Ning, I came back this time because I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped joking and said solemnly. Upon seeing this, Wu Ningzhu also realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so solemn. The golden horizon is about to open. I want to bring you along. Jiang Chen told Wu Ningzhu everything about the golden horizon and told her his thoughts. He believed that this trip to the golden horizon was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. She should grasp it firmly. All right, I'll go with you. Wu Ningzhu didn't even consider and immediately agreed. She knew what Jiang Chen said better than anyone else. How could she miss such a great opportunity? Ever since the day she decided to follow Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu had been full of desire for cultivation. She had been working hard to catch up and had never given up. This was because she didn't want the distance between her and Jiang Chen to widen. She was destined to be Jiang Chen's woman for the rest of her life. She wanted to become Jiang Chen's woman. Even if she couldn't play a great role to Jiang Chen, she must never become a burden to Jiang Chen. Of course, the golden horizon was incomparably dangerous, but Wu Ningzhu didn't care about it. It was better than living a stable life in Qingfan Prefecture. The cultivation environment and resources here were very good, but after one's cultivation base had reached the Immortal King realm, cultivation wouldn't be of much use. One must constantly search for opportunities, and in order to find opportunities, one must rely on one's luck. This trip to the Golden Horizon was a great opportunity. More importantly, as long as she could be with Jiang Chen, not to mention the Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't hesitate even if she had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. And then you better prepare yourself. The Golden Horizon will open 6 days later. Jiang Chen embraced Wu Ningzhu in his arms. He enjoyed such moments very much. In front of his lover, Jiang Chen could always relax easily. To Jiang Chen, such a feeling was an extravagant hope. Sister Ning, how is Qingcheng doing here? Is she used to it? Jiang Chen asked. He hadn't met Yan Qingcheng since she came to Qingfan Prefecture. He understood her feelings for him, but he really didn't know how to deal with her feelings. That's right, Yan Qingcheng. She is very hardworking. She has been cultivating every day. Old man Bai Weng has already accepted her as his disciple. Wu Ningzhu replied. A person who knew how to work hard would never be hated by others. From a certain aspect, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingcheng were the same kind of person. Imperial City Crown Prince Palace. The Crown Prince Palace was located in the central area of the Imperial City, not far from the Imperial Palace. It was bustling with activity. This place itself was a prosperous place. For an empire, the crown prince was the heir to the throne. His status was very high. The construction of the crown prince palace was much more magnificent than King Fan Prefecture and King Ping Prefecture. After the crown prince received the identity brocade pouch, he returned to Crown Prince Palace. At this moment he was sipping tea in a garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. It was rare for him to have such a comfortable life. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the garden silently. The crown prince raised his head. When he saw the person, his eyes revealed a trace of disgust. "What are you doing here?" The crown prince said impatiently because the person who came was none other than King Ping. Before Yang Bufan returned, he and King Ping had always been mortal enemies. Now that King Ping personally came to the crown prince palace as a guest, it was as rare as the sun rising from the west. "I naturally have something to discuss with you." King Ping didn't stand on ceremony and sat opposite the crown prince. However, King Ping also knew that the crown prince hated him. As a matter of fact, he felt the same. After all, the two of them had been fighting each other for a long time. So King Ping didn't delay any longer and went straight to the point. "Crown Prince, I've come to see you about the matter of getting rid of Zhang Qin and King Fan." At the mention of Zhang Qin and King Fan, the crown prince's eyes flickered with cold light. Ever since the humiliation in the king conferring ceremony, he hadn't been in a good mood. Everything that happened in Genius Prefecture had given him a strong killing intent towards Zhang Qin. If there was a chance to get rid of Zhang Qin, he would certainly not hesitate to do so. However, the crown prince finally knew the reason why King Ping came to see him. Although King Ping didn't usually take action, he knew very well how dangerous Zhang Qin was. Presumably, King Ping had the same thought as him. "Zhang Qin will die sooner or later. I will kill him sooner or later." The crown prince spoke viciously. "Given his current influence, if he doesn't leave the imperial capital, we won't be able to do anything to him. This man's talent is monstrous and his speed of growth is astonishing. Sooner or later he will become a great threat to us. This trip to the Golden Horizon is the best opportunity. If you and I can join forces, we will certainly be able to eliminate Zhang Qin and King Fan in the Golden Horizon," said Zhang Qin with a solemn voice. "Crown Prince, although you and I are enemies, I hope that we can cooperate once on Zhang Qin. You know better than me how great the threat of Zhang Qin is. This man's growth is just too fast and he's also an incredible alchemist. Now both Yang Zanqing and Dongfang you think highly of him." King Ping spoke. To them, this trip to the Golden Horizon was the best and only chance to get rid of Zhang Qin and King Fan. Whether it was King Ping or the Crown Prince, they had a hunch that if they couldn't get rid of Zhang Qin in the Golden Horizon, they would never have another chance. Perhaps they would only be killed by Zhang Qin. Chapter 1545. "You're right, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The Golden Horizon opens once every 5 years. Hundreds of major powers will gather there. Every major power must be united. Father Emperor and Prefecture Master Yang Zanqing have personally told us about this. If we attack Zhang Qin and King Fan the moment we arrive at the Golden Horizon, it will be very easy for others to get hold of us. When we get out of the Golden Horizon, when Father Emperor blames us, none of us will be able to bear it." The Crown Prince spoke. Although he wasn't as shrewd as King Ping, he absolutely wasn't a fool. He knew what was important. After all, this trip to the Golden Horizon wasn't just a competition between the geniuses of Great Qian Empire, but also a competition between countless major powers in the 3 immortal domains. Therefore, the higher-ups of each major power would require their disciples to ensure basic unity. If they didn't, they would be eaten up by the other major powers. This kind of unity itself was also a kind of honor. A person who didn't pay attention to unity was destined to not have a good end. He would be severely punished. If King Ping and the Crown Prince tried every means possible to kill Zhang Qin and King Fan after entering the Golden Horizon, not only would they be punished by the Emperor, they would also be despised by all the disciples who entered the Golden Horizon. Their reputation would also be tarnished. Neither King Ping nor the Crown Prince could bear this responsibility. "I've already thought about this. Naturally, we can't do it ourselves. Only fools will do that." King Ping smiled faintly. "Don't forget that Zhang Qin had killed the 2 brothers Fu Wei and Fu Tian, and the people of the Huangquan Gate. Fu Tian is a disciple of Corpse Yin sect and Divine Line sect. You should know what the major sects want the most. It's their face. Zhang Qin killing their people is equivalent to slapping their faces, especially for sects like Corpsine Sect and Huangquan Gate. Their way of doing things is sinister and cruel. If it wasn't for King Fan's protection, if it wasn't for Jiang Qin entering Genius Prefecture, do you think those 3 major sects would let Jiang Qin go? Therefore we can make use of them to help us eradicate Jiang Qin and King Fan. King Ping had a sinister smile on his face. In terms of shrewdness, the 2 crown princes couldn't be compared to King Ping. He had always thought of a foolproof plan when he did things. Just like this trip to the Golden Horizon, King Ping had to make good use of it. That's a good idea. Do you have any specific methods? The Crown Prince asked. I've already made up my mind. In the back garden of the Crown Prince's palace, King Ping and the Crown Prince, the 2 old enemies, chatted secretly for 2 hours. No one knew what they talked about. No one even knew that King Ping had come to the Crown Prince's palace because no one thought that these 2 enemies would meet together. This was undoubtedly unprecedented. It wasn't long before the opening of the Golden Horizon. There were only 6 days left. In these 6 days, everyone in Genius Prefecture was making their preparations, especially those disciples who had received the identity brocade bag. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited. To them, this was a kind of recognition. It's not easy to get the identity brocade bag. I will certainly cherish this hard-won opportunity. If I can obtain some benefits in the Golden Horizon, my cultivation base will be able to improve again. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to achieve meteoric success. Don't be too excited. The Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. Countless strange creatures have been born in it for countless years. It's very terrifying. It's simply a land of death. Plus, there are geniuses from 3 immortal domains who have entered the Golden Horizon. There are too many of them. There will be battles and killings everywhere. It's already good enough to survive. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, don't go. There are a lot of people who want to go. Just hand over your identity brocade bag and see if others will fight for it. There are countless major powers and all kinds of geniuses in the 3 immortal domains. This is a grand gathering of geniuses. Not everyone can participate in it just because they want to. To be able to participate in this grand gathering and compete with the geniuses of the entire immortal world is an exciting thing. Even if you die, it will be worth it. The path of cultivation has always been going against the heaven, like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't go, others might surpass you. At that time you will become a stepping stone for others. A true success must experience all kinds of life and death experiences. Do you understand? If you're afraid, just stay here and be an ordinary person. You're the one who wants to be an ordinary person. Who's afraid? I'm just saying. I won't miss such a great opportunity. Everyone in Genius Prefecture was talking about the Golden Horizon. Although they knew that the Golden Horizon was a perilous journey, and they might lose their lives, no one flinched. 100 quotas were far from enough for these arrogant young men. That's right. Geniuses had their own pride. They were unwilling to be mediocre. They all had great hopes and fantasies for their future. Therefore, this perilous journey was a great opportunity for them to improve themselves. In the next few days, some of the disciples who didn't get the identity brocade bag began to look for those disciples who did, begging them to bring them into the Golden Horizon. Even if they didn't have the identity brocade bag, they would face all kinds of difficulties after entering the Golden Horizon. For example, they wouldn't have a place to store the treasure and could only carry it with their hands. In that case, they would become an obvious target and would be hunted by others. However, most of them couldn't care less. They only wanted to enter the Golden Horizon. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they wouldn't miss it. The time had arrived. Early in the morning, the war drums of Genius Prefecture rang. There was a large square above the ancient tower that was suspended in the void. At this moment, there were at least 200 people standing on the square. Or perhaps it was less than 200, but it wasn't much less. All of them were geniuses of Genius Prefecture. The weakest among them was a late immortal king expert. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement. Today was the day of the opening of the Golden Horizon. They knew that the passageway to the Golden Horizon would be opened from here. They were about to embark on a real journey. The Immortal Court had only given 100 slots. The rest of the geniuses had entered the Golden Horizon by relying on their relationships. They knew the dangers of this journey, but none of them flinched. They were still full of hope and expectation for the future. Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu were also among them. They stood together with King Fan. Currently there were 7 to 8 people standing beside King Fan. They were the geniuses of King Fan Prefecture. 4 of them were half-step Immortal Emperor Supreme geniuses who had recently joined King Fan Prefecture. This time they had also obtained the slots and successfully obtained the identity brocade bag. The remaining 4 were late Immortal King geniuses. Dong Fei was one of them. He was originally an intermediate Immortal King and had just broken through to the late Immortal King realm not long ago. He was also a person who wasn't willing to be mediocre. As such, he decided to follow King Fan and the others into the Golden Horizon. He had already prepared for the worst. These 4 people weren't qualified to obtain the identity brocade bag. All the geniuses who had obtained the identity brocade bag were half-step Immortal Emperors and Immortal Emperors. The foundation of Genius Prefecture could be seen from these geniuses who were going to enter the Golden Horizon. Geniuses who didn't usually appear had now appeared. There were more than 10 early Immortal Emperors among them. Could be said to be terrifying. However, the most eye-catching ones were the 2 young men standing at the front. The chi that they emitted had already surpassed everyone else. Their cultivation base had already reached the terrifying intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Yang Lang and Shan Chong. They are the 2 truly abnormal geniuses of Genius Prefecture. It is said that they had once participated in the Golden Horizon and came out alive. Yang Lang is the son of my 4th uncle. Shan Chong is a true genius cultivated by Genius Prefecture. Both of them are almost 50 years old. This opening of the Golden Horizon will be their last chance. Yang Bufan explained. Although Yang Lang and Shan Chong looked like they were in their 20s or 30s, their actual age was almost 50. They were the most terrifying geniuses of Great Qian Empire who were going to the Golden Horizon this time. It seems like there's something really attractive in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen smiled. Yang Lang and Shan Chong had been there once and now they were going for the second time. This was enough to show that there were indeed endless benefits in the Golden Horizon, so much so that they disregarded the danger and went in for the second time. Of course, given their cultivation base and realm, they already had the ability to protect themselves. Even in the Golden Horizon they could still deal with all kinds of crises. After all, not only were they powerful, they also had a certain understanding of the Golden Horizon. Damn it. The camp is just too huge. I have been in Genius Prefecture for so long, but this is the first time I've seen the true foundation of Genius Prefecture. It's truly terrifying. It can't be helped. The temptation of the Golden Horizon is just too great. This is a great opportunity. What we are seeing now is just the camp of Genius Prefecture. When we reach the Golden Horizon, the scene will be truly terrifying. 3 great immortal domains, hundreds of major powers and tens of thousands of geniuses will gather there. What kind of concept is that? Simply unimaginable. Look, the Master of Prefecture has appeared. It seems like the spatial passageway of the Golden Horizon will be opened soon. The exciting moment is coming. Many people couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. At this time Yang Zonqing and Dongfang Yu also appeared. Along with them were many higher-ups of Genius Prefecture. For Genius Prefecture today was a major event. Yang Zonqing and Dongfang Yu glanced at the geniuses below and exchanged glances. Then Yang Zonqing spoke. You should be very clear about everything about the Golden Horizon, but the number of people who want to enter the Golden Horizon has far exceeded the quota allocated by the Immortal Court. I have to give you another piece of advice. Those who don't have the identity brocade pouch will find it extremely difficult and dangerous to enter the Golden Horizon. You may die the moment you enter. If you regret it, you can still stand up now. It's not too late. Once the passageway opens, everything will be too late. As the sound of Yang Zonqing's voice faded, the crowd was still silent. Everyone remained indifferent. Instead, a fiery light flashed in their eyes. It was very obvious that no one wanted to retreat. If they retreated at this time, they would be looked down upon by others. Chapter 1546. Seeing that no one chose to stand out at this time, the corner of Yang Zonqing's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He nodded, seemingly very satisfied with the situation. He hated people who got cold feet the most. It was better not to choose to go in the first place. If there was someone who got cold feet at this time, Yang Zonqing would certainly drive that person out of Genius Prefecture without hesitation. Let's begin. Dongfang Yu spoke. Then he and Yang Zonqing took out a spiritual talisman at the same time. It was a reddish-gold spiritual talisman, engraved with complicated runes that looked incomparably mystical. Both of these spiritual talismans were exuding a strong spatial qi. They were two spatial talismans that were supporting the passageway to the golden horizon. Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu instilled a large amount of immortal qi into the spiritual talismans. The two spiritual talismans immediately vibrated violently. Under the control of the two half-step immortal venerables, the two spiritual talismans exploded, turning into two spatial gates. When the two gates closed, there was a deep passageway behind them. No one knew where it led to. The spatial airflow inside was billowing. This was a spatial talisman personally sent by the Immortal Court. It was forged by a supreme expert and was enough to support the geniuses of Genius Prefecture to reach the golden horizon safely. The passageway has already been opened. Don't waste any more time. Yang Lang, Shanchong, you two go first. The passageway will automatically close in 1 minute. You only have 1 minute. Hurry up and enter. Remember, the golden horizon will only be open for a month. There will naturally be a passageway to pick you up, Yang Zhanqing said Leng Lang. As soon as Yang Zhanqing's voice faded, Yang Lang and Shan Chong immediately turned into two streams of light and rushed into the spatial gate. They had been to the golden horizon before, but this was their second time. Compared to the other geniuses, they could be said to be very familiar with the way. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Yang Lang and Shan Chong took the lead and entered the passageway, the others didn't dare to be negligent. Just like what Yang Zhanqing said, the passageway would only be open for a minute. After that, it would automatically close. If they didn't enter the passageway by then, they wouldn't be able to enter again. It turned out that it didn't even take a minute. In less than 10 seconds, all the geniuses had entered the spatial gate. The bustling square suddenly became incomparably quiet. Only the rumbling sound of the spatial gate could be heard. A minute later, the illusory gate disappeared and closed automatically. Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but they also began to worry. I wonder what will happen to these people after a month. I wonder how many of them will be able to walk out of the golden horizon alive. Dongfang Yu said. The fact that half of them managed to come out alive is already quite good. Our mission is complete. Next, it will depend on their luck. Yang Zhanqing said. Inside the spatial passage, nearly 200 geniuses of Genius Prefecture had gathered together in a space that wasn't considered big. The scene was unusually quiet. Everyone was looking at the constantly flickering spatial turbulence around them. It was mottled and colorful. The whole scene gave people a dreamy feeling. No one spoke and no one moved. They just kept moving forward by relying on the power of spatial teleportation. The distance between Genius Prefecture and Golden Horizon was immeasurable. Even with the help of the spatial passageway, it would take at least 2 hours to reach their destination. The speed of spatial teleportation was just too fast. Even an Immortal King expert would feel dizzy if he kept staring at those spatial turbulence. That was a kind of speed that surpassed everything. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone was filled with unprecedented excitement, looking forward to the scene in the Golden Horizon. The one surnamed Lu, what are you looking at? If you look again, I will dig your eyes out. All of a sudden, a voice full of anger resounded, breaking the silence in the spatial passageway. So what if I'm looking at you? Are you not convinced? Let's have a fight then. The genius surnamed Lu naturally wasn't convinced. He glared at the other genius and said. One of them was from Crown Prince Palace, while the other was from King Ping Prefecture. They had often fought with each other and could be said to be sworn enemies. Both of them were late immortal kings. They had long been used to quarreling with each other whenever they met. Now that they were standing together in this spatial zone, a battle would break out just because of a provocative gaze from the other. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That genius said, instantly unleashing his qi. The powerful qi hit the barrier of the spatial passageway, causing the entire passageway to tremble violently. Are you courting death? Right at this moment, a cold shout suddenly resounded out, and the person who spoke was none other than Yang Lang. He walked over with large strides to arrive before the two of them, and he didn't waste his breath before raising his palms to slap the two of them madly. The slaps resounded like raindrops, and it directly caused the two of them to become dizzy. If you two want to die, don't drag us down with you. How dare you fight here? If the spatial passageway is damaged, none of us will survive. If you move again, I will kill you first. Yang Lang spoke in an extremely overbearing manner. Lung. I'm sorry, senior brother Yang. I was wrong. I'm sorry, senior brother Yang. Despite seeing stars after being slapped, the two of them still lowered their heads and apologized. They had already felt Yang Lang's killing intent. They knew very well that if Yang Lang wanted to kill them, he could just blow them to death with a single breath. Their deaths would be in vain. Bastard. Who allowed you to unleash your chi here? King Ping berated the genius of King Ping Prefecture. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of Yang Lang. These two bastards must be tired of living. Yang Lang snorted coldly. He turned around and walked back to where he was earlier. He closed his eyes and rested, not even sparing a glance at King Ping. With Yang Lang's strength, he didn't care about anyone at all. The Crown Prince and King Ping might be prestigious in front of others, but Yang Lang didn't care about them at all. As the #1 genius of the Great Qian Empire, he had the right to be arrogant. King Ping didn't show any dissatisfaction with Yang Lang's arrogance. Even he didn't dare to provoke Yang Lang. After such a scene, the others looked at the two of them with disgust and disgust. Treating everyone's lives as a joke? These two were simply idiots. As experts who had mastered the space law, they understood the spatial passageway the best. The spatial passageway was the most fragile, especially the long-distance spatial passageway. There must be no accidents. If someone were to fight here, the spatial passageway might be destroyed. If that happened, everyone would be sent to the spatial turbulence and never be able to leave for the rest of their lives. Therefore, what the two of them did was just looking for trouble for themselves. After such a scene, everyone was strangely quiet. No one dared to act rashly. With Yang Lang and Shan Chong here, it was enough to suppress everything. They were all people who had come out of the Golden Horizon and had experienced countless battles. Killing people was never a difficult thing for them. Jiang Chen glanced at Yang Lang and couldn't help but nod secretly. This man was domineering and decisive. He didn't even give face to King Ping and the Crown Prince. He even attacked the people of King Ping Mansion and the Crown Prince's palace. This made Jiang Chen's attitude towards Yang Lang very good. 2 hours passed very quickly. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of the spatial passageway. The light was getting stronger and stronger. The impact from the spatial turbulence was also getting stronger. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They knew that they were about to arrive at the Golden Horizon. Everyone pay attention. There will be a strong spatial storm in a while. Pay attention to stabilizing your body. Don't be blown too far away by the storm when you go out. Yang Lang spoke, kindly reminding everyone. At this time, Shan Chong, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said, "Let me tell you something. The Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. The gathering place of the Golden Lineage in ancient times is also in it. The spatial zone of the Golden Horizon is millions of miles wide. There are countless regions and all kinds of dangers. Because the ancient battlefield has existed for a very long time, some terrifying creatures have been born in it. You must be extra careful when you come here for the first time. Remember, in the Golden Horizon, the real danger isn't just those terrifying creatures. There are also some dangerous places. You have to pay more attention to the humans who came together with you. Because of the identity brocade pouch, we are prey in the eyes of others. Of course, we can also treat others as prey. You have to be prepared. In the Golden Horizon, the only person you can trust is yourself. You can't trust anyone except yourself. Even your own people might stab you in the back. Of course, there are also plenty of fortunes in the Golden Horizon. Numerous peerless experts of ancient times have fallen here, leaving behind numerous inheritances and forbidden lands. If you are lucky enough to obtain the inheritance, that will be your fortune." Yang Lang spoke. His and Shan Chong's performance immediately won everyone's praise. After all, it was their first time coming to the Golden Horizon. They didn't know anything about the situation inside. If Yang Lang and Shan Chong didn't say anything, they would have to explore it themselves. A spatial zone is already millions of miles wide. Damn it. This Golden Horizon is a little too big. Even tens of thousands of people are nothing in here. Someone sighed. Millions of miles was the size of a large region. There were countless mountains, hills, forbidden lands and forbidden lands. It was simply a small world. Initially, they thought that tens of thousands of people would encounter all kinds of things in the Golden Horizon. Now it seemed like it would be very difficult to find them if they were all scattered in different places of the Golden Horizon. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Yang and Senior Brother Shan. Someone apologized to them, expressing his gratitude. Honglong. Chapter 1547. They were about to reach the end of the passageway. Everyone held their breath. Some of them had already cast out a defensive barrier made of immortal qi. Yang Lang had already reminded them that the spatial energy of the Golden Horizon was very strong today. If they weren't prepared, they might not be transported far. Honglong. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of air blew in from the end of the spatial zone. The indestructible spatial passageway made cracking sounds in an instant and countless cracks appeared. It was a very terrifying scene that made people tremble in fear. Fortunately, they were about to be transported out. Otherwise, who would dare to stay in such a spatial passageway? Bang bang bang. Powerful spatial currents began to collide. The experts of Genius Prefecture were transported out one by one. Facing the spatial energy, they didn't dare to resist. They could only endure it silently, using their body's defense to minimize the damage to themselves. Jiang Qin grabbed a Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu. Yang Bufan had also grabbed Jiang Qin. They knew very well what was going to happen next. There was no pattern to this kind of spatial teleportation. If they didn't support each other, they wouldn't know where they would be transported to. The Golden Horizon was millions of kilometers in size. The spatial passageway was very likely to send them to different places. The experts of King Fan Prefecture also consciously supported each other, hoping that they could be together when they entered the Golden Horizon. After all, they knew nothing about the Golden Horizon. All their knowledge came from Yang Lang and Shan Chong. Now that they had suddenly arrived at such a dangerous place, it would be safer for them to stick together. According to Yang Lang, there was also a guy who had bad luck in the past. As soon as he was transported out of the spatial passageway, he fell into the mouth of a peerless demonic devil and was eaten on the spot. Not even his bones were left. It was really unlucky. A dazzling light flashed. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Innumerable spatial energy cut their bodies like knives, causing bone-piercing pain. Under the influence of such energy, everyone felt like they were about to enter a black hole and fall into a bottomless abyss. Bang bang bang. A loud explosion sounded in the void. One after another, silhouettes shot out from the void. Jiang Qin and the others forcefully stabilized their bodies and slowly descended from the sky. However, those who were weaker didn't have the ability to do so. They fell from the void, smashing a deep pit on the ground, then crawled out from the pit in a sorry state. Check if everyone is all right. Yang Bufan didn't have the time to observe the surroundings as his eyes swept across the people who came out. Currently, there were only 8 of them, including De Huang Dog. They were Yang Bufan, Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu, De Huang Dog, Dong Fei, and the other 3 were half-step immortal emperors from King Fan Prefecture. The rest of them had basically been teleported away. The power of spatial teleportation was too powerful. If it wasn't for them supporting each other, it would be almost impossible for them to be teleported to the same place. Out of the 200-men camp of Genius Prefecture, only 8 of them had appeared in this place. Of course, the others would also travel together. King Fan, we are all fine. Dong Fei patted the dust off his body and said. The 8 people began to gather together. Is this the Golden Horizon? We don't know where we've been transported to. Yang Bufan looked around. They were now in a bumpy mountain range. The environment here didn't seem much different from the outside world, except that it was a lot gloomier. However, if one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to feel the unusualness of this place. This was an ancient battlefield, and it was unknown how many people had died here. This place was gloomy, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. That smell of blood, even after countless years, could not be completely erased. Sounds of fighting could often be heard here, as if the situation of ancient battles had been left behind until now. This was just an illusion, but many people could often feel it. Have you heard the sounds of fighting? Feels very tragic. One of them asked. His name was Liang Qiao. He had just joined King Fan Prefecture not long ago. He was a very powerful genius in the outer prefecture, a half-step immortal emperor expert. Everyone, don't deliberately listen to these sounds. The environment here is very powerful, and it has already produced a power that can imperceptibly affect one's state of mind. Once you are deeply affected, you will fall into that ancient battle and you will become crazy. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably solemn. This was a kind reminder. Jiang Chen had also begun to pay attention to this Golden Horizon. Although this place looked very ordinary, It was absolutely as extraordinary as the legends said. Everywhere was filled with divinity. Apart from being an ancient battlefield, this place had also given birth to many living beings or evil spirits. The living beings that were born here were 100 times more ferocious than the demonic devils. Plus, they had many special abilities that could catch people off guard. Therefore, even if there were no battles between geniuses, this place was full of danger. In order to survive here, one must be very careful. Otherwise, this place might become your burial ground at any time. Little Xianxia is right. The environment here has a magical power that can affect the mind of some people. From now on, in this golden horizon, Jiang Chen's words are my words. You all have to listen to him unconditionally. Those who are unwilling to listen can leave on their own. Those who have their own thoughts have the right to seek their own fortune. There's no need to follow us, Yang Bufan said, looking at everyone. Everyone who came to the golden horizon had the right to seek their own fortune. He would never deprive anyone of this privilege, but as long as they were around him, they must listen to him and Jiang Chen unconditionally because he was King Fan. These were his subordinates. Just like an evil abyss, the evil lord was everything. He was the true king of that place. We're willing to listen to Jiang Chen's command, Dong Fei spoke immediately. The others were also a little angry. They were very clear about the position of Jiang Chen in King Fan's heart. Besides, they knew Jiang Chen's strength even better. Apart from his terrifying combat strength, he was also a powerful alchemist. In the dangerous golden horizon, it was their dream to be with an alchemist. In case they encountered danger and suffered a fatal injury, an alchemist could save their lives. As for seeking their own fortune, it wasn't the right time yet. They had just entered the golden horizon and were still unclear about everything here. It was better to have someone to accompany them. At least they could familiarize themselves with the environment here. After all, King Fan was an early immortal emperor expert. His combat strength was obvious to all. Even the crown prince couldn't do anything to him. Little Xianxia, where do you think we should go next? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. Everyone observed the terrain of this place. There were undulating mountains everywhere. Some places were terrifyingly barren, but a large forest could be vaguely seen in the distance ahead. That was the only thing that could be seen in this area. Jiang Chen didn't make a decision. Instead, he shifted his gaze to De Huang Dog. He didn't forget that De Huang Dog had a heaven-defying ability, treasure hunting. Wherever there was a good treasure, it couldn't be hidden from this dog's nose. Big Yellow's eyes were fixed on the huge forest in front of them. Then he said, "Let's go to that forest. I can smell the scent of treasure. There must be something good in that forest, but there must be danger as well." Big Yellow nodded his head. Upon hearing the word treasure, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Others might not know much about De Huang Dog, but he knew it all too well. As long as the treasure could be sensed by De Huang Dog, it must be extraordinary. King Fan, it seems like our luck isn't bad. Benefits have come to us as soon as we entered. Jiang Chen smiled. De Huang, why are you so sure that there must be a treasure in that forest? I can see that the forest is incomparably gloomy and filled with miasma. It's a place of great danger and evil, said Yang Bufan, looking at the forest. Yang Bufan gazed at the jungle and said, given his eyesight, he could see the danger in the jungle. Logically speaking, this kind of place shouldn't be entered rashly because it was very likely that he would be killed inside. Furthermore, Yang Bufan couldn't sense the existence of any treasures inside. That's right. There must be danger in the forest. We'd better not go there. In my opinion, we'd better go to other places first and get to know the environment of this golden horizon. Anyway, we're going to stay here for a month. We're not in a hurry. Someone spoke, agreeing with Yang Bufan's words. After all, this was the golden horizon. There were dangers everywhere. It would be foolish to enter the forest knowing the dangers. Humph. You don't have to go. We'll go by ourselves. De Huang Dog harumphed coldly, seeming very angry that someone doubted his ability. King Fan listened to De Huang. There won't be a mistake. Jiang Chen looked over at Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan didn't go, he, De Huang and Wu Ningzhu would go by themselves. He wasn't afraid of danger. Danger was everywhere in the golden horizon. It would be a fool's dream to reap great benefits without experiencing some danger. It was completely unrealistic. Now everyone had to think for themselves. Jiang Chen naturally did the same. Besides, he was good at acting alone. It was really inconvenient to bring so many people with him. More importantly, De Huang Dog's ability to seek treasures would never be wrong. If Yang Bufan and the others didn't go, Jiang Chen would go alone. As for the danger inside, Jiang Chen had never been afraid of it. Alright, let's go together. Those who don't want to go can go to other places. Yang Bufan no longer hesitated and said. He might not understand the ability of De Huang Dog, but he had absolute trust in Jiang Chen. Given his arrogance and character, he would never be scared away by danger. He was already prepared to accept all kinds of challenges when he came to this golden horizon. I'll go with senior brother Jiang. Chapter 1548. In that case, let's go. As he spoke, Jiang Chen turned and flew towards the forest. De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu followed him on both sides. No matter where they went, the three of them would always be a single entity. They would never separate unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Bufan and Dong Fei didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. Liang Qiao and the other two looked at the gloomy forest with knitted brows, seemingly struggling. Yang Bufan didn't care about them. Although they were Yang Bufan's subordinates, Yang Bufan had said that everyone was free in this golden horizon. Everyone had the opportunity to pursue their own fortune. Whether they were willing to follow him or not, Yang Bufan would never force them. What should we do? Liang Qiao looked at the other two. What else can we do? Of course we'll follow them. There are too many dangerous places in the golden horizon. Since we've come in, we shouldn't be afraid. Don't tell me you still want to stay here for a month and get some treasures and benefits like picking up trash? Dream on. That's right. I believe in Jiang Chen. He's not a reckless man. Besides, he's safe by following King Fan's side. Besides, we are now the people of King Fan Prefecture, the subordinates of King Fan. Since King Fan has already gone, why should we hesitate? The two of them made their decision in a few words and flew away. Looking at the back of these people going further away, Liang Qiao's eyes revealed a trace of unusual expression. Then the corner of his mouth revealed an intriguing smile and followed them. There was a distance of 100 miles from where they were just now to the forest. This distance was nothing to a mighty half-step immortal emperor. They could reach it in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths of time, all 8 of them had arrived at the edge of the forest. It had to be said that this jungle was really lush. There were bushes everywhere, towering trees that reached into the clouds, and countless growth rings were engraved on them. This is an ancient tree that has existed for at least thousands of years. It's going to give birth to spiritual intelligence soon. Once it does, it will become a powerful tree demon. De Huang Dog said. The ancient battlefield of Golden Horizon has existed for too long. It has given birth to all kinds of living beings. Don't be surprised if you see any strange things here. Even trees can become spirits. I think this forest isn't as simple as it looks. We must be careful. Yang Bufan reminded. De Huang, can you sense the location of the treasure? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. At this point, everything depended on De Huang Dog. He needed to rely on De Huang Dog's senses to sense the direction and gradually approach the treasure. Of course I can feel it. Let's enter the forest first. As De Huang Dog spoke, he strode into the forest. Croak croak. As soon as they entered the forest, they heard some sounds. Between the lush foliage above, beasts were constantly flying past. They could see toads with wings and a pair of incomparably sinister eyes. The living beings that were born here were basically evil spirits. They were bloodthirsty by nature and very terrifying. Everyone be careful. These winged toads are highly poisonous. It's not a joke if you get attacked. This forest is at least thousands of kilometers wide. No one knows how many evil spirits are born in it. We have to be careful everywhere. Jiang Chen reminded. I suggest that we stay close to each other so that we can take care of each other in case of an emergency. Liang Qiao said. They didn't advance at a fast speed. After all, they weren't really familiar with the environment here. They had to be careful when they walked. One had to admit that this forest was just too vast. All kinds of plants interweaved with each other in a complicated way. There were only a few paths that they could walk on. However, they were all experts among experts. Under the sweep of their divine sense, they wouldn't get lost. Croak. The cries of those black toads were incomparably unpleasant. If they were heard too much, it would easily affect their mind and make them restless. Why do these flying toads always follow us? Dong Fei asked curiously. They regard us as their prey. This group of flying toads is observing our strength. Otherwise, they would have attacked us long ago, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. These evil creatures had long developed intelligence and were very smart. They ate human blood, so they naturally treated Jiang Qin and the others as prey. This was perfectly normal in the Golden Horizon. Croak. All of a sudden, a flying toad flapped its wings and swooped down, attacking Jiang Qin's camp. Pa. Liang Qiao waved his hand and struck out a ray of light. The light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the flying toad, causing its corpse to fall from the sky. Can't even withstand a single blow. That's all you've got? You're courting death. Liang Qiao harumphed coldly. He didn't put these toads in his eyes at all after killing a black toad so easily. Why did you kill it? Jiang Qin glared at Liang Qiao. What's wrong, senior brother Jiang? Dong Fei asked puzzledly. He was just killing an evil spirit. In his opinion, it wasn't a big deal. That flying toad just now was just a probing attack. If we don't kill it, it won't dare to attack us. Such evil spirits live in groups. You killing a flying toad will only arouse the anger of these evil spirits, which will bring us endless trouble. Jiang Qin said. He had entered this jungle for the treasures inside. Jiang Qin had no interest in these evil spirit flying toads. He didn't want to encounter these flying toads because it was too troublesome. Walala. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Qin's words left his mouth, the sound of flapping wings could be heard in the sky above the forest like flowing water. After that, a huge number of flying toads appeared, blotting out the sky and blotting out the sun. They were densely packed together, causing the onlookers to have a headache just by looking at them. Coupled with the extremely unpleasant sounds, it was really annoying. Damn it. Why are there so many of these flying toads? Dong Fei couldn't help but curse. There are at least a few thousand of them, and there are even more flying toads flying towards us. This is too terrifying. One of them spoke. Such a scene was just too terrifying. Even with their cultivation base, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. Everyone pay attention. Never underestimate these flying toads. Although they aren't strong, there are too many of them. Their real danger is that their toxicity is too strong. Can even corrode immortal qi and yuan qi. If you're not careful, even an immortal emperor will be poisoned. Yang Bufan's face turned grim. Despite being the evil lord and having seen countless devils, this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. Evil spirits that lived in groups like the flying toads were the hardest to deal with. Encountering such danger as soon as they arrived in Golden Horizon had made everyone tense up. It seemed like the journey to Golden Horizon wouldn't be an easy one. They had no idea what kind of crisis they would encounter in the next month. However, the most urgent matter right now was to deal with these flying toads. Innumerable flying toads swooped down and attacked them fearlessly. The sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. They weren't afraid of these flying toads, but there were just too many of them. If they continued to attack like this, there would be times when they were split apart. If they were contaminated by the venom of the flying toads, the consequences would be unimaginable. Attack! Yang Bufan bellowed. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a light barrier that destroyed a large number of flying toads. The others also attacked decisively. The flying toads came from all directions. It seemed like they were really angry and wanted to eliminate these humans no matter what. Honglong. With so many experts attacking at the same time, a large number of flying toads fell to the ground. Their corpses piled up into a small hill. But this was far from the end. More and more flying toads appeared, hovering in the sky. They were like moths darting into the fire, but they weren't afraid at all. Their sharp fangs and venom were spraying everywhere like rockets. The trees in the surroundings died instantly when they were contaminated by the venom. A large area of shrubs had already been corroded. Flying toads were everywhere. This was a disaster. The scene was like the end of the world. Everyone was trembling with fear. No matter how strong one's cultivation base was, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a scene. The impact on their hearts was too great. Countless venom was flying everywhere. The croaking sound that came one after another made people have the impulse to go crazy. Little Chinzi, the essence of these evil spirits or devils, especially this kind of venomous creatures. They are most afraid of fire. Your flame is the biggest nemesis of these evil spirits. De Huang Dog said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. Now wasn't the time to hold back. True dragon fire. Jiang Qin suddenly shouted. He waved his hand and shot out a large sea of fire, which interweaved into a large flame barrier in the sky. Jiang Chen's flame could not only be used for defense, it could also be used as an attack. It was a large flame net. Under Jiang Chen's control, it turned into an invincible sharp weapon and attacked those flying toads. The originally fearless flying toads began to let out mournful cries. A large number of flying toads were directly burnt to a crisp. Not even ashes were left. After all, Jiang Chen's flame was too tyrannical. The true dragon fire and the true thunder fire were completely invincible. They were the nemesis of these evil spirits. After the first flame attack, Jiang Chen didn't stop. He continued with the second flame attack. One after another, huge fireballs were shot out in different directions, hitting into the group of flying toads. There were too many flying toads and they were too densely packed. After the fireballs rushed into the group, they immediately ignited into raging flames. The scene was like firewood coming into contact with raging flames. At this time, these flying toads were like dry firewood. When they came into contact with the raging flames, they immediately caught fire. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In just a few breaths' time, all the flying toads in the sky had turned into raging flames. The scene was spectacular. Croak. Chapter 1549. The scene was just too spectacular. Let alone Dong Fei and the others, even Yang Bufan was dumbfounded. Such a scene was simply too shocking. Jiang Chen's flame was just too powerful. Not only did it burn those flying toads to death, but even the venom of the flying toads was also incinerated, leaving no residue behind. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe such a heaven-defying means. Such a situation made everyone heave a sigh of relief. The way they looked at Jiang Chen was filled with incomparable respect. Their mood had also relaxed. They were no longer afraid of these extremely terrifying flying toads. As long as Jiang Chen was here, no matter how many flying toads there were, it wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Chen to kill them alone. Voila! A few minutes later, all the flying toads dispersed and vanished without a trace. Jiang Chen retracted the flame. The sky became clear again, but this area had been completely destroyed. Large areas of shrubs were destroyed. The air was filled with a rotten smell which was very unpleasant. However, the crisis had finally been resolved. This time, no one knew how many flying toads had been killed by Jiang Chen's flame. Even if there were more flying toads, they wouldn't dare to show up again. Amazing! Senior brother Jiang is too terrifying. He killed all the flying toads by himself, scaring the flying toads so much that they don't dare to cause trouble for us anymore. Both of Dong Fei's eyes shone with brilliance. His admiration for Jiang Chen had deepened. That's right. Jiang Chen's means is indeed powerful. I'm convinced. A half-step immortal emperor genius spoke. His name was Wang Yi, a famous existence in Outer Prefecture. He had been in seclusion all this while. He had only heard about the legend of Jiang Chen recently. Today was the first time he met and cooperated with Jiang Chen. Initially, he was still somewhat unconvinced about this heaven-defying Jiang Chen, but through the incident just now, he had seen through Jiang Chen's strength and felt fortunate that he had such a monstrous existence by his side. Just think about it, if Jiang Chen wasn't here, what would the situation be like? Even if they managed to escape in the end, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. No one knew how many flying toads there were, and these evil creatures were ferocious by nature. They covered the sky and covered the earth, and they could even block the space. Once they were surrounded, it would be difficult for them to escape. Brother Jiang Chen really has a good means. I've finally witnessed it today. If it wasn't for you just now, we really wouldn't know how we would be able to escape. Another half-step immortal emperor genius spoke, expressing his heartfelt admiration for Jiang Chen. Liang Qiao didn't speak. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was a little strange. We're all on the same side. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Let's continue our journey. There are many kinds of evil creatures in Golden Horizon. We have only encountered some flying toads. I'm afraid there are more terrifying existences in there. Jiang Chen said. He didn't put what happened just now in his heart. Killing these flying toads didn't give him the slightest sense of accomplishment because it was an easy task. Let's continue our journey. Yang Bufan waved his hand with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had known Jiang Chen for a long time. Regarding the growth of Jiang Chen, even he couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but raise his thumb to Jiang Chen. Thinking back to the time when he first met Jiang Chen in Evil Abyss, Jiang Chen was merely a divine immortal, not even a golden immortal. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already reached such a terrifying level, strong enough to kill an immortal emperor. If he didn't experience it himself, Yang Bufan wouldn't believe that such a monstrous genius existed in this world. To countless outstanding geniuses, the existence of Jiang Chen was like a slap to their faces. Who would dare to call themselves a genius in front of Jiang Chen? Everyone continued to move forward. After the encounter with the flying toads, everyone became more cautious and vigilant towards the Golden Horizon. Although there were plenty of opportunities in the Golden Horizon, the dangers were even greater. They could lose their lives at any time. Every step they took in this place needed to be cautious. It wasn't a joking matter. No one knew how many years had passed in this ancient battlefield. It had given birth to all kinds of evil spirits. All of them had a common characteristic: ferocity, bloodthirst, and killing. Along the way they encountered plenty of evil spirits, but with their previous experience, as long as these evil spirits didn't take the initiative to attack them, they wouldn't provoke them. None of the evil spirits in this place were easy to deal with. Yang Bufan slightly released his qi, which could give some pressure and deterrence to those evil spirits. All the evil spirits here had extremely high spiritual intelligence. In front of a powerful opponent they would be vigilant. Under the oppression of Jiang Chen's qi, most of the evil spirits didn't dare to attack them, which saved Jiang Chen and the others a little trouble. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen felt a little greedy at the sight of these evil spirits. He had begun to regret following these people. If he was alone, he would certainly start a massacre in this jungle. He would kill wherever he went. There was no evil spirit that he didn't dare to provoke. To others, evil spirits might be evil spirits and terrifying existences, but in the eyes of Jiang Chen, all the evil spirits here were his nourishment. They were necessary for him to upgrade the Zulong Tower. Ever since the Zulong Tower was upgraded to the 35th floor, it had been stuck there. The reason was that there wasn't a large amount of energy supply. The Ancestral Dragon Pagoda was a supreme divine tool. It would only be able to unleash its full power after the 99 levels of the pagoda were condensed. The current 35 levels were still far from the 99 levels. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The upgrade of each floor of the Zulong Tower was similar to the upgrade of his cultivation base. The higher the level, the more energy it required. It was simply a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Jiang Chen knew very well how much effort he had put into condensing the 35th floor. The process of condensing all 99 floors of the tower was extremely difficult. The thought of it made Jiang Chen's scalp tingle. But now that Yang Bufan and the others were following him, Jiang Chen restrained himself a little. First of all, he didn't want to cause too much trouble to them. Secondly, the Zulong Tower was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. Jiang Chen didn't want outsiders to know about it. After all, the scene of the Zulong Tower devouring the blood, flesh and essence of demons and evil spirits was too shocking. If this was spread out, it was very likely to bring unnecessary trouble to Jiang Chen. Not long after, Jiang Chen and the others arrived at a valley. There was also a large shrub in front of them, but this shrub was very unusual. The main thing was that the plants in front of them were different. The other shrubs had different kinds of plants, but this shrub in front of them had the same kind of plant. It was a plant that couldn't be named. It wasn't tall, but it wasn't small either. It was more than 20 meters tall with luxuriant branches and leaves. There were also a lot of branches and leaves on the trunk, but these branches and leaves were silvery gray in color. One could clearly see the lines on the branches and leaves, from which some silvery gray airflow was constantly being emitted. What kind of plant is this? Why do I have a sense of danger? Yuan Yi said with a frown. The expression of the others was incomparably solemn. Obviously, they could feel that these plants weren't simple. After all, they were all powerful experts with incomparably sharp senses. This is an ancient plant called Miasma Cathaya. This plant is very scary. It has long disappeared from the world. I didn't expect it to appear here. De Huang Dog said in a somewhat dignified tone. As soon as this remark was made, all eyes fell on De Huang Dog. This dog usually looked like a rogue dog, but unexpectedly he was omniscient. He even knew about this plant. What's Miasma Cathaya? What's so scary about it? Yang Bufan asked curiously. Miasma Cathaya is also a kind of poisonous plant. The scariest thing about it is its branches and leaves. This plant grows in a large area. Its branches and leaves can constantly emit a kind of poisonous airflow. This kind of poisonous airflow is very powerful. Its toxicity is even more violent than those flying toads. When it fuses with the miasma, it is called the king of poisonous Yama. It's a name that makes people tremble with fear. The poisonous airflow emitted by the miasma Kathaya can corrode everything, including our immortal chi defensive barrier. De Huang Dog was truly omniscient. He had clearly told them all the information about the miasma Kathaya. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Looking at the large area of miasma Kathaya in front of them, their scalp began to tingle. This is too scary. Let's not go through this forest of miasma Kathaya. Yuan Yi couldn't help but say. This thing was just too scary. Even with their cultivation base and courage, they couldn't help but tremble with fear. Don't worry. The poisonous airflow of the miasma Kathaya won't drift out. It will only appear in the place where the miasma Kathaya exists. Even the wind won't be able to blow it away. The benefits are right in front of us. As long as we go through the miasma Kathaya, we will be able to see the treasure. De Huang Dog said. We can choose to go around it or fly through the sky, Yang Bufan said. It's useless. The place where the miasma Kathaya exists has already monopolized the void. We can't fly through it. We have to go through it to see the benefits. De Huang Dog shook his head. Go through it? Are you kidding me? The area of the miasma Kathaya is at least a few hundred miles wide. I'm afraid that we will be killed by the poisonous airflow before we can even go through it. Liang Qiao said, feeling that what De Huang Dog said was utter nonsense. This was clearly a joke. Knowing how terrifying the poisonous airflow of the miasma Kathaya was, what was the difference between going through it and seeking death? If you don't want to go, you can leave. No one asked you to follow us. Master Dog hates you. Chapter 1550. Being reprimanded so mercilessly by De Huang Dog made Liang Qiao gnash his teeth in hatred, but he didn't say another word. After all, King Fan was here. If King Fan didn't object to it, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. Besides, he didn't want to leave at this time. Anyone could see the discomfort in Liang Qiao's heart. What was his identity? In the outer prefecture of Genius Prefecture, he was a well-known existence. Everyone who saw him had to give him some face. Ordinary disciples would have to bow and nod their heads when they saw him. But today he was humiliated by a single dog. How could he bear it? If you're unhappy, just say it. Don't fucking hold it in. De Huang Dog stared at Liang Qiao and said in an indifferent tone. Facts had proven that those who were hated by De Huang Dog had better not speak too much in front of De Huang Dog, let alone argue with De Huang Dog, because the one who would suffer in the end would be himself. Alright, we're all on the same side now. Let's stick together. Little Chenzi, how do you think we can get through this miasma Kathaya? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Chen. At this time he had to ask for Jiang Chen's opinion. Just walk straight through it. It's very simple. Jiang Chen shrugged and revealed a smile on his face. Every move he made was filled with strong confidence, which could easily make people around him feel safe. Walk straight through it? Senior brother Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Dong Fei stared blankly at Jiang Chen. This miasma Kathaya was so powerful. What was the difference between walking straight through it and seeking death? It's true that he can walk through it directly. That bastard is immune to all kinds of poison. However, you guys will need to rely on Jiang Chen if you want to go in. In this heavens and earth, there aren't many things that can restrain the poisonous qi emitted by the miasma Kathaya, but Little Chen's flame is one of them. His flame is a combination of 3 types of supreme flames. It's the nemesis of any evil qi in the heavens and earth. As long as he creates a layer of flame barrier, we will be able to walk through it without being affected by the poisonous qi. De Huang Dog said. The reason why he mentioned the danger of the miasma Kathaya was to highlight the importance of Jiang Chen at this moment. De Huang Dog wanted these people to know that without Jiang Chen, it would be hard for them to move an inch in this jungle. De Huang Dog wanted to place Jiang Chen's position in everyone's heart to make Jiang Chen the real leader. In the eyes of De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen was also one of them, but Jiang Chen was his brother. The relationship between him and Jiang Chen was even closer than that of blood brothers. If they had to be described as brothers, it would be brothers of life and death. Sure enough, the words of De Huang Dog immediately made everyone's eyes fall on Jiang Chen. It wasn't a secret that Jiang Chen possessed 3 types of supreme flames. Back then Jiang Chen had used 3 types of supreme flames to successfully concoct the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill and defeat Yun Zhangxiao. Everyone in the entire Genius Prefecture knew about this. Furthermore, when they were dealing with the flying toads, they had witnessed the scariness of Jiang Chen's flame. It wasn't an ordinary kind of terror. The flying toads that carried the deadly poison were utterly vulnerable under the burning of Jiang Chen's flame. Just like what De Huang Dog said, Jiang Chen's flame was the nemesis of all evil qi in the heaven and earth. Although the miasma Kathaya was terrifying, it would still be restrained by Jiang Chen's flame. If this was the case, it would be much easier to pass through the territory of the miasma Kathaya. Don't waste any more time. Under the defense of my flame, these poisonous miasma are nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Chen said. He waved his hand and struck out a piece of flame. With himself as the center, the flame formed a defensive cover. It wasn't big, but it was enough to accommodate everyone. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the flame shield, followed by Yang Bufan and Dong Fei. After everyone had entered the flame shield, Jiang Chen began to control the shield to move towards the miasma Kathaya's territory. As soon as they entered the area, a large amount of poisonous miasma began to attack them from all directions. The dense poisonous miasma hit the flame shield of Jiang Chen, producing sizzling sounds. Everyone could clearly see that when the poisonous miasma touched Jiang Chen's flame, it was immediately incinerated and turned into nothingness. One had to admit that Jiang Chen's flame was too terrifying. The true dragon fire, true thunder fire, and Qilin Saint fire were 3 kinds of heaven-defying supreme flames. When all of them were combined together, the power was simply unimaginable. At least these poisonous miasma couldn't withstand the burning of Jiang Chen's flame. Everyone hid inside the flame shield of Jiang Chen. At first they were incomparably nervous, but after seeing the effect they began to relax. Due to the isolation of the flame shield, they couldn't feel the invasion of the poisonous miasma outside at all, as if they were in another world. What a powerful flame! The invasion of the poisonous miasma has no effect on us at all. Seems like we have gained a great advantage by following Jiang Chen. Wang Yi spoke, full of praise for Jiang Chen. He now admired Jiang Chen more and more. He had to admit that without Jiang Chen, it would be impossible for them to enter this forest and obtain any benefits. He was afraid that they would still be besieged by those flying toads. That's right. The flame in Jiang Chen's hand is a heaven-defying supreme flame. The fusion of 3 kinds of flames is enough to show that Jiang Chen is a man of great luck. Another half-step Immortal Emperor genius spoke. Geniuses like them rarely admired someone, let alone taking the initiative to praise someone, but the praise they gave to Jiang Chen came from the bottom of their heart. There was no hypocrisy in it. Jiang Chen is a genius. Jiang Chen didn't put their praise in his heart at all, because he was doing his own thing. Through the contact between his flame and the poisonous miasma, Jiang Chen found out that there was some complicated energy in the poisonous miasma. It was very difficult for humans to absorb this energy, but the Zulong Tower could. To Jiang Chen this was undoubtedly a great thing. By following the flame, Jiang Chen could secretly let the Zulong Tower absorb the energy. The Zulong Tower could absorb any kind of energy including the poisonous miasma. Wing. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower began to change. A large amount of poisonous miasma was quietly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Very quickly, it was converted into pure energy and absorbed by the Zulong Tower, causing the originally dim 36th floor of the Zulong Tower to radiate bright light. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense bit by bit. All of this was done by Jiang Chen quietly through the flame. Not even King Fan was aware of it. After all, being able to absorb poisonous miasma was a terrifying ability. It was better to keep it a secret from others or else the impact would be too great. Jiang Chen didn't want to bring any trouble to himself. That's right. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen and the others to walk out of the miasma Kathaya area. The moment the flame barrier was removed, everyone's face revealed a relaxed look. Looking back at the miasma Kathaya area that they had just walked through, they still felt some lingering fear. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have been able to walk out of this area unscathed. Little Chenzi, it's all thanks to you this time, said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. He had long been accustomed to Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities. Senior brother Jiang is too powerful. Even the poisonous miasma couldn't do anything to him. Dong Fei was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. In his heart, Jiang Chen was his idol. He would worship him for the rest of his life. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at De Huang Dog and said, "De Huang, how far are we from our destination after passing through the Miasma Kathaya area?" De Huang Dog's eyes were like torches, looking incomparably valiant. He looked at another huge valley ahead and said, "It's in that valley. But look, there's a blood-red light above that valley. In this blood-red light, there's the aura of the treasure, but more of it is the aura of the evil spirit. In other words, there must be an extremely powerful evil spirit in this valley. If Master Dog's guess is correct, the existence of the evil spirit is to protect the treasure. It seems like there's going to be a fierce battle." Jiang Chen moved his body, releasing an invisible battle intent. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, everyone who had just relaxed became tense again. Ever since they entered the Golden Horizon, they had encountered the flying toads and the Miasma Kathaya area. They were getting closer to their destination. The evil spirit that would appear would certainly be more powerful, at least more terrifying than those flying toads. This was easy to understand because just like what Big Yellow had sensed, there was a treasure here, an extremely precious treasure. A place with a treasure would definitely attract the attention of evil spirits, but the countless evil spirits in this forest didn't dare come close to this place. The only explanation was that the evil spirit in the valley was too terrifying and had completely occupied this place, and not because the other evil spirits weren't interested in the treasure here. "I wonder what kind of treasure is in front." Yang Bufan stretched his body. He was very interested in the treasures ahead. After all, they all knew about the Golden Horizon. He was looking forward to finding treasures in this place. "Let's go and have a look," De Huang Dog said, then turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the valley ahead. His huge body was like an arrow leaving the bow, moving at extreme speed. "Sister Ning, if we encounter any great danger later, be ready to enter the Zulong Tower at any time." De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Wu Ningzhu. Before he could help Wu Ningzhu find a way to improve her cultivation base, protecting Wu Ningzhu's safety was something that Jiang Chen must do. Chapter 1551. Bush. Jiang Chen pulled Wu Ningzhu and followed behind De Huang Dog. Yang Bufan and the others also followed quickly. At this time, the most important thing was to be united. In the face of unknown danger, unity was very important. In front of the valley, De Huang Dog, who was rushing forward, suddenly halted, his eyes fixed ahead. Jiang Chen and the others caught up from behind and asked, "De Huang, what's wrong?" "Look, what's that?" De Huang Dog said. Everyone followed De Huang Dog's gaze and saw two incomparably strong great demons standing at the edge of the valley, glaring at De Huang Dog and the others with incomparably ferocious eyes. In the eyes of these two great demons, these people were uninvited guests. These two great demons were more than 3 meters tall, and their bodies were covered with blood-red scales. Their two thick legs stood upright and they had a long tail behind them. The tail was also covered with blood-red scales, emitting a blood-red glow. It gave off an extremely indestructible feeling. What was truly shocking was the upper body of this great demon. It had 4 arms and each arm was filled with explosive power. The blood-red scales made it look extremely ferocious. The great demon bared its sharp fangs. Their fangs and ferocious eyes were all blood-red. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, they were all blood-red. Their bodies were constantly emitting blood-red light. One could imagine that most of the blood-red light they saw from afar was coming from the bodies of these great demons. "What kind of monsters are these?" Dong Fei asked curiously. "The cultivation base of these two monsters isn't strong, but it's not weak either. They have the cultivation base and combat strength of intermediate immortal king realm," said Wang Yi. Wang Yi said. Given his eyesight, he could naturally see the cultivation base and strength of these two great demons at a glance. It was also because of this that he was shocked. The Golden Horizon seemed to be more terrifying than they had imagined. The two great demons they encountered here were at the intermediate immortal king realm. Through the contact with the flying toad and the Miasma Kathaya, they knew that most of the evil creatures here lived in groups. In addition to the bloody light that they saw in the sky above the valley, they were sure that it wasn't as simple as being released by these two great demons. In other words, these two great demons that were glowing with blood-red light weren't the only ones in this valley. There might be more of them, and some of them had even more terrifying cultivation base than these two. Such a situation made them worry. Although they still didn't know what exactly existed here, their intuition told them that even if there were precious treasures here, it wouldn't be so easy to get them. This is a kind of blood demon. Their blood chi is exuberant, but because of the different environment they grew up in, they were born in this ancient battlefield. Their nature is that of an evil spirit. Their thoughts and souls have been demonized, making them ferocious and bloodthirsty by nature. Additionally, their combat strength is very strong, much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. They aren't easy to deal with. De Huang Dog spoke. He knew the origin of these blood demons with just a glance. But I can see that their blood chi is very pure. They shouldn't be evil spirits or demonic beasts. Yang Bufan asked in puzzlement. This is the purpose of our trip. The blood demon itself is a kind of terrifying evil spirit. Their souls have been completely demonized. You must remember that all the creatures born in the Golden Horizon are evil spirits, machines that only know how to kill. This is a kind of ferocious nature that no one can change. The reason why they have such exuberant blood chi is because they have been absorbing a fruit called blood dragon fruit all year round. De Huang Dog said. Blood dragon fruit? Everyone was stunned. It seemed like this was their first time hearing about this fruit. Even Zhou Xian the alchemist was hearing about it for the first time. According to the records, a blood dragon fruit tree can only bear 9 fruits in 300 years. The blood demon in front of us is a companion of the blood dragon fruit tree. In other words, it is because there is a blood dragon fruit tree here that the blood demon evil spirit is born. This blood demon absorbs the blood chi from the blood dragon fruit tree all year round, absorbing the essence of the blood dragon fruit tree. That is why it is so strong. I can see that the blood dragon fruit tree is getting stronger and stronger. Just like the blood chi right now, it is much thicker than when we first discovered it. This means that the blood dragon fruit tree is not far from ripening. De Huang Dog said. After listening to his words, the way everyone looked at him had changed. Yang Bufan even gave a thumbs up to De Huang Dog. This dog was just too amazing. From the miasma Kathaya to the blood demon to the blood dragon fruit, his knowledge was just too clear, just like what was written in the records. At this time no one doubted De Huang Dog anymore. Each and every one of them was full of admiration for De Huang Dog. That was a kind of admiration. Then they turned to look at Zhou Xian. This combination was just too powerful. These blood demons can reach such a terrifying level just by absorbing the blood chi of the blood dragon fruit tree and the essence of the blood dragon fruit tree. It shows that this blood dragon fruit is a truly rare treasure. Our luck is really good. We've just entered the Golden Horizon and we've already encountered such great benefits. Liang Qiao said with a smile. Don't be happy so early. If we encounter a powerful blood demon king, it's already good enough that we can survive. De Huang Dog glared at Liang Qiao. Those who were hated by De Huang Dog better not speak in front of De Huang Dog. Seems like we have to be more careful. Yang Bufan said. Whoosh. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, beams of blood-red light shot up into the sky from the depths of the valley. There were exactly 9 beams of blood-red light, incomparably dazzling and mystical. Even from afar one could feel the strong blood chi from those blood-red light. That was the chi of the purest yang. What's that? Wang Yi exclaimed. Seems like we've arrived just in time. The blood dragon fruit is about to ripen. It will take half an hour for the blood dragon fruit to fully ripen. Therefore we only have half an hour. Within half an hour we have to snatch the blood dragon fruit from the hands of these blood demons. Otherwise, once the blood dragon fruit is fully ripened, it will be eaten by those blood demons. At that time, a terrifying blood demon king will be born. Let alone getting the blood dragon fruit, we won't even be able to leave this place alive. De Huang Dog's eyes flickered. He had an incomparably clear understanding of blood demons and blood dragon fruit. His knowledge of them was admirable. However, now wasn't the time to admire De Huang Dog. It was time to snatch the blood dragon fruit. Fortunately, they still had half an hour, but it was imaginable that it would be a fierce battle. The blood demons had been guarding the blood dragon fruit for such a long time. They certainly wouldn't let it go easily. If someone came to snatch the fruit of their labor, it was imaginable how fierce their counterattack would be. Or, at the instant when the 9 blood-colored pillars of light shot up into the sky, the 2 extremely ferocious blood demons suddenly let out roars. Evil auras and blood-colored rays of light burst out from their bodies, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like a tidal wave. The two blood demons were thoroughly enraged. From their point of view, these people before them were clearly here for their blood dragon fruits. Therefore they were their enemies. The roars of the blood demons were very loud. In addition to expressing their anger and killing intent, they were also sending a signal, informing the other blood demons in the valley that a group of uninvited guests had arrived. Soon after, the two blood demons pounced at Zhou Xian and the others at an extremely fast speed. De Huang Dog cackled and was about to attack. "Let me do it." Zhou Xian made his move before De Huang Dog could. Today he was determined to kill them. These blood demons were all evil spirits and demons, which made them the best nourishment for the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Zhou Xian wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. For Yang Bufan and the others, the blood dragon fruit was a treasure, but for Zhou Xian, everything here was a treasure. Even the blood demons themselves were huge treasures. This was a valley that could only be seen but not sought. Regardless of how powerful the blood demon kings were in this valley, the two blood demons in front of him were top-notch nourishment that he had to refine and absorb. Moreover, at this moment, there was no need for Zhou Xian to hide his strength anymore. Hong Long. The terrifying true dragon palm blasted out. The huge blood-red dragon claw blotted out the sky and the earth like a huge barrier net, enveloping the two powerful blood demons. Although the blood demons were terrifying, their cultivation base was after all only at the intermediate Immortal King realm. In terms of combat strength, they were on a completely different level from Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as lifting his hand. He could crush them into pieces with just a finger. Brr. The two blood demons let out roars or wails. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from Zhou Xian's huge claw. A terrifying pressure rushed out from the dragon claw. The two incomparably majestic blood demons were crushed into pieces and died on the spot. A gap was torn open in the Zulong Tower. The essence and blood of the two slain blood demons were completely absorbed by the Zulong Tower in the blink of an eye. However, the strength of these two blood demons wasn't very strong, so they weren't very useful to the condensation of the Zulong Tower. It would still require a tremendous amount of energy to completely condense the 36th floor. Chapter 1552. They weren't surprised that Zhou Xian could kill two intermediate Immortal King blood demons in such a short time. After all, they were very clear about Zhou Xian's ability. Back in Outer Prefecture, even the half-step Immortal Emperor Yangling wasn't a match for Zhou Xian. At that time, Zhou Xian was only a half-step Immortal King, not a true Immortal King. However, what shocked them was the method that Zhou Xian used to absorb the blood demons. They had never seen such a method before. The physical bodies of the two blood demons were more than 3 meters tall. Even if they were killed and smashed into powder, their flesh and blood wouldn't evaporate completely. Everyone on the scene could see that Zhou Xian had used some kind of method to directly absorb and refine the flesh and blood of the blood demons. This was the most terrifying thing. What a terrifying method. He can actually absorb the blood essence and chi essence of two blood demons. Who would believe this if I didn't see it with my own eyes? I wonder what kind of cultivation method Zhou Xian has cultivated. Blood demons are evil spirits. It won't be a good thing to absorb them by force. Wang Yi and the others were guessing. After all, the method that Zhou Xian had shown was too scary. It had gone far beyond their imagination and understanding. There was an essential difference between humans and demons. Therefore, it wasn't easy for humans to absorb anything from demonic beasts. Whether it was demon soul or chi essence, it could easily cause a backlash. It was simply unimaginable that Zhou Xian could absorb and refine them without any scruples. Scope. Don't waste any more time. We only have half an hour. If nothing unexpected happens, we will have to get rid of all the blood demons here in order to obtain the blood dragon fruit. Even a single blood demon will fight against us in order to defend the blood dragon fruit. De Huang Dog reminded, then turned into a golden light and rushed into the valley. Brr, brr, brr. At the same time, roars were heard in the valley one after another. Just from the roars, one could feel the terror and number of blood demons. In this valley there were at least hundreds of blood demons. Without knowing the cultivation base of these blood demons, the hidden danger was still very big for Yang Bufan and the others. Kill. Yang Bufan bellowed. He fully unleashed the chi of an immortal emperor and rushed into the valley. The others didn't delay either. Before entering the golden horizon, They had already been mentally prepared. Battles were just too normal. It was simply impossible for them to spend a month peacefully in the Golden Horizon. Sister Ning, you can enter the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu and said, after I get the blood dragon fruit, I'll find a way to improve your cultivation base. Only when your cultivation base reaches the late Immortal King realm, or at least the late Immortal King realm, will you be able to fight in Golden Horizon. Otherwise, you'll only have a slim chance of surviving if you encounter any evil creatures. Yes. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, she entered the Zulong Tower. She was very clear about Jiang Chen's words. Wu Ningzhu was also very clear about her own strength. Although she was talented and had powerful means, her cultivation base was still too weak. These means seemed vulnerable in front of the mighty blood demons. After entering the Golden Horizon, Wu Ningzhu would listen to Jiang Chen. To her, hiding in the Zulong Tower was also the best choice. At least she wouldn't become a burden to Jiang Chen and the others. The next battle would surely be a fierce one. Not becoming a burden was the greatest help to Jiang Chen and King Fan. Pong. The moment Wu Ningzhu entered the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen unleashed his powerful chi waves and cast out his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. His entire being was like an arrow that had left the bow, rushing into the valley. In the depths of the valley there was an oasis. An extremely mystical blood-red ancient tree was growing in the center of the oasis. The tree was dozens of feet tall. Its trunk was so thick that a person couldn't wrap his arms around it. There were no luxuriant branches and leaves on the ancient tree, or it should be said that there were no branches or leaves at all. There were only 9 separated branches. On each branch hung a blood-red fruit the size of a fist. Those fruits were as red as blood, looking extremely mystical. The 9 blood-red light pillars in the sky were emitted from these fruits. Blood dragon fruits. That's right. These were the blood dragon fruits. Blood dragon fruits. That was right. Those were the blood dragon fruits. Every one of them was the size of a fist. The entire valley was shrouded in bloody light and blood energy flourished. Forget eating the blood dragon fruits. Even the average cultivator could become a peerless expert by simply cultivating here. The blood energy here was simply too vigorous. It was a treasure land for cultivation. That was something that could be seen from the blood yaos in front of them. At this moment, countless blood demons were blocking in front of the blood dragon fruit tree. After that, silhouettes appeared one after another. Each of the blood demons was 3 feet tall. Their bodies were covered with blood-red scales. They looked extremely horrifying. Hundreds of blood demons had surrounded the entire valley. Jiang Chen and the others were trapped in the encirclement. The blood demons were exuding crazy killing intent. Each of them was gnashing their teeth. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light. In their eyes, these people in front of them were absolute uninvited guests, absolute enemies. The blood dragon fruits were about to ripen. At this time, anyone who dared to covet the blood dragon fruits would be regarded as the enemy of the blood demons. The way to deal with enemies was to kill them all. Damn it. These blood demons are too powerful. The weakest among them is an intermediate immortal king. There are more than a dozen half-step immortal emperors. Dong Fei couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. To him, who was only a late immortal king, such a camp was a little too terrifying. A late immortal king blood demon can kill an ordinary human half-step immortal emperor. So the cultivation base and combat strength of these blood demons are the same as the geniuses of Genius Prefecture. Normally, you can fight those who have a higher cultivation base than you, but it's far from enough when you encounter these blood demons. Plus, I guess that there will be stronger blood demon kings appearing. King Fan, you have to pay more attention to them. If a blood demon king appears later, only you can deal with it. That's right. That's right. That's right. Big Yellow reminded. He knew the abilities of these blood demons very well. These powerful evil creatures were just too difficult to deal with. If they bumped into them, they would only have a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, their teamwork was flawless. The lethality that could be unleashed by over 100 blood demons was unimaginable. Damn it. Such a camp is too scary. But these blood demons are staring at us ferociously. Why aren't they attacking us directly? Wang Yi asked, puzzled. It was obvious that he was incomparably nervous. It was normal to be nervous when encountering such a camp. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. They are delaying the time, waiting for the blood dragon fruits to ripen. So we have to take the initiative. Jiang Chen spoke, slashing at one of the blood demons with the long sword in his hand. That blood demon had the cultivation base of a late immortal king. When it saw Jiang Chen attacking it, it tried to resist, but was slashed into two halves by Jiang Chen's sword and died on the spot. The combat strength of the two sides wasn't on the same level. Plus, the current Jiang Chen was in his half-dragon form. Killing a late immortal king evil creature was just a piece of cake for him. To Yang Bufan and the others, they didn't have any advantage in terms of cultivation base, but to Jiang Chen this advantage was too great. Despite the vigorous blood qi of the blood demons, they were evil creatures in essence. From their soul to their essence they were all demonized. They were basically afraid of Jiang Chen's flame. Under such restraint, not to mention a late immortal king blood demon, even a half-step immortal emperor blood demon couldn't be killed by Jiang Chen's sword. As one of the blood demons was killed by Jiang Chen, the other blood demons were infuriated. A storm of qi burst out from the group of blood demons. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, lunging at Jiang Chen and the others from all directions. Blood demons were ferocious and warlike by nature. Killing was what they liked the most. Now that someone was trying to steal their fruits, they naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Qi Law. The terrifying blood demons' sharp claws tore the void in an instant. Their speed had reached the extreme, forming a seamless encirclement, ready to tear these people apart. Kill! Yang Bufan bellowed, slapping at the incoming blood demon. The terrifying means of an early immortal emperor wasn't something that these blood demons could resist. A mighty half-step immortal emperor blood demon was smashed into pieces by Yang Bufan's slap. Boom, boom, boom. Baka! De Huang Dog cackled. His head was filled with golden light. Such a barbaric battle was his favorite. In just a few blinks, De Huang Dog had rushed into the camp of the blood demons. His body didn't look as big as those blood demons, but De Huang Dog was like a calf rampaging. Those weaker blood demons couldn't withstand the impact of De Huang Dog's head and were smashed into pieces on the spot. Wang Yi and the others also attacked decisively, unleashing their combat strength perfectly. They were the terrifying geniuses of Genius Prefecture, the pinnacle figures of the young generation. Each of them had extremely powerful means. Even such a camp couldn't make them flinch or feel fear. Each of them was filled with battle intent as they fought against the blood demons. Buzz. Chapter 1553. The battle was incomparably fierce. In the face of these blood demons, there was almost no need to be polite. The moment the battle started, it was a life-and-death battle. The most brutal means were used. Jiang Chen was harvesting the dead blood demons invisibly. This situation was naturally seen by the others, but Yang Bufan didn't think much of it. He had already seen Jiang Chen's heaven-defying means back in the evil abyss. Although Wang Yi and the others were very surprised, they didn't have the time to be surprised at the moment because there were too many blood demons. It was already good enough that they could protect themselves. How could they have the energy to pay attention to Jiang Chen's situation? Moreover, they had seen Jiang Chen absorbing the energy of the two blood demons outside the valley. So although they were surprised, they weren't that shocked. Blood qi soared into the sky. The whole valley was completely agitated. Killing intent was everywhere. Each of the blood demons wasn't afraid of death. Although the number of blood demons was huge, their combat strength was limited, especially to Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. The blood demons that rushed at them were like food to them. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yang Bufan. But Yang Bufan was calm and composed. He kept slapping the blood demons that rushed at him. Every slap would kill a blood demon. There was no room for resistance at all. This was a kind of crushing strike. They weren't on the same level at all. Jiang Chen was still as tyrannical as ever. He had transformed into a dragon. The heavenly saint sword in his hand had completely turned into a deadly sword. Every time he attacked, a blood demon would be slashed in half. The Zulong Tower had received a steady supply of energy. The speed of condensation was extremely fast. A large amount of blood demon essence and blood essence were transformed into the purest energy, aiding the advancement of the 36th floor of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen had also benefited from the Zulong Tower. New dragon marks began to condense. In just a short period of time, 1,000 dragon marks had been condensed in Jiang Chen's body. To Jiang Chen, Every additional dragon mark in his Qi represented an improvement in his combat strength. This was Jiang Chen's advantage and also the most abnormal aspect of Jiang Chen. Honglong. The battle was incomparably fierce. The weakest among them was Dong Fei, but under the care of the others his opponents were mostly immortal kings. An intermediate immortal king blood demon was no match for him at all. Even if a few late immortal king blood demons attacked him at the same time, given of his ability he could still protect himself. As for those half-step immortal emperor blood demons, Yang Bufan and the others were basically not a problem. Haha. 1/3 of the blood demons have been killed by us. At this rate, it won't take us more than half an hour to kill all these blood demons. Gung Yi burst into laughter. The current situation made him feel relaxed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a first-rate genius of Genius Prefecture he was incomparably arrogant. No matter the situation he would always show his arrogance. Don't be happy too early. De Huang Dog reminded him kindly. The blood demons were completely unafraid of death. Whenever a batch of blood demons fell, another batch of blood demons would rush forward. In order to protect the blood dragon fruits, the blood demons were really going all out. After all, they had been guarding this place for such a long time, waiting for the blood dragon fruits to ripen. This had always been their purpose and belief. Now that the blood dragon fruits were about to ripen, someone wanted to snatch the fruits of their labor. How could they not be angry? Honglong. Terrifying waves of killing came one after another. The entire valley was about to be destroyed, but these terrifying attacks didn't hurt the blood dragon fruit tree at all. It showed that this ancient tree was incomparably mystical. Of course, a large part of the reason was that both sides had deliberately controlled their attacks during the battle. Jiang Chen and the others naturally didn't want to destroy the blood dragon fruits, especially when the fruits were about to ripen. Otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. The blood demons had treated the blood dragon fruits as their treasures. Even if it cost them their lives they wouldn't destroy the blood dragon fruits. Therefore, despite the intensity of the battle, the blood dragon fruits were still intact. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen and the others to kill half of the blood demons. Due to the Zulong Tower that Jiang Chen had activated, there was no smell of blood on the battlefield at all, nor were there any broken limbs. By then more than half of the 36th level of the Zulong Tower had been formed. The number of dragon marks within Jiang Chen's Qi had also reached over 5,000. But that wasn't the end yet. The battle was still going on and the absorption of the Zulong Tower had only just begun. Roar. Just as the one-sided battle had everyone starting to let their guard down, two earth-shattering roars suddenly rang out from the depths of the valley. The two roars were like thunder, causing the entire valley to tremble. Then two beams of blood light shot up into the sky. That blood-red light was completely condensed from a huge amount of blood qi. It was like a demonic dragon constantly swaying in the sky, filled with arrogance. Sure enough, there are still powerful blood demons hiding here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His expression didn't change much. Instead, the appearance of the blood demon kings made him feel a strong desire to fight. With his current combat strength, the blood demons in front of him could no longer stimulate his desire to fight. Dong dong. Then the earth shook. All the blood demons stopped what they were doing and turned around to look at the depths of the valley. Then they roared at the sky as if they were showing off something. It was like a strong welcoming ceremony welcoming their true king. The commotion grew louder and louder. Two real blood demon kings had appeared. The bodies of these two blood demon kings were 10 zhang in size and extremely majestic. They were like small mountains. The tails of the blood demon kings dragged across the ground, creating a large amount of sparks. Wherever the tails passed, a deep crack would be left on the ground. Damn it, these two blood demon kings are so powerful. I feel a strong pressure. Liang Qiao cursed. Everyone's facial expression changed. Dong Fei, who had the weakest cultivation base, had the ugliest facial expression because the two blood demon kings were just too powerful. The qi that they unleashed made him tremble in fear. Everyone be careful. One of the blood demon kings has just advanced to the early immortal emperor realm. Still easier to deal with, but the other one is much more terrifying. It has already stepped half a foot into the intermediate immortal emperor realm. This kind of evil creature is born from the essence of the heavens and earth. It's very terrifying and much stronger than ordinary beasts. In front of them, your advantage as a genius will be gone. De Huang Dog spoke. Looking at the two blood demon kings, Even Yang Bufan's facial expression turned solemn. The Blood Demon King that had just advanced to the early Immortal Emperor realm was still manageable. Given his ability, he was able to deal with it, but that powerful Blood Demon King would be somewhat difficult to deal with even if he gave his all. What should we do now? We only have King Fan, who is an early Immortal Emperor, on our side. How are we going to deal with these two Blood Demon Kings? Wang Yi spoke worriedly. According to the current situation, the crisis they were facing now was already considered as the biggest crisis in Golden Horizon. To any ordinary expert, this was a crisis that would surely kill them, but with the existence of the Blood Dragon Fruit, they really didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky to encounter such a tricky situation as soon as they arrived at Golden Horizon. King Fan, you deal with that powerful Blood Demon King. Leave the other one to me. Jiang Chen spoke. Are you sure you don't have any problem? Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. Although Jiang Chen's combat strength was powerful and he already had the ability to kill Fu Kuei was also an early Immortal Emperor, but compared to this Blood Demon King, they were on a completely different level. To put it bluntly, if Fu Kuei fought this Blood Demon King, he would surely die. Don't worry. I'm confident. Jiang Chen nodded. As a matter of fact, if the Blood Demon King was really a beast with the purest Yang attribute, Jiang Chen would really be no match for it. One should know that the combat strength of such a Blood Demon King was basically equivalent to an intermediate Immortal Emperor. The other one was even scarier. The reason why Jiang Chen was so confident was that the essence of the Blood Demon King was incomparable to that of a beast. The Blood Demon King was an evil creature, a demon and a devil. Jiang Chen had the means to restrain its combat strength. The three types of supreme flames weren't a big deal. The most important thing to deal with this kind of evil creature was the edifying light. This was Jiang Chen's real trump card. As long as he relied on the edifying light, Jiang Chen was confident that he could edify this Blood Demon King. Only by edifying it would he have an additional powerful helper. At that time it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with the other one. What they needed to do now was to let Jiang Chen entangle the most powerful Blood Demon King. Jiang Chen would find a way to deal with the other one, and the others would deal with the rest of the blood demons. The breakthrough point was still on Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen had to succeed first in order to win the battle today. Bring it on then. Yang Bufan's body moved. The chi of an Immortal Emperor was fully unleashed. It was a kind of wild chi wave that could only be described as powerful. Brr. The powerful Blood Demon King felt Yang Bufan's battle intent and provocation. Immediately he let out a roar and leaped towards Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan also flew up and opened up a new battlefield in the sky with the Blood Demon King. A fierce battle ensued. Honglong. When the terrifying attacks collided with each other, Yang Bufan was sent flying dozens of meters away before he could stabilize his body. His face looked somewhat unsightly. Apparently he had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first clash with the Blood Demon King. Brr, brr. The Blood Demon King roared again and again, pounding its chest with both hands like a wild beast. It lunged at Yang Bufan again. It's over. The Blood Demon King is too powerful. King Fan doesn't seem to be a match for it. There's still another Blood Demon King. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to deal with it. Chapter 1554. In the sky above the valley, the Blood Demon King and Yang Bufan were engaged in a fierce battle. Yang Bufan was in a disadvantageous position in every aspect, but his fighting spirit was unparalleled. His attacks were wide and ferocious to the extreme. Although he couldn't defeat the Blood Demon King, it wouldn't be easy for the Blood Demon King to kill him either. At least it wouldn't be possible for him to do so in a short period of time. Little Chinzi, it's all up to you now. The scariness of the Blood Demon King is far beyond my imagination. He's much stronger than the ordinary beasts. I'm no match for him. I can only entangle him. Yang Bufan said to Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation base was relatively weak, he was still very confident in Jiang Chen. If he needed someone to rely on at the critical moment, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly be the most reliable candidate. At this time, the other Blood Demon King's ferocious eyes had also locked onto Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's appearance in his dragon form was very terrifying. He was the most eye-catching among them. It was normal for the Blood Demon King to lock onto him. The chi waves rushing out of Jiang Chen's body were turning constantly. His blood chi looked more terrifying than that of the Blood Demon King. He was ready to put away the Heavenly Saint sword and display the Qilin divine arm to fight the Blood Demon King. It was impossible for him not to display his true strength. Little Qinzi, don't display the Qilin divine arm. The northern and southern dynasties will be able to sense it. De Huang Dog hastily reminded. Jiang Chen's body quivered. He had been blinded by the battle intent just now and had forgotten about this for a moment. Without a doubt, young Master Chao of Nanbei family was Nanbei Chao. Although Nanbei Chao was mysterious, he would certainly enter the Golden Horizon this time. Once he used the Qilin arm, Nanbei Chao would most likely sense his location. Given the current situation, if Nanbei Chao came looking for them, it would be very disadvantageous to them. Putting aside the fact that their lives would be in danger, they were afraid that none of these blood dragon fruits would become Nanbei Chao's. Although Jiang Chen's current combat strength was strong, Jiang Chen still had an intuition that he was no match for the northern and southern dynasties. This wasn't the right time to confront the northern and southern dynasties. I can't use the Qilin divine arm or the eternal immortal wind. What the fuck? Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. He had the urge to spurt out blood. The eternal immortal wind and the Qilin divine arm were two of Jiang Chen's trump cards. Their offensive and lethality were incomparably powerful. How could he not feel depressed now that he couldn't use them? Having powerful means but being unable to use them was like having a naked fairy lying next to him on a lonely night. It was a feeling that he couldn't enjoy. Come. Jiang Chen flew forward. The Heavenly Saint sword turned into a blood-red dragon and slashed at the Blood Demon King. Even without using the Qilin divine arm and the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of this Blood Demon King. Jiang Chen's combat strength was unparalleled. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in a layer of flame. The fusion of 3 types of supreme flames could not only enhance the offensive strength of the Heavenly Saint sword, but was also an important means to restrain the Blood Demon King. It was a must. Brr. The Blood Demon King roared furiously. Its incomparably sharp tail swept horizontally at Jiang Chen. The tail was like an indestructible sharp weapon. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn apart on the spot. Slash. Jiang Chen bellowed. The long sword slashed out and collided with the tail of the Blood Demon King. Clang. The collision of the two produced a clanging sound and a large number of sparks. One had to admit that the attack of the Blood Demon King was indeed terrifying. Jiang Chen was sent flying for a few dozen meters before he could stabilize himself, but this situation was within Jiang Chen's expectation. After all, this Blood Demon King was equivalent to an intermediate immortal emperor. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was no match for it. GG. However, Jiang Chen also had his own means. The instant Jiang Chen was sent flying, the tail of the Blood Demon King emitted a sizzling sound and was covered with a layer of flame. Brr. Before the Blood Demon King could act arrogantly, he felt a bone-piercing pain. Immediately he roared furiously. That kind of pain wasn't an ordinary kind of pain. The flame that came into contact with his body was like the natural enemy of the Blood Demon King. It could burn his soul directly through his body. The devilish side of the Blood Demon King was about to be incinerated by Jiang Chen's flame. Brr, brr. The Blood Demon King roared angrily. His majestic body spun back and forth in the sky. Took him a lot of effort to get rid of the flames. However, his originally blood-red tail had already been burnt black. Some of the scales on it had also been shattered and blood was flowing out. The Blood Demon King raised his angry eyes and glared at Jiang Chen. Apart from anger, it was also filled with fear for the surface of Jiang Chen's body and the flame on the long sword. The mighty Blood Demon King was an evil spirit of heaven and earth that was lawless. It was a symbol of strength and had never known what fear was. But now, the Blood Demon King was truly afraid of Jiang Chen's flame. It was the fear of its natural enemy and the restraint from the depths of its origin. Good. Just like what De Huang said, these blood demons look like the purest yang on the surface, and their blood qi is more vigorous than ordinary exotic beasts. However, they are still evil spirits and belong to the category of devils. In this case, they will be completely restrained by my flame. Later I will suppress them with all my strength. It would already be very good if the Blood Demon King could exert half of its combat power. A sneer appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had experienced many such battles and knew what to do best. In terms of combat power, he was indeed no match for the Blood Demon King. Besides, he couldn't use the Qilin and the Eternal Celestial Wind. But as long as his flame could restrain the Blood Demon King, it would be enough to make up for the gap between them. Moreover, under such restraint, it wouldn't take long for the Blood Demon King to be in a state of confusion. At that time, Xianxia could directly use the edifying light to edify the Blood Demon King. As long as he edified one Blood Demon King, the remaining one would be nothing to worry about. Xianxia held the long sword upside down and took the initiative to charge at the Blood Demon King with an overwhelming momentum. Wherever he passed, the sky was filled with flames. This was the fusion of three kinds of supreme flames, the nemesis and natural enemy of all evil aura in the world. Under the influence of the flame environment, the Blood Demon King's combat power would be severely affected. The Blood Demon King was infuriated. Although he was afraid of those flames, he still wanted to fight Xianxia. In the face of an enemy who had come to steal the Blood Dragon fruit and killed so many of his kind, the Blood Demon King would never show mercy. Besides, he had already found out that Xianxia only had the ability to restrain his flames. Xianxia's combat strength wasn't strong at all. Honglong. In an instant, Xianxia and the Blood Demon King were engaged in a fierce battle. The sky darkened, the sea of flames filled the air, and the destructive chi waves were rising constantly. The battle seemed much more intense than the battle between Yang Bufan and the Blood Demon King. In the first two collisions, the Blood Demon King still had the upper hand, but later on the situation of the battle changed completely. Xianxia had grasped the means of the Blood Demon King and used the great divination art and flames to completely restrain the Blood Demon King. Very soon the battle became a draw. Xianxia is so powerful. He can actually fight the Blood Demon King to a draw with just an early Immortal King cultivation base. This is just too abnormal. Xianxia's flames are still the most powerful. His flames have a fundamental restraint on these evil creatures. Under such restraint, the Blood Demon King simply can't exert its full combat strength. That's why the situation is like this. The situation is still very dangerous. Even if Xianxia can resist the impact of the Blood Demon King, it's almost impossible for him to kill the Blood Demon King. King Fan is still struggling to resist the Blood Demon King, who has already stepped half a step into the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. He's no match for it at all. Don't talk so much. The rest of the Blood Demons are coming. Don't count on King Fan and Xianxia to help us. We have to rely on ourselves. Fortunately, there aren't many half-step Immortal Emperor Blood Demons left after the previous massacre. We can still deal with them. The battle was incomparably fierce. Xianxia and Yang Bufan were fighting two Blood Demon Kings respectively. The remaining Blood Demons were also a pretty strong force, enough to deal with Daoist Dog and Zhenya, especially Dongfei. His cultivation base was only at the late Immortal King realm, which made it the most dangerous for him to fight. He could fall into a dangerous situation at any time. For Dongfei, if it weren't for the help of Wang Yi and the others, he would have died after falling into the encirclement of Blood Demon. However, it was still very beneficial for Dongfei to experience such a life-and-death battle. This was the greatest kind of experience, which would be of great help to Dongfei's cultivation. However, Daoist Dog was incomparably ferocious. Given his current peak late Immortal King cultivation base, it wasn't a problem for him to wipe out these Blood Demons. No matter how powerful the Blood Demons were, they were no match for him. Even if they were half-step Immortal Emperor Blood Demons, Daoist Dog could still kill them. Little Chenzi, Master Dog, will provide you with energy. Daoist Dog continued to kill those Blood Demons and smash their bodies at Xianxia. Daoist Dog knew very well that the bodies of these Blood Demons were the greatest nourishment for Xianxia. The more the better. The Zulong Tower would be able to swallow all the Blood Demons. As the Blood Demons continued to be absorbed, Xianxia's combat strength would grow stronger and stronger. In that case, during the battle between the Blood Demon King and Xianxia, there would be a situation where the Blood Demon King would be weakened and the Blood Demon King would fall. Hoo-hoo. The huge body of the Blood Demon smashed at Xianxia. Before it could get close to Xianxia, it was swept away by an invisible gust of wind, turning into a dried corpse in a blink of an eye. When the wind blew, it turned into powder, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 1555. Daoist Dog had gone completely mad. He rushed back and forth in the camp of Blood Demons, causing blood to flow like a river. The Blood Demons screamed again and again. The number of Blood Demons was decreasing rapidly. The madness of De Huang Dog had undoubtedly lightened the burden of Dong Fei and Wang Yi, reducing the pressure on them. Good De Huang. Wang Yi praised Big Yellow happily, regretting that he didn't put this dog in his eyes at the beginning. He really didn't expect that this dog would be so heaven-defying. Not only did he know everything, his combat strength was also so abnormal and terrifying. He was almost sure that if it wasn't for Big Yellow, they would never be able to find this place and find the blood dragon fruit. Similarly, if it wasn't for Big Yellow, the four of them would have a hard time dealing with the more than 50 blood demons. Wang Yi praised Big Yellow. Big Yellow praised Wang Yi. He regretted that he didn't put this dog in his eyes from the beginning. Wakaka, when Master Dog unleashes his might, the heaven and earth will tremble. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. A narcissistic guy couldn't stand other people's praise the most. A few words could make him feel good about himself. Wang Yi and the others soon discovered this fact. They tried their best not to praise De Huang Dog, fearing that this dog didn't know his surname. Hong Long. In the sky, the Blood Demon King and Yang Bufan were locked in a fierce battle. Yang Bufan had been in a disadvantageous position. It seemed that he would be torn apart by the Blood Demon King at any time. Unfortunately, after fighting for so long, Yang Bufan was still holding on. He didn't look any different from the beginning. Besides, his face was indifferent. He was fully immersed in the battle, neither arrogant nor rash. On the contrary, the Blood Demon King roared again and again in exasperation because he couldn't take down this young human being. One had to admit that Yang Bufan was very strong. It seemed that if the Blood Demon King wanted to kill Yang Bufan, he might not be able to do so even if he fought for a day and a night. On the contrary, Yang Bufan was getting more and more courageous. The fierce battle with the Blood Demon King had a great impact on him. It was a rare experience to have such a life-and-death battle. Yang Bufan would also gain a lot of benefits from this battle. The situation of the battle was very clear. Yang Bufan had firmly entangled the Blood Demon King. He couldn't kill the Blood Demon King, but the Blood Demon King couldn't throw him away either. In this way, Jiang Qin had a chance. Yang Bufan was very clear about this from the very beginning. The breakthrough of today's battle was Jiang Qin. The battle between Jiang Qin and the Blood Demon King was also in a stalemate. The 36th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. Once it was completed, Jiang Qin would gain another 10,000 dragon marks. Given the current situation, Jiang Qin would be 10,000 dragon marks was extremely important. After Jiang Qin absorbed another half-step Immortal Emperor Blood Demon, the 36th floor of the tower was completed. The entire 36th floor of the Zulong Tower became brighter. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had also increased by 10,000, from the initial 1,130,000 to 1,140,000. To Jiang Qin, the increase in the number of dragon marks had made him very satisfied. It had pushed his cultivation base to the peak of early Immortal King realm, only a step away from the intermediate Immortal King realm. However, what made Jiang Qin dissatisfied was the condensing of the Zulong Tower. This treasure was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he tried, he had to kill all the blood demons and only condense one floor. Initially, he thought that after killing all the blood demons he would be able to condense the 37th floor. Now it seemed that if he wanted to condense the 37th floor, he would have to get rid of this Blood Demon King and absorb it. However, he wasn't going to refine this Blood Demon King yet. In any case, he had just improved his combat strength and wasn't in a hurry. There were dangers everywhere in the Golden Horizon. If he could make this Blood Demon King his own, it would be equivalent to having one more helper, a very powerful helper. After failing to get rid of Jiang Qin for a long time, the Blood Demon King was infuriated. His mind had begun to fall into chaos. Additionally, he could clearly feel that Jiang Qin was getting more and more valiant and powerful as the battle went on. It couldn't go on like this. What made him even more aggrieved was that his opponent's means and flames could restrain him. Under such restraint, the Blood Demon King couldn't even exert half of his combat strength. How could the Blood Demon King maintain his composure under such circumstances? If this continued, the Blood Demon King couldn't see any hope of killing his opponent. His mind is beginning to fall into chaos. It's great. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a faint smile. He had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the Blood Demon King to fall into chaos. As long as the Blood Demon King fell into chaos, his chance would come. This was the rich combat experience of Zhou Xian. At the same time, it was also his good temperament. In such a battle, patience was what was most needed. Edifying light. Zhou Xian seized the opportunity. While the Blood Demon King was roaring, he suddenly shot out the edifying light. The edifying light was like a spiritual snake that entered the Blood Demon King's mouth. Then the edifying light immediately drilled into the Blood Demon King's mind. Howl. The Blood Demon King's roar immediately changed and turned into a scream. The Blood Demon King, who was originally furious, seemed to have been greatly stimulated all of a sudden. He held his head with both hands and smashed his head randomly in the void, creating holes in the void. The Blood Demon King roared and kept hitting his head with both hands. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Got it. Zhou Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to fight the Blood Demon King. If the Blood Demon King hadn't lost his mind at the last moment, it would have been impossible for Zhou Xian to easily insert the edifying light into the Blood Demon King's body. As long as the edifying light entered the Blood Demon King's body, it would be difficult for the Blood Demon King to force it out. Moreover, Zhou Xian wouldn't give him the chance to do so. The edifying light was a Buddhist secret technique that specialized in dealing with all evil in the world. The Blood Demon King was evil and an evil spirit. Therefore, after the edifying light entered his body, it would produce an effect. Blood Demon King, you can't do it anymore. As Zhou Xian spoke, he slashed with his long sword again. The edifying light brought great pain to the Blood Demon King, causing the Blood Demon King to no longer have the energy to resist Zhou Qian's attack. Therefore, Zhou Qian's long sword left a deep wound on the Blood Demon King's arm with blood splattering everywhere. This was because Zhou Qian didn't want to kill the Blood Demon King. Otherwise, the Blood Demon King would have been dead by now. Once the edifying light helped Zhou Qian, it would be equivalent to doomsday for the Blood Demon King. After falling into the hands of Zhou Qian, he would be at the mercy of Zhou Qian and his life or death would be in the hands of Zhou Qian. Look, Zhou Qian is about to succeed. I don't know what stimulated the Blood Demon King to suddenly become like this. Damn it, Zhou Qian must have used some powerful means. How many trump cards does this guy have? He's too abnormal. Even the Blood Demon King will die in his hands. Wang Yi and the others were shocked when they saw what happened to Zhou Qian. They had been paying attention to the battle between Zhou Qian and the Blood Demon King. After all, the decisive battle between Zhou Qian and the Blood Demon King played a key role and even affected their life and death. Seeing the Blood Demon King being injured by Zhou Qian and suddenly becoming crazy, they didn't know what means Zhou Qian had used. But this was no longer important. What was important was that Zhou Qian was going to win. And the scene that happened next made Wang Yi and others really widen their eyes, completely stunned. They saw that the Blood Demon King, who was crying in the sky, suddenly stopped what he was doing. The ferocious light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and the momentum of his body was also restrained. The originally ferocious figure actually looked a little docile. The Blood Demon King looked at Zhou Qian, then strode in front of Zhou Qian, bowed deeply and said in a muffled voice, "Master." That's right. The Blood Demon King, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Moreover, it was in human language. This in itself was not strange. At the level of the Blood Demon King, he had already become completely psychic. It was normal for him to be able to speak, but the scene in front of them was too abnormal and a little scary. My God, what happened? What did Zhou Qian do to the Blood Demon King? The Blood Demon King actually bowed to Zhou Qian and even called him master. What the hell is going on? Wang Yi staggered and almost fell down. He was completely horrified and shocked out of his wits. Senior brother Zhang must have used some means to directly subdue the Blood Demon King. This is too ridiculous. How is this possible? Dong Fei also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This situation was like a joke. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Motherfucker. Liang Qiao couldn't help but curse. He looked at Zhou Qian and there was a strange feeling in the depths of his eyes. A Blood Demon King had been subdued, but he didn't seem as happy as the others. Everyone was incomparably excited. They didn't know what had happened, but they were sure that the reason why the Blood Demon King had undergone such a drastic change must be related to Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian must have used some kind of powerful technique. Otherwise, the Blood Demon King wouldn't have become like this. But this wasn't important. What was important was that they saw hope. They all knew that subduing a Blood Demon King was much more valuable than killing it directly. This was a battle that was originally impossible to win, but because the Blood Demon King was subdued they saw hope. On the other side, Yang Bufan, who was fighting fiercely with the Blood Demon King, also began to laugh when he saw the situation on Jiang Chen's side. Sure enough, this guy still has this kind of means. What an incredible means. Yang Bufan sincerely praised Jiang Chen. He had seen this kind of heaven-defying means back in the evil abyss. It was also because he saw this kind of means of Jiang Chen that he decided to get in touch with Jiang Chen. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen could use the same means to subdue a powerful Blood Demon King. Chapter 1556. The edification of a Blood Demon King made Yang Bufan heave a sigh of relief. He could almost foresee what was going to happen next. Second brother, what are you doing? Seeing that his companion had been subdued by his opponent and had even taken the initiative to bow and call him master, the eldest Blood Demon King was stunned and couldn't help but berate loudly. He couldn't understand why his second brother would do such a thing. They were powerful evil spirits who had absorbed a large amount of blood chi from the blood dragon fruit. In their subconscious they were noble and supreme. They lived for battle and slaughter and didn't know what compromise and submission were. Even if they were to die in battle they would never submit to humans. Today, for some unknown reason, his second brother actually did such a thing. You're called second brother? Jiang Chen looked at the Blood Demon King next to him and asked in an indifferent tone. Yes, he's eldest brother. That's how we usually address him. The second Blood Demon King answered. He didn't dare to be negligent or conceal anything from Jiang Chen. After being edified, this Blood Demon King was no longer a Blood Demon King, but a puppet and slave of Jiang Chen. His mind had been completely occupied by Jiang Chen. He had to obey Jiang Chen's orders for the rest of his life. He would kill whoever Jiang Chen asked him to kill. He wouldn't hesitate even if Jiang Chen asked him to commit suicide. Eldest brother and second brother were similar to the names of Ada and Air that Jiang Chen had subdued. But it was better this way. If their names were simple it would be easier to remember. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the flustered and exasperated chief. Then he said with a loud voice, "Your brother has already submitted to me, he has become my slave. I advise you to stop your pointless struggle and submit to me together with your brother." Brr. Hearing that, the eldest Blood Demon King immediately roared and went berserk. Lowly human, what method did you use to turn second brother into this? I'm going to kill you. It's impossible for you to snatch our blood dragon fruit. Eldest brother went berserk. In an instant he left Yang Bufan behind and lunged at Jiang Chen. He wasn't a fool. Naturally he could see that it was Jiang Chen's doing that caused second brother to become like this. Humph. Second brother, go and kill him. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, then gave an order to second. Yes, master. Second brother responded. Then without any hesitation he released his powerful aura and charged toward the Blood Demon King, eldest brother. Rumble. The two Blood Demon Kings instantly engaged in a fierce battle. However, the big brother was clearly stronger than the second brother. He immediately gained the upper hand. However, the big brother was feeling very depressed. They were originally on the same side, companions and brothers who had been together for a long time. Today they had even fought side by side to protect the blood dragon fruits. Unexpectedly, they had turned into enemies in the blink of an eye. How could the big brother accept this? Second brother, what are you doing, you bastard? The boss was flustered and exasperated and he almost spat out blood. Kill you. Second brother was expressionless as he continued to attack. In his mind there was only Jiang Chen's order. Jiang Chen's order was to kill big brother, so he could only follow. King Fan, let's attack together and subdue this bastard. Jiang Chen said to Yang Bufan. The strength of the big brother wasn't a joke. He wasn't just a little bit stronger than second brother. Even Yang Bufan wasn't a match for him. In order to deal with such a Blood Demon King they had to join forces. All right. Yang Bufan's head was covered with 7-colored divine light as he charged at the Blood Demon King with an imposing aura. At this moment Yang Bufan's fighting spirit was much stronger than before. Just now he and the Blood Demon King were fighting alone. Now with the addition of a powerful helper and the fact that one of them had become an enemy, this situation would certainly affect the performance of the big brother. As long as he and second brother joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Chen to edify this Blood Demon King as well. Rumble. The three experts fought crazily. Once again the sky turned dark. Boundless divine light drifted about. Destructive light was everywhere. This side of the sky was directly smashed. The eldest Blood Demon King was so angry that he was howling loudly. He was about to go crazy. Damned humans! What have you done to him? He knew his brothers too well. No matter what kind of threat and danger they encountered, they would never surrender to humans. But what was going on? Why did they surrender just like that? Moreover, they were very obedient. Their first move was to kill him. Clearly, they didn't care about their old relationship at all. How could the Blood Demon King bear it? How could the Blood Demon King bear it? His brother was completely mad. What was happening? His brother was very clear that he would never surrender to humans no matter what kind of threat or danger they encountered. Humph! Xianxia harumphed coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the Blood Demon King. Immediately he struck out a sword that could destroy the heavens and earth. The terrifying long sword carried endless fiery light. As soon as the sword was struck, a fire dragon was formed. The terrifying fire dragon was indestructible. It fell on the head of the Blood Demon King in a blink. At the same time, the attacks of Yang Bufan and the second Blood Demon King had also arrived. Under such a powerful siege, even with the formidable strength of the Blood Demon King, he began to struggle. As a matter of fact, the combat strength of the Blood Demon King was much stronger than this. Even if it was 3 against 1, he could guarantee that he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous position. However, the fact that the second Blood Demon King had been edified had seriously affected his mind and made him furious. Especially during the battle with the second Blood Demon King, his hands and feet were tied and he couldn't fully exert his combat strength. Honglong. Yang Bufan was exceptionally valiant, like a peerless god of war. He raised his palm, conjuring an illusory mountain. It was completely condensed from energy and was filled with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. He then smashed it towards the Blood Demon King. At the same time, the second brother stretched out his sharp claws, tore through the void and clawed at the head of the Blood Demon King. Brr! Upon seeing this, the Blood Demon King went completely mad. His eyes began to flicker with a fierce light. His murderous intent had also condensed into a substance. An evil spirit like him was incomparably evil in nature. Besides, he had already realized that the second brother had been completely controlled by the opponent using some unknown method and could no longer return to his former self. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. He had to act decisively. Even if he killed his second brother, he would treat it as if his second brother had been killed by someone else and had nothing to do with him. In fact, if his opponent hadn't used some mysterious method on his second brother would never have attacked him. Here's my chance. Just when the Blood Demon King was on the verge of losing his mind, Xianxia finally seized the opportunity. The edifying light was shot out and shot into the glabella of the Blood Demon King at lightning speed. The Blood Demon King only felt his body tremble. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. But it was too late. Arg! The Blood Demon King immediately roared. The edifying light entered his mind, constantly eroding his evil nature. The Blood Demon King's reaction was exactly the same as the second brother. He hugged his head and cried bitterly. Honglong. While the Blood Demon King was still struggling violently, the attacks of Yang Bufan and second brother hit the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King's incomparably sturdy body was immediately sent tumbling in the air. Under such a strong impact, the Blood Demon King finally couldn't resist the erosion of the edifying light and was completely edified. Haha, all of you can die now. Xianxia burst into laughter. At this moment he suddenly struck out a large sea of flames. The scarlet flames formed into a giant net, enveloping the Blood Demon King and second brother. When the flames vanished, the Blood Demon King and second brother were nowhere to be seen. Little Chinzi, what are you doing? Yang Bufan asked, puzzled. Keep them as my trump cards. They will play a big role at the critical moment. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Yang Bufan. The 2 Blood Demon Kings had been edified by him and were now hidden in the Zulong Tower. The giant flame net just now was just a camouflage, giving others an illusion that the 2 Blood Demon Kings had been killed by Xianxia. In the Golden Horizon, Xianxia would never trust anyone easily, especially when it came to his trump cards. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. If he put all his trump cards out in the open, they wouldn't be trump cards anymore. The 2 Blood Demon Kings had been killed. The remaining blood demons were howling in grief. Their emotions had been completely affected. At the same time, A look of true fear appeared on their faces, because they knew very well that their kings were dead. Their ending was basically fixed. The blood demon kings have been killed. These blood demons are also finished. Big Yellow laughed out loud, then he continued slaughtering the rest of the blood demons. Wang Yi and the others weren't idle either. They kept waving the immortal weapons in their hands. Every time they attacked, a blood demon would die tragically in their hands. Blood gushed out in all directions. By this time the blood demons had basically given up on resisting. Very soon, all the blood demon kings were killed. To Xianxia, these blood demon kings were still great nourishment. The Zulong Tower would never let them go. A gust of wind swept out from the Zulong Tower. All the corpses of the blood demons in the valley were refined and absorbed, turning into dried corpses that turned into powder when the wind blew. The frenzied battlefield suddenly quietened down. There was only the sound of the wind and the rippling blood light of the blood dragon fruits in the sky. The roars and killing of the blood demons had completely disappeared. Chapter 1557. No one doubted that if it wasn't for Xianxia today, they would certainly die in such a battle. Not only that, Xianxia had also shown them an exciting and fierce battle, allowing them to see what a true genius was in this heavens and earth. All of them were geniuses who were able to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. They all had the halo of genius hanging above their heads, but now, standing in front of Xianxia, this halo was shattered. They felt that compared to Xianxia they were tarnishing the word genius. Senior brother Jiang, that's great. You have really opened my eyes. By the way, where are the two blood demon kings? Dong Fei came to Xianxia's side with incomparable excitement and asked. They have been killed by me. Xianxia said in a casual manner. It can't be. Those were two mighty blood demon kings, supreme early immortal emperors, but they were killed just like that. Liang Qiao said, looking doubtful. I've already said that I've killed them. Is there any need for me to lie about this? Besides, do you think it's useful for me to keep these two powerful scourges alive? Xianxia glared at Liang Qiao, exasperated. That's right. That's true. The blood demon king is just too powerful. It has to be killed. Leaving it alive will only be a great disaster. King Fan, we have encountered such a dangerous place as soon as we arrived in Golden Horizon. Fortunately, Xianxia's strength is boundless. He killed the blood demon king, allowing us to escape successfully and obtain the rare blood dragon fruit. This is our great fortune. Wang Yi said with a smile. Now he had incomparable admiration for Xianxia. As a genius of Genius Prefecture and someone who had been promoted from a mid-sized power, such a person was usually very arrogant. There weren't many people who could make him admire them, but Xianxia was one of them. It should be senior brother Jiang's luck. Our benefits are all brought to us by senior brother Jiang. Dong Fei didn't forget to flatter Xianxia. Although his flattery was loud, it was also a fact. Everyone, including King Fan, knew that without Xianxia, they would never be able to find the blood dragon fruits. Although the blood dragon fruit was found by De Huang Dog, in their eyes, De Huang Dog represented Xianxia. De Huang Dog and Xianxia were one and the same. In another 15 minutes, the blood dragon fruit will ripen. Everyone stay alert. Once the blood dragon fruit ripens, you must pluck it immediately. After the blood dragon fruit ripens, it will wither. During the process of growth, the fruit will constantly absorb essence from the tree. However, after the fruit ripens, the essence will start to flow away and return to the tree. Therefore, you must pluck the fruit the moment it ripens to ensure the greatest effect. De Huang Dog spoke. His understanding of the blood dragon fruit was incomparably thorough. Not only that, everyone was now looking at De Huang Dog in a mysterious manner, as if this dog was an omniscient and mysterious expert. De Huang, I've really underestimated you. It seems like there's nothing in this heaven and earth that you don't know. Yang Bufan said with a smile. That's true. Master Dog has a lot of abilities, especially in this Golden Horizon. It's your good fortune to be able to follow Master Dog. De Huang Dog spoke with his head held high. This guy had never known what modesty was. Of course, if De Huang Dog learned to be modest one day, Xianxia would feel very uncomfortable instead. For the following time no one spoke a word. The valley was silent. They were waiting for the blood dragon fruit to ripen. This was the fruit of their fierce battle. To everyone present, if they could obtain a blood dragon fruit, this trip to the Golden Horizon wouldn't be in vain. According to De Huang Dog, The value of a blood dragon fruit was almost equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. What kind of concept was that? A venerable grade spiritual herb was enough to drive countless people crazy. Moreover, this blood dragon fruit was born from the accumulation of the heaven and earth. Contained the essence of the heaven and earth. Any cultivator could refine and absorb it directly. The benefits were boundless. Its effect was comparable to the snow jade king ginseng. What kind of concept was a snow jade king ginseng? It was an existence that even Yang Zhanqing treated as a treasure, let alone them. To put it bluntly, this blood dragon fruit tree was their greatest guarantee in coming to the golden horizon. Even if they stayed here for a month, it would be hard for them to have such a good fortune again. One had to admit that this was indeed a great fortune. The spatial passageway had sent them to this place. Coincidentally, De Huang Dog could smell the scent of treasure. This was the so-called fortune. It couldn't be seen or touched but would appear in the unseen world. To everyone present, this was their fortune. However, at this moment, everyone's nerves were starting to tense up. The closer the blood dragon fruits were to ripen, the more nervous they got. Every single one of them was paying close attention to their surroundings. That was because the 9 blood dragon fruits could bring forth a calamity at any moment. Tens of thousands of geniuses had entered the golden horizon and were scattered in different places. No one knew when someone would appear. Besides, there weren't only geniuses from various major powers in the golden horizon, but also various kinds of evil creatures. Each evil creature was a potential danger. 15 minutes passed very quickly, but it was also very long. After a period of torment, it finally passed. During these 15 minutes, no one found this place, nor did any evil spirit appear. It was clear that the miasma Kathaya still played a key role in obstructing the evil spirits. At the same time, the blood demons in this valley should also be famous in this large area, so no evil spirits dared to come here after such a long time. When all of a sudden the blood dragon fruit tree began to tremble violently. It was extremely violent. Following that, the 9 blood dragon fruits began to tremble violently as well. The bloody light that was emanating from the blood dragon fruits in the sky disappeared, all of it entering the blood dragon fruits. The violently trembling blood dragon fruits looked as though they could fall off from the branches at any moment. It's ripened. Hurry up and pluck the fruits. De Huang Dog said. King Fan, you do it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Everyone here was after all the people of King Fan Prefecture. The one in charge of King Fan Prefecture was Jiang Chen after all. Jiang Chen didn't want to overstep his authority at this time. Moreover, after the blood dragon fruits ripened, they would have to face the problem of distribution. It was undoubtedly the best to let Yang Bufan handle the distribution. All right. Given Yang Bufan's intelligence, he could naturally understand what Jiang Chen meant. Without hesitation, he strode forward and waved his hand. The 9 blood dragon fruits were collected by him. As they got closer, everyone could feel the extraordinariness of the blood dragon fruits. There seemed to be saliva moving inside the blood-red fruits, which looked extremely mystical. What a mystical fruit! The blood chi and energy contained in it is equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. Wang Yi couldn't help but comment. As a half-step immortal emperor genius, his eyesight was very unique. He could see the extraordinariness and preciousness of this fruit at first glance. At this time, Wu Ningzhu also walked out of the Zulong Tower. Her eyes fell upon the blood dragon fruits. All right. There are 9 blood dragon fruits. Finally, everyone's efforts weren't in vain. The effect of the blood dragon fruit is incredible, comparable to the snow jade king ginseng. If any of us can consume one, our cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. It won't be a problem for us to advance 1 level in a short period of time. Now I will begin the distribution. There are a total of 8 of us here. Each of us will get one. The remaining one will be given to De Huang. What do you think? Yang Bufan spoke. Such a distribution was undoubtedly reasonable. After all, everyone had fought a bloody battle against the blood demons and had put in a lot of effort. Only when everyone had a share could they convince the masses. King Fan's distribution is very reasonable. De Huang should get 2. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have such fortune. That's right. As a matter of fact, we didn't help much. We are already ashamed to receive 1 fruit from King Fan. De Huang is the biggest contributor this time. It's not excessive for him to get 2 fruits. Of course. Without De Huang, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to find this place. Even if we found this place, we wouldn't be a match for those blood demons. Also, the miasma Kathia made it very difficult for us to get out of that area. Wang Yi and Dong Fei spoke hastily. How would they dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction with King Fan's distribution? They were very clear about today's situation. Everything was settled by De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin. They were already overjoyed that they could get a blood dragon fruit. Although Wu Ningzhu didn't take any action, she naturally had to get one because of Jiang Chen's status. No one had any objection to such a decision. Although they were in Golden Horizon now, they didn't forget their identity. They were all people of King Fan Prefecture. Everything had to be arranged by King Fan. King Fan could give them great benefits at this time, which made them feel that it was the right decision to join King Fan Prefecture. If this matter was placed in the hands of the Crown Prince, given his character, they were afraid that he would take all the fruits by himself. They wouldn't even get a single strand of it. It was already a great blessing for them to get one. Little Chinzi, what do you think? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Qin. I have no objection. Jiang Qin nodded. Naturally, he had no objection as well. After all, the three of them had gotten 4 blood dragon fruits. Jia Bufan. You really know how to handle things. De Huang Dog licked his lips. His drool was flying all over the place. His dog eyes were fixed on the blood dragon fruit in Yang Bufan's hand. It seemed that if Yang Bufan didn't give him the fruit, De Huang Dog would pounce on him and snatch it. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Then he threw 2 blood dragon fruits at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 fruits. This scene stunned everyone, including Yang Bufan. What? Swallowed it? Chapter 1558. Isn't this guy afraid of exploding? Yang Bufan sighed. Today he finally witnessed what was called abnormal. Even he didn't dare to eat a venerable grade spiritual herb directly, let alone 2 of them together. One should know that the energy contained in a blood dragon fruit was unimaginably huge. Ordinary cultivators, even geniuses like Wang Yi, wouldn't dare to swallow it directly. They had to refine and absorb it bit by bit. If they swallowed it all at once, the terrifying energy in the blood dragon fruit would immediately explode like a volcanic eruption. The endless energy would hit every inch of the human body, hitting every inch of skin and every part of the human body. If one didn't control it well, going into chi deviation would be considered a light punishment, and the body would explode immediately. Is this really okay? Dong Fei said in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a barbaric refining method. Don't worry. The endurance of this damn dog isn't something we can compare with. He has always been this barbaric. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had already experienced the miraculous ability of this dog. The energy contained in the 2 blood dragon fruits was indeed incomparably huge. If it was someone else, they naturally wouldn't dare to swallow it so savagely, but De Huang Dog didn't have the slightest problem. Jiang Qin didn't know how much endurance De Huang Dog could endure, but he was sure that De Huang Dog was absolutely not a fool. He wouldn't do anything unfavorable to himself. Since he dared to eat the 2 blood dragon fruits directly, it meant that it was completely within his control and endurance. This was something that Jiang Qin was sure of. Little Chinzi, hurry up and let Master Dog in. De Huang Dog said impatiently. The energy in his body was bursting and he needed to refine and absorb it immediately. All right. Jiang Qin hurriedly opened the door of Zulong Tower secretly. Besides De Huang Dog, no one else knew about the secret of Zulong Tower. The 33rd floor had the rule of time that was 30 times faster, and it was the most suitable place for cultivation. De Huang Dog had swallowed 2 blood dragon fruits, and he needed some time to digest and absorb them. The 33rd floor of Zulong Tower was undoubtedly the best place for cultivation. 30 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Moreover, 2 days inside Zulong Tower was equivalent to 1.5 hours outside. Such a heaven-defying cultivation environment was simply invincible. If this matter was spread out, it was unknown what kind of storm it would cause. Jiang Qin would immediately be noticed by everyone. It must be true. Countless experts would definitely find trouble with Jiang Qin, wanting to snatch the treasures in Jiang Qin's hands. Seeing the sudden disappearance of De Huang Dog and the previous situation of Wu Ningzhu, everyone on the scene guessed that Jiang Qin must have some other spatial treasure. This surprised them a little, but no one asked about it because this was Jiang Qin's private secret after all. De Huang can totally withstand the 2 blood dragon fruits. After completely refining and absorbing them, this bastard's strength may reach the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor. I just don't know if he can break through to the early Immortal Emperor realm. If he can reach the Immortal Emperor realm, that would be incredible. Jiang Chen was incomparably happy. The stronger De Huang dog became, the more advantageous it would be to Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about this, especially in this perilous golden horizon. De Huang dog could play a big role at any time. Besides, if De Huang dog could really advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, they would basically be able to do whatever they wanted in this golden horizon. Even if they couldn't, at least their safety would be guaranteed. De Huang dog had obtained 2 blood dragon fruits. Yang Bufan began to distribute the remaining blood dragon fruits to the others, 1 for each of them. After obtaining the blood dragon fruit, everyone seemed very excited. Of course, the most excited ones were Dong Fei and Wu Ningzhu. Their cultivation base was relatively weaker, so the effect of the blood dragon fruit was relatively better. In the golden horizon, it wasn't a long-term solution to rely on others. One had to rely on oneself. Only when one's strength was strong enough would they be able to survive. If I refine this blood dragon fruit, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the early Immortal Emperor realm. Wang Yi spoke with incomparable excitement. Holding the blood dragon fruit in his hand, he could feel the extraordinariness of this fruit. The value of this blood dragon fruit isn't cheap. It's also infinitely beneficial to us. We don't know what we're going to face in the next month. Plus, we may have to search for our own fortune. Eventually we will have to part ways. So I suggest that we refine the blood dragon fruit first to improve our cultivation base before leaving this place. Jiang Chen spoke. Of course, this suggestion was mainly to buy time for De Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu. Plus, Jiang Chen had already prepared himself to part ways with the others. To Jiang Chen, these people were like a burden that couldn't let him travel freely in the golden horizon. Senior brother Jiang is right. We can stay here to improve our strength first. In that case, we will have more ability to protect ourselves when we travel in the golden horizon. Dong Fei nodded, feeling that Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable. The others also agreed with him. No one here was a fool. They all knew the importance of strength in the golden horizon. To put it bluntly, without strong strength, it was almost impossible to move an inch in the golden horizon. Just like Dong Fei, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, he would surely die if he fell into such a situation alone. There was no chance of survival. All right, we'll stay here for a few hours. After that we'll leave, Yang Bufan said. In the next moment, each of them found a relatively quiet place and began to refine and absorb the blood dragon fruit in their hands. Of course, the process of refining the blood dragon fruit was naturally incomparable to that of De Huang dog. They didn't have the ability to do so. Swallowing the fruit directly was no different from courting death. A blood dragon fruit was enough to advance the cultivation base of everyone present, including Yang Bufan. Of course, this advancement couldn't be achieved overnight. It was impossible to achieve it in just a few hours, because they didn't have the ability to fully refine and absorb a blood dragon fruit that was equivalent to a venerable grade spiritual herb. Therefore, even if they wanted to advance, they would need at least 2 days. Dong Fei might be able to advance in a short period of time. After all, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of late Immortal King realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. Additionally, the lower the cultivation base, the greater the possibility of advancement, because the energy required for advancement wasn't that great. Sister Ning, go to the 33rd level of Zulong Tower and look for De Huang dog. This blood dragon fruit can at least advance your cultivation base to the peak of late Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen passed the blood dragon fruit to Wu Ningzhu and said, N. Wu Ningzhu nodded, received the blood dragon fruit and entered the interior of Zulong Tower. She had always been obedient to Jiang Chen. Plus, she had already obtained such a treasure the moment she arrived at Golden Horizon. From another perspective, it also showed that Wu Ningzhu's luck was really good. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, Wu Ningzhu might be able to get a great opportunity in Golden Horizon. The blood dragon fruit in front of her was the beginning of that opportunity. The change in the law of time by 30 times was truly heaven-defying. Unfortunately, this was Jiang Chen's secret. No one else could enjoy it. Otherwise, if everyone on the scene hid in the 33rd level of the spatial zone and cultivated, it would be way too easy for them to advance. The blood dragon fruit in Jiang Chen's hand was kept away by him. He didn't refine it immediately. Little Chinzi, why don't you refine it? This blood dragon fruit is enough for you to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. Given your terrifying combat strength, if you advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm, you will be able to roam unhindered in this golden horizon. It will be hard for you to find an opponent. Yang Bufan came to the side of Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't choose to refine the blood dragon fruit, he couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm not in a hurry for the time being. There are still powerful medicinal energies stored in my body after refining the Holy Flame Emperor pill. My advancement speed is just too fast. I want to slow down and not advance too quickly. When it's time to use the blood dragon fruit, I naturally won't be polite. Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. Yang Bufan was right. If he refined the blood dragon fruit directly, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm, or even the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm. However, this wasn't what Jiang Chen needed right now. During this period of time, his advancement speed had been rather fast. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to slow down and focus on the Zulong Tower first. By the time the 37th level of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed, Jiang Chen could basically reach the peak of early Immortal King realm by relying on the benefits he had obtained from the Zulong Tower. The benefits he had obtained from the Zulong Tower were all purified energy, the essence of energy. Jiang Chen could absorb them without hesitation, and it wouldn't affect his foundation at all. You're right. In the path of cultivation, the foundation is the most important. Sometimes stopping to slow down might give you new insights. This is very important. Yang Bufan nodded, feeling that what Jiang Chen said made a lot of sense. King Fan, you can refine this blood dragon fruit directly. I can see that your foundation is very solid now. Besides, the blood dragon fruit itself can nourish your body and boost your blood qi. It will be of great benefit to you. Besides, there are dangers everywhere in the golden horizon. It's always good to increase your strength. Jiang Chen said. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yang Bufan found a quiet place and began his seclusion to refine the blood dragon fruit. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to advance. It was a very simple thing for him to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. The more it was like this, the calmer Jiang Chen became. Plus, he had 2 blood demon kings in his hands. This was a powerful trump card that could play a great role at the critical moment. It shouldn't be a problem for them to ensure his safety. Jiang Chen's eyes looked afar. He was full of interest about this ancient battlefield. This was only the first day. Chapter 1559. This was a boundless ancient battlefield. Jiang Chen didn't know what major event had happened here in ancient times, but he had heard some legends about this place. The ancient Golden Clan was once buried here. In other words, a powerful clan was buried here. The bloodline of the Golden Crow divine bird flowed in their veins. Jiang Chen wasn't interested in exploring the secret of the Golden Clan. After all, it had been too long. Countless almighty experts in the immortal world were powerless to find out the truth, let alone Jiang Chen himself. However, Dongfang Yu had told him that the supreme sovereign weapon of the Golden Clan, the Gold Feather Fan, was left in this battlefield. Until now, no one had found it. It could be said that every time the Golden Horizon was opened, the biggest dream of all the geniuses who came in was to find the Gold Feather Fan. Unfortunately, this wasn't such a simple thing. It required too much luck. In addition to the Gold Feather Fan, there were also countless experts who had fallen in this ancient battlefield. These experts were likely to have left behind their own orthodoxies and inheritances. If one was lucky enough to obtain them, he or she would soar into the sky and advance by leaps and bounds from then on. The few of them were seizing the opportunity to refine the blood dragon fruit, but only Dong Fei showed signs of advancement. An hour passed very quickly. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of qi erupted from Dong Fei's body, rolling like a tide. With the help of the blood dragon fruit, Dong Fei finally broke through to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. This was a tremendous improvement, completely breaking away from the Immortal King realm. Dong Fei's eyes were brimming with tears. He had been waiting for this day for too long. He was glad that he had entered the Golden Horizon this time. If he continued to cultivate in Genius Prefecture, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the half-step Immortal Emperor realm even if he was given another year. Now that he had reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm on the first day of his arrival, it would be a lie if he said that he wasn't happy. Just as Dong Fei advanced to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, a commotion was heard from the Zulong Tower. Of course, only Jiang Chen could sense the commotion in the Zulong Tower, and it wasn't just one but two. In the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu had advanced at the same time. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had also reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. His qi was still rising, about to advance to the early Immortal Emperor realm. However, as a divine beast, De Huang Dog's foundation was just too strong. Just like Jiang Chen, each advancement required a tremendous amount of energy. The energy of the two blood dragon fruits was indeed enough to support him to advance to the early Immortal Emperor realm, but De Huang Dog couldn't advance blindly. If he directly advanced to the early Immortal Emperor realm, it would affect his foundation to a certain extent, which wasn't worth it. Therefore, it was best for De Huang Dog's cultivation base to stay at the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm for the time being. As for advancing to the early Immortal Emperor realm, he would have to wait for an opportunity in the future. This was the same situation as when De Huang Dog obtained a large amount of sovereign weapon essence from the Immortal Execution Sword. At that time, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's reminder, De Huang Dog would have rushed to the next realm. This time there was no need for Jiang Chen's reminder. De Huang Dog already knew what to do. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had also reached the peak of the intermediate Immortal King realm. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, Wu Ningzhu had no problem advancing to the late Immortal King realm with the help of the blood dragon fruits. The reason why De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu could advance so quickly was because of the time law. An hour in the outside world was equivalent to 30 hours in the 33rd level. After another hour, everyone opened their eyes and kept the blood dragon fruits in their hands. A total of 2 hours of cultivation was also King Fan's idea. After all, this was a dangerous place. 2 hours of cultivation was enough for them to taste the benefits. As for the remaining blood dragon fruits, they could refine and absorb them at any time. Although it was only 2 hours, everyone had gained a significant improvement. Wang Yi, Liang Qiao and the other two had reached the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. It seemed like they weren't far from the early Immortal Emperor realm. As long as they continued to refine the blood dragon fruits, it wouldn't take more than a few days for them to advance to the early Immortal Emperor realm. The one with the greatest improvement was, of course, Dong Fei. His cultivation base had completely stabilized at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, which was many times stronger than the other late Immortal Kings. At this time, Master De Huang Dog rushed out of the Zulong Tower. Although everyone was a little surprised to see De Huang Dog's improvement, they also expressed their understanding. After all, De Huang Dog had eaten 2 blood dragon fruits. The current De Huang Dog had reached the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the early Immortal Emperor realm. Given his current combat strength, he could easily kill an ordinary early Immortal Emperor. Even if he faced an early Immortal Emperor like Yang Bufan, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if he had to face an early Immortal Emperor like Yang Bufan, he wouldn't be afraid. De Huang, well done. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. As for Wu Ningzhu, under the request of Jiang Chen, she was still in seclusion in the Zulong Tower. Wu Ningzhu was making use of her time to break through to the late Immortal King realm. This realm was nothing to Jiang Chen and the others, but it was different to Wu Ningzhu. Her foundation was weak. Advancing 2 levels from early Immortal King realm to late Immortal King realm wasn't a joke. She had to treat it carefully. Seeing that everyone has made a certain improvement, this trip has been worthwhile. To us, getting such great benefits on the first day is a good start. It's time for us to leave, Yang Bufan said. Yang Bufan spoke. They had already spent a lot of time in this forest. It was time for them to leave. Although a month's time was long, it was still very difficult to travel across the millions of miles of large domain. There were more than one forest in Golden Horizon, and the treasures weren't the only one either. King Fan, Jiang Chen, do you think we should go forward or go back? Wang Yi asked. Of course we should go forward. The way back will lead us to the place where we came out from the spatial passageway. There's nothing there. It's better for us to go forward, Jiang Chen said. Go. Everyone be careful. I heard that there are many hidden microspatial zones in this place. Don't fall into one of them. It won't be fun if you're caught in the turbulent spatial flow. Yang Bufan reminded. Everyone nodded. Yang Bufan's words were absolutely not an alarmist. In the mysterious ancient battlefield, anything could happen. They had to be prepared for any crisis, especially the turbulent spatial flow. Even to an immortal emperor, falling into the turbulent spatial flow wasn't a joke. Even if they didn't die, they might not be able to get out of it for the rest of their lives. Their speed was very fast. It didn't take long for them to appear in a wilderness. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen, who were flying, suddenly halted. Both of them knitted their brows. Apparently they had sensed something. King Fan, why did you stop? Wang Yi asked. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore. The surrounding spatial zone has been sealed. Jiang Chen smiled. Who's here? Show yourself. Yang Bufan yelled at the void. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, the surrounding void began to tremble. Then one after another, powerful figures emerged from the void. These figures were divided into 3 different directions. There were 4 of them in each direction. There were a total of 12 of them. These 12 people had very powerful cultivation base. The leader was an early immortal emperor, the same as Yang Bufan. The rest were half-step immortal emperors. In total, there were 3 early immortal emperors and 9 half-step immortal emperors. Such a powerful camp was rarely seen. The geniuses of Huangquan Gate, Corpse Yin sect and Divine Line sect. Wang Ye's facial expression changed slightly. Apparently the other party had sealed the void here just to wait for them. Even a fool could figure out what they wanted to do. Ling Du of Huangquan Gate, He Kuei of Corpse Yin sect and Wang Duo of Divine Line sect. The geniuses of the 3 major powers have gathered together. Seems like they have something to talk to us about. Yang Bufan's eyes fell upon the leaders of the 3 camps. As for why they were here, Yang Bufan knew very well that they must be here to kill Jiang Chen and himself. Jiang Chen had once killed their people. The major powers of East Xuanyu valued their reputation the most. Killing their people was equivalent to slapping their faces. They must regain their reputation. King Fan, I haven't seen you for 10 years. You have improved a lot. Which one of you is Jiang Chen? He Kuei of Corpse Yin sect spoke loudly. I am. Jiang Chen took a step forward. It wouldn't be easy for these guys to deal with him. If it was at the beginning, such a camp might give Jiang Chen some pressure, but now Jiang Chen could only chuckle. Humph. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill the people of my Corpse Yin sect? Today I will make sure that you die without a burial place. He Kuei harumphed coldly, not concealing his killing intent at all. Damn it. How did they know our location? Hundreds of major powers and tens of thousands of people have entered Golden Horizon. This is millions of miles away. It's impossible to find a person precisely here. Not to mention that they have joined forces. It seems like they have been waiting for us here. Wang Yi couldn't help but curse. Even a fool could see that something was amiss. Unless someone had deliberately exposed their location. Da Huang Dog's eyes shifted to Liang Qiao. Liang Qiao couldn't help but shiver. His expression began to turn unnatural. Liang Qiao, don't tell me you really betrayed us? Dong Fei glared at Liang Qiao. The only explanation for the current situation was that someone had exposed their location. All eyes fell on Liang Qiao almost immediately. No one would have a good impression of a traitor. No, why are you suspecting me? Maybe they found us by accident. Chapter 1560. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly. The way they looked at Liang Qiao began to change. The only explanation for such a situation was that someone had betrayed them and deliberately exposed their location. Otherwise, how could the other party be waiting here coincidentally? What made them even more puzzled was that Corpse Yin sect, Huangquan Gate and Divine Line sect had obviously joined forces from the very beginning. They had made sufficient preparations in advance and knew that Jiang Chen must have come to Golden Horizon. If they didn't join forces in advance, it would be impossible for them to join forces in such a short period of time. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that made him puzzled. It should be known that the relationship between the 11 great forces in the eastern Xian region wasn't good. There were many conflicts between them, and the relationship between the 3 great forces was the same. If they didn't have the same goal, they wouldn't be so friendly with each other. This was almost certain. It wasn't their fault that their faces turned unsightly, because the other party's camp was just too powerful. There were 3 early immortal emperors, and each of them was at the same level as King Fan. Given King Fan's ability, he could at most deal with one of them. The other 2 weren't a match for them at all. The reason why Jiang Chen was able to kill the Blood Demon King was that he had a special flame that could restrain the Blood Demon King. Although the 3 types of supreme flames could restrain the Blood Demon King, it might not be able to restrain Wang Duo and the others. However, compared to the worries of Wang Yi and the others, Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan were much calmer, because they understood that these people in front of them were no longer a threat to them. If Wang Duo, He Kuei and the others had besieged them the moment they entered the Golden Horizon, they might still be a little afraid, but now the situation was completely different. Jiang Qin, how dare you kill the geniuses of my divine line sect? I really don't know where your courage comes from. Previously, you have been hiding in Genius Prefecture, relying on the protection of Great Qian Empire. We couldn't do anything to you, but today you can't rely on anything. Not only you, even King Fan is going to suffer because of you. Jiang Qin, if you kneel down and kowtow to us now, we may consider letting you die a little easier. Wang Duo sneered, totally not putting Jiang Qin in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Qin was just a powerful immortal king. As for the others, except for Yang Bufan, there was nothing to worry about. The three of them were early immortal emperors. It was more than enough to deal with Yang Bufan. Many people have said such childish words in front of me. Unfortunately, all of them had a very tragic ending. He Kuei, Wang Duo, Ling Du, today the three of you have been used as a tool to besiege and kill me. You have really made an ignorant decision. This will be the biggest mistake you have made in your life. Unfortunately, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Jiang Qin looked at the three of them and spoke in an indifferent tone. Jiang Qin would never be polite to his enemies who wanted to kill him. Whoever wanted him to die would have to die before him. As for the enmity of Corpse Yin sect, Huangquan Gate and Divine Line sect, Jiang Qin really didn't care about it. In any case, he had already killed the geniuses of the three major powers, which meant that he couldn't be their friend anymore. Similarly, Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. The geniuses of the three major powers had obviously been used as a tool. Someone in Great Qian Empire wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife, but he couldn't do it himself. So he found the geniuses of the three major powers to besiege and kill him. Given Jiang Qin's intelligence, he could see this very clearly. Just like what Wang Yi said, someone had deliberately exposed their location. This person was among Jiang Qin's group, but now Jiang Qin didn't have the time to care about it. He was going to use what would happen next to tell this person how ignorant and wrong he was. Humph. What an arrogant brat. Since that's the case, you can just wait to die. You'll definitely die miserably. After I kill you, I might be able to obtain your luck. A genius like you will definitely have an exuberant luck. Wang Duo harumphed coldly. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would be so arrogant. Initially, he thought that after Jiang Qin saw their camp, he would certainly be frightened and kneel down to beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. This made them feel very embarrassed. Of course, they had no intention of letting Jiang Qin go. Even if Jiang Qin knelt down and begged for mercy, the outcome would still be the same. There would be no chance of survival. In addition, Wang Duo and the other two were also very interested in Jiang Qin's luck. They had long heard about Jiang Qin. This man was able to kill a figure like Fu Wei when he was only a half-step immortal king. It was enough to show that his talent was brilliant and incomparable to ordinary geniuses. If it was outside, even if they killed Jiang Qin, they wouldn't be able to obtain his luck. However, it was completely different in Golden Horizon. The laws here were controlled by the Immortal Court. Jiang Qin had his identity brocade pouch. As long as they killed Jiang Qin, they would be able to obtain the identity brocade pouch. At that time, not only would they be able to absorb Jiang Qin's luck, they would also be able to obtain the treasures that Jiang Qin had obtained in the Golden Horizon. Could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the three of them didn't have any hope of obtaining treasures. After all, this was only the first day they arrived in Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin might not be able to obtain any good treasures. Little did they know that Jiang Qin had the same thought as them. By killing them, Jiang Qin would also be able to obtain their luck. If I were you, I wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense and wasting time. Jiang Qin spoke in a slightly sarcastic tone. There are some who can't wait to die. Ling Du of Huangquan Gate sneered. He felt that Jiang Qin's arrogance was simply meaningless. In his opinion, Jiang Qin was merely relying on Yang Bufan, an expert. King Fan, Jiang Qin, what should we do now? I'm afraid that we won't be a match for them. Wang Yi asked worriedly. The enemy's camp was just too strong, much stronger than the blood demon. Moreover, the enemy seemed to have come with the intention to kill them. How could they be a match for them? Don't worry. Just stand there and watch the show. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a faint smile. Wang Yi and Dong Fei really didn't know where Jiang Qin's confidence came from. It seemed that no matter what kind of predicament he faced, Jiang Chen would always be able to maintain the basic calmness and confidence. Whether it was because he was too arrogant or not, Jiang Chen's confidence made them feel at ease. Don't talk nonsense with them anymore. Kill them directly. Kill Jiang Chen first. It's best to kill Yang Bufan as well. He Kuei spoke ferociously. Corpse qi began to emerge from his body, incomparably cold. The people of Corpse Yin sect were the most insidious and ruthless, 100 times crueler than the people of Devil Cult. In East Xuanyu no one would be willing to offend Corpse Yin sect. Even the other major powers wouldn't be willing to confront the people of Corpse Yin sect for no reason, because encountering them would only result in death. Alright. Everyone listen up. Attack together. Kill all of them. Leave none alive. Wang Duo yelled and gave the order to kill. Pong. All of a sudden waves of powerful qi rushed out from their bodies. 3 early immortal emperors and 9 half-step immortal emperors. What a spectacular scene it was when such a powerful camp unleashed their qi at the same time. 12 experts rushed towards Jiang Chen's side at the same time. Each of them was filled with towering killing intent. Their purpose was to wipe out Jiang Chen and the others. This was the Golden Horizon, an ancient battlefield, a true land of slaughter. No one knew how many people had died in this place since ancient times. Even if there were tens of thousands of geniuses who entered this place, it would already be considered good if half of them could walk out of this place alive. Therefore there was no rule to the slaughter here. King Fan, you deal with Wang Duo. Jiang Chen spoke. All right. I also want to see how powerful the geniuses of Divine Line sect are. What makes them so arrogant? Yang Bufan's qi fluctuated. His combat intent soared to the sky. His entire being turned into a ray of holy light, carrying endless qi waves, lunging at Wang Duo. As the evil lord, Yang Bufan was a battle maniac. In this Golden Horizon, there was nothing more interesting to him than fighting. Although King Fan had a powerful cultivation base and was the boss of King Fan Prefecture, in this Golden Horizon, Jiang Chen had already taken the dominant position. Even King Fan had to obey his opinion and command unconditionally. Hong Long. In an instant Wang Duo and Yang Bufan clashed fiercely with each other. The battle between the pinnacle geniuses of the two major powers was destined to be magnificent and earth-shattering. Both of their attacks were big and powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. You guys stay here and don't move. Jiang Chen said to Dong Fei and Wang Yi. Jiang Chen die. On the other side, Ling Du and He Kuei lunged at Jiang Chen at the same time. They were scrambling to be the first, fearing that they would be a step slower, because they knew very well that whoever killed Jiang Chen first would get the identity brocade pouch. To these geniuses, Jiang Chen's luck itself was a treasure. Naturally, they wouldn't want to miss such a great treasure. The 2 early immortal emperors lunged at Jiang Chen at the same time. They had already locked onto Jiang Chen. Wang Yi and the others' faces turned even uglier, but Jiang Chen wanted them to stand here and watch the show. They really didn't know where Jiang Chen's confidence came from, nor did they know what trump card Jiang Chen had to deal with the joint attack of 2 early immortal emperors. Big brother, second brother. Just at this moment Jiang Chen bellowed. 2 rays of blood light flickered beside him. 2 blood demon kings appeared instantly. Master. The 2 blood demon kings bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time and respectfully addressed him as master. Chapter 1561. Go kill the 2 of them. Jiang Chen said flatly. Each of his gestures revealed the domineering aura of a superior. He was like a king of the heavens and earth. Any gesture of his could rule the world. Yes, master. The 2 blood demon kings naturally didn't dare to show any neglect. After being edified, their consciousness only had Jiang Chen's command. Jiang Chen was their everything. Brr. The 2 blood demon kings roared at He Kuei and Ling Du. Their gentle eyes instantly turned blood red. Their bodies were filled with tyrannical qi and endless killing intent. Then they lunged at He Kuei and Ling Du respectively. Damn it. What the hell is this? Ling Du couldn't help but curse. They hadn't thought of this at the beginning. It was completely beyond their expectation. On the other side, Wang Yi and Dong Fei were dumbfounded, but immediately, their faces began to reveal a look of ecstasy. They finally knew why Jiang Chen was so confident. It turned out that the 2 blood demon kings weren't killed by Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen had just hidden them away. They could play a vital role at the critical moment. Ah, so that's how it is. The Blood Demon Kings were not killed by Senior Brother Jiang at all. Instead they were hidden. Senior Brother Jiang had used some powerful means to completely subdue the two Blood Demon Kings. Now that he is using them in battle, it is simply amazing. But why did Senior Brother Jiang lie to us and say that he had killed them? Dong Fei was incomparably excited. What do you know? This is called a trump card. Who would be willing to expose their trump card? But since Jiang Chen asked us to stand here and watch the show, let's just watch the show. The gloomy and worried expression on Wang Ye's face was swept away. He crossed his arms and began to watch the show as Jiang Chen had said. As someone who had witnessed the terror of the Blood Demon Kings, he knew very well what kind of powerful opponents He Kuei and Ling Du were facing. The three early Immortal Emperors were too many at first, but now it wasn't enough at all. Compared to the excited reaction of Wang Yi and the others, Liang Qiao's face suddenly turned unsightly. His heart instantly had a feeling that he had been deceived. Liang Qiao, your complexion looks terrible, Wang Yi said snappily. Several people had doubts in their hearts, but on the surface, they had begun to stay away from Liang Qiao. Liang Qiao, if you're a spy, then your fate will definitely be very miserable. You should be very clear about Senior Brother Zhang's methods. Dong Fei spoke indifferently. His current cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, which was the same level as Liang Qiao and the rest. Naturally, his tone had become much tougher. Who's the spy? What proof do you have that I'm a spy? Liang Qiao quibbled and looked very angry, but Dong Fei and Wang Yi were not fools. They naturally had no evidence, but they had good eyesight. Big Brother and Old Two roared. The Blood Demon Kings were born to fight, and they were naturally warlike. They were like docile sheep in front of Jiang Chen, but in front of the enemy they were killing machines, real ferocious tigers. Hong Long. The battle between Old Two and He Kuei was a draw, but Ling Du didn't have such good luck. He was fighting against Big Brother, whose cultivation base had already stepped half a step into the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Not even Yang Bufan was a match for him, so He Kuei was naturally the same. Motherfucker. What kind of monster is this? How can Jiang Chen control such a powerful evil spirit? He Kuei cursed, having the urge to spurt out blood on the spot. They had already made a foolproof plan before coming to kill Jiang Chen. Plus, they knew very well about the combat strength of Jiang Chen's side. With three early Immortal Emperors working together, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill Jiang Chen. However, He Kuei and the others had never thought that there would be two powerful experts hiding beside Jiang Chen, especially the Blood Demon King that they were fighting. Even with their abilities, they weren't a match for it. If this situation continued, not to mention killing Jiang Chen, it would already be good enough if they could retreat unscathed. Hurry up and kill Jiang Chen. Ling Du yelled at those half-step Immortal Emperors. In his point of view, 9 half-step Immortal Emperors should be enough to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Hong Long. The 9 half-step Immortal Emperors killing intent soared to the sky, lunging at Jiang Chen and the others. De Huang, I will leave these people to you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Little Chenzi, you should do it. Most of these guys should have an identity brocade pouch on them, but I don't have one. You can get their brocade pouch and absorb their luck by killing them. If I do it myself, it will be a waste. De Huang Dog spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod. He had actually forgotten about this. According to the rules of Golden Horizon, only those who had the identity brocade pouch could obtain the luck and treasures of others. If one didn't have the identity brocade pouch, he wouldn't get anything even if he killed the other party. The brocade pouch of the other party would explode and all the luck and treasures would vanish. All right. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen instantly transformed into his dragon form. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand. Given his current combat strength, these half-step Immortal Emperor geniuses were nothing in front of him. He could kill them easily, especially when he was in his dragon form. The gap between them had been widened. How? Jiang Chen wielded the long sword and slashed at one of them. Arg, they weren't on the same level at all. The half-step Immortal Emperor was from Divine Line sect. He was slashed to death by Jiang Chen. His body was slashed into 2 halves. Then his identity brocade pouch automatically drifted out and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. The moment the identity brocade pouch fell into Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a surge of luck entering his body, making him feel refreshed. Luck was an illusory thing that couldn't be grasped or touched, but Jiang Qin had cultivated the great divination art, which allowed him to sense luck. Especially after killing a half-step immortal emperor, Jiang Qin actually felt his own luck. His luck was like a vast ocean, whereas the luck of the genius from Divine Line sect was like a clear stream that flowed into Jiang Qin's vast ocean. The difference between a clear stream and a vast ocean was unimaginable. This showed the extent of Jiang Qin's luck. What? Seeing how frightening Jiang Qin was and how he killed one of them as soon as he arrived, the expressions of the other men changed dramatically. The arrogance they had before had completely vanished, replaced by fear. Haha. You bunch of rotten potatoes and stinky eggs want to kill me, Jiang Qin? You've overestimated yourselves. All of you shall die. Jiang Qin laughed wildly and slashed out with his long sword once more. Chapter 1562. Arg. Blood-curdling screams sounded one after another. In just a few blinks, all 9 half-step immortal emperors were killed by Jiang Qin. All of them had identity brocade pouches. Now, all of their brocade pouches had fallen into Jiang Qin's hands. Their luck had also been completely absorbed by Jiang Qin. The increase of luck had also increased Jiang Qin's foundation. The whole scene was too shocking, too bloody and too brutal. 9 of the 12 experts were killed in just a blink of an eye. Wang Yi and Dong Fei were stunned, unable to speak for a long time. One should know that every one of those who had been killed by Jiang Qin, like chopping melons and vegetables, was a genius on the same level as them. Whether it was Divine Line sect, Corpse Yin sect or Huangquan Gate, all of them were major powers in East Xuanyu on the same level as Great Qian Empire. In other words, the geniuses that had emerged now would be the same as them in Genius Prefecture. What? Such a scene was witnessed by the 3 of them who were engaged in a fierce battle. They couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. Each of them looked at Jiang Qin as though they had seen a ghost. Apart from shock, there was no other emotion. How is this possible? How can this bastard be so powerful? Damn it. The news given by King Ping isn't accurate at all. He said that it would be a piece of cake for us to kill Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan. Damn it. Now it has come to this. Ling Du and Wang Duo's facial expression changed. They no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. First, 2 inexplicable evil creatures appeared. Then Jiang Qin's strength was unimaginably abnormal. All 9 half-step immortal emperors had been killed. Now only the 3 of them were left. It was impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan. Not to mention killing Jiang Qin, they couldn't even break through the 2 lines of defense. Hey Kuei, where's your corpse puppet? Hurry up and release it. I guess these 2 evil creatures are being manipulated by Jiang Qin, just like how your Corpse Yin sect manipulates corpse puppets. As long as we kill Jiang Qin, these 2 evil creatures will automatically die. Release your corpse puppet and kill Jiang Qin. This is our last hope. Ling Du yelled at He Kuei. This was their last move. Both he and Wang Duo knew that He Kuei had a powerful corpse puppet that obeyed He Kuei's command. As long as Jiang Qin was killed, the Blood Demon King would die for sure. Unfortunately, Ling Du was wrong this time. Even if Jiang Qin died, the Blood Demon King wouldn't die. They would lose the restraint of the edifying light and turn back into the evil creatures, wreaking havoc everywhere. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to kill Jiang Qin. Even if He Kuei released his powerful corpse puppet, it wouldn't pose any threat to Jiang Qin. All right. He Kuei gritted his teeth. He waved his hand and a black light flashed. The black light rippled in the void and then turned into a powerful corpse puppet. The corpse puppet looked very majestic and its face was stiff like a zombie. It exuded endless death chi, giving people a very gloomy and frightening feeling. Brr. As soon as the corpse puppet appeared, it let out a blood-curdling roar. Its cultivation base was also very strong. It was an early immortal emperor expert. This was the terrifying means of Corpse Yin sect. They could refine the dead into puppets and turn them into deadly killing machines. That's right. Corpse puppet, go and kill him. He Kuei gave the order to the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet immediately let out a roar and stretched out its sharp claws, which were emitting an extremely gloomy gray light. It then lunged at Jiang Qin. Humph. An early immortal emperor corpse puppet is nothing in front of me. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword carried boundless flames and slashed at the corpse puppet. Tila. The terrifying long sword was like a blood-red dragon, slashing at the corpse puppet's body. Despite the corpse puppet's strong body, it couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's long sword. One of its arms was chopped off on the spot. The flames were like tarsal bones. It couldn't get rid of the corpse puppet no matter how hard it tried. The corpse puppet roared in agony, as though the flames on its body were the most terrifying thing in the heavens and earth. As a matter of fact, the scariest part of the battle between Jiang Chen and the corpse puppet wasn't his combat strength, but the terrifying flames. Flames were the greatest nemesis of the corpse puppet. Under the restraint of such a natural enemy, the early immortal emperor corpse puppet was utterly vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Die completely. Jiang Chen struck once more. The terrifying dragon sword had completely turned into a green dragon. In a split second, the long sword pierced through the corpse puppet's body with a poo sound. The 3 types of supreme flames exploded like a terrifying bomb. Pong. The flames exploded, turning into a vast sea of fire. A gap was torn in the void. The corpse puppet's body had been blown to pieces and was then incinerated by the sea of fire. This kind of corpse puppet had been refined by corpse insect using a special method. After a long period of time, all the blood essence and qi in its body had disappeared. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in using the Zulong Tower to refine it. What? This time He Kuei was going completely mad. Both of his eyes were as round as a camel bell. He simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Apart from shock, there was also intense anger and heartache. It was such a difficult thing to refine a corpse puppet of one's own, especially a powerful one. The amount of effort needed to refine an early immortal emperor corpse puppet was unimaginable. The combat strength of this corpse puppet wasn't any weaker than him. It was his biggest trump card and could be said to be his greatest pride. Today was the first time he had sent this corpse puppet to the battlefield, but who would have thought that it wouldn't make any contribution and would be crushed to death by his opponent? He Kuei's eyes were as big as a camel's bells. He Kuei couldn't believe what he had just seen. Moreover, He Kuei didn't just have to bear sorrow and rage when the corpse puppet was killed. He would also suffer a backlash, and the backlash would cause his strength to plummet. Bang! The Blood Demon King didn't hold back. His combat strength was already above He Kuei. Moreover, He Kuei's combat strength had been reduced due to the corpse puppet. Immediately, his sharp claws bombarded He Kuei's chest, sending him flying away. He Kuei suffered a heavy blow. Blood spurted out from his mouth. His qi became dispirited. Go! He Kuei roared. Ling Du and Wang Duo immediately abandoned their opponents and prepared to flee. Both of them were astute people. How could they not see the situation at this moment? If they didn't leave now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to. Want to leave? Won't be that easy. De Huang, help me stop one of them. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared to the sky. How could he give his opponent a chance to escape? Chapter 1563. At this point it was already too late for them to escape. At least 2 of the 3 of them had to stay behind. Of course, it was still somewhat unrealistic for all 3 of them to stay behind. After all, given their cultivation base, they all had their own trump cards. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape at the critical moment. He Kuei had to die. He had already suffered a serious injury. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Besides, Jiang Chen hated corpse insect the most. The name of this sect made him feel uncomfortable. Even without the relationship with Futian, Jiang Chen wouldn't want to be friends with such an evil force. How? Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He instantly surpassed the Blood Demon King and lunged at He Kuei, who was about to escape into the void. At the same time, De Huang dog bellowed and rushed at Wang Duo. He and Yang Bufan launched a pincer attack, completely sealing off Wang Duo's escape route. Tila. Seeing Jiang Chen charging at him, He Kuei was scared out of his wits. Without any hesitation, he tore the void with his bare hands, and with a sway of his body he dived into the void. An immortal emperor could escape in an instant. Their ability was very terrifying. They could escape into the void in the blink of an eye, leaving this region and getting away without a trace. Get the hell out! Jiang Chen bellowed. At the same time, the Heavenly Saint sword tore the void apart, turning into a true dragon that rushed into the interior of the void, forcing He Kuei out. As a matter of fact, if He Kuei was still in his peak state, this sword strike of Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to force him out. After all, in terms of combat strength, Jiang Chen was still weaker than He Kuei. Unfortunately, He Kuei had suffered the backlash of the corpse puppet being killed, and then the powerful attack of the Blood Demon King, causing him to be seriously injured. His combat strength had weakened and he was no longer a match for Zhou Xian. That was why Zhou Xian had sealed off the void and forced him out. At the moment when He Kuei was forced to reveal himself, the ferocious Blood Demon King also rushed over. The Blood Demon King was extremely ferocious. He was more than 100 feet tall and looked like a giant in front of He Kuei. He stretched out his two sharp claws and grabbed He Kuei's shoulders respectively. His arms erupted with explosive power as he pulled with both hands. He Kuei's entire body would be torn into two halves on the spot and he would die tragically on the spot. Stop, let me kill him. Zhou Xian hastily stopped the Blood Demon King. By killing He Kuei, he could obtain He Kuei's identity brocade pouch and He Kuei's luck. But if He Kuei was killed by the Blood Demon King, he wouldn't get anything. An early immortal emperor genius was no small loss. Upon hearing Zhou Qian's command, the Blood Demon King, whose killing intent was thick, immediately stopped. At the same time, Zhou Qian's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of He Kuei with the long sword in his hand. The indestructible Heavenly Saint's sword stabbed toward the space between He Kuei's eyebrows. No. He Kuei howled. At this moment he felt a great sense of crisis. That was the threat of death. He had never had such a feeling before. He had never felt that death was so close to him. He didn't want to die. Deep remorse surged in his heart before he died. If he didn't impulsively come to kill Zhou Xian, given his ability, he would be able to stay in the Golden Horizon for a month before leaving this place. Additionally, he might be able to obtain some great treasures and the inheritance of some great expert. After leaving this place, his cultivation base would improve tremendously, and he would become a true expert. However, everything was too late. With the arrival of Zhou Qian's long sword, all his wishes had come to naught. The Heavenly Saint's sword was incomparably cold and emotionless. It pierced through the space between He Kuei's eyebrows. His blood was like a scarlet setting sun, carrying a poignant but beautiful taste. He Kuei's body twitched. His eyes slowly lost their luster. An identity brocade pouch flew out from his body and fell into Zhou Qian's hand. This was the last thing He Kuei saw before his death. The thing that he once regarded as his life had now become someone else's. The moment He Kuei's identity brocade pouch fell into Zhou Qian's hand, Zhou Qian felt that a huge mountain had been thrown into his ocean of luck, making his luck even more exuberant. That was the luck of He Kuei. Very quickly it merged with his own luck. Awesome! Zhou Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Luck was the most precious thing. Obtaining luck would imperceptibly enhance Zhou Qian's foundation. This was a means to seize the fortune of the heaven and earth. Such luck was destined to make Zhou Qian a great figure sooner or later. Damn it, even He Kuei has been killed. Ling Du, who was fighting against the second Blood Demon King, instantly panicked when he saw He Kuei's death. Immediately he unleashed his most powerful attack. He exerted all his skills and struck out countless slashes, forcing the Blood Demon King to retreat. Then a dazzling talisman appeared in his hand. As the talisman exploded, Ling Du also disappeared. At this time, nothing was more important than escaping for his life. If he was a bit slower, he would die here. He Kuei was a living example. Therefore, Ling Du didn't hesitate to use his life-saving talisman and escape thousands of miles away, escaping without a trace. Ling Du was very clear that He Kuei was dead and Wang Duo was also dead for sure. He was absolutely lucky to be able to escape successfully. Seeing Ling Du escape, the two Blood Demon Kings went berserk. They bombarded the place where Ling Du disappeared, creating one big hole after another in the void. This part of the void was directly crushed, but Ling Du's shadow was nowhere to be seen. There's no need to chase after them. Go and kill Wang Duo. Zhou Qian said Lung Lung. It was within his expectation that Ling Du could escape. After all, Ling Du didn't suffer the same injury as He Kuei. Plus, he had the means to escape in his formidable strength. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he could escape. However, Wang Duo wasn't so lucky. Now that all the experts had besieged him, the void had been completely sealed. Even if Wang Duo had the ability to transcend the heavens, he wouldn't be able to escape. Damn dog, get out of here. He Kuei's death and Ling Du's escape happened in an instant. Wang Duo saw it clearly. At this moment his eyes had turned blood red. It wasn't because of anger but fear. It was too terrifying. He was completely terrified now. Only now did he know that the other party had such a formidable foundation. Not only did they have two powerful evil spirits, but even Jiang Qin and that dog were incomparably terrifying existences. In other words, even without these two evil spirits, it was almost impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan. Chapter 1564. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. To anyone, death was the thing that they should fear the most, especially when they were faced with death. Only then would they know how terrifying death was, because once they died they would never be able to come back to life again. Wang Duo was no exception. He was a rare genius with a bright future ahead of him. As long as he didn't die, he would become a true expert sooner or later, a powerhouse of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, the moment Wang Duo was about to attack Jiang Qin, his fate had already been determined. Humans were often like this. A simple decision could push them into a bottomless abyss, making them unable to rise again for the rest of their lives. A single decision could destroy their entire life. Wang Duo was like this. The decision he made had directly caused him to lose his life. Saga. The Huang dog laughed. In the face of Wang Duo's attack, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His current cultivation base was at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. His true combat strength was already comparable to Wang Duo's. Even if he had a one-on-one battle with Wang Duo, he wouldn't be defeated, let alone now. Playing. Big Yellow's head was shining with golden light. Wang Duo's sharp blade slashed at his head, producing a sound of iron being struck. The terrifying sharp blade, a mighty Emperor-grade immortal weapon, couldn't even leave a mark on Big Yellow's head, let alone shattering it. In this world, it was likely that there was nothing that could split Big Yellow's head apart. Wang Duo's sharp blade was a powerful Emperor-grade immortal weapon, but it didn't even leave a mark on Big Yellow's head, let alone shattering it. What? Wang Duo exclaimed. The toughness of the dog's head was beyond his imagination. What he didn't expect was that even a dog beside Jiang Qin could be so powerful. From this, it could be seen how wrong their prediction of Jiang Qin's camp was. They didn't come here to kill but to deliver their lives. Swoosh swoosh. After being delayed by the Huang dog, Jiang Qin and the two blood demon kings had surrounded Wang Duo. The 5 experts besieged Wang Duo from 5 different directions. Their chi soared up to the sky. A bright light pillar appeared above their heads, sealing the entire void. The place where Wang Duo was located was like a cage of heaven and earth, completely sealing him. Wang Duo, do you still want to resist? Jiang Qin held his sword horizontally and stood in front of Wang Duo in his majestic draconic transformation form. The aura emanating from his body carried the domineering aura of a king. It was a kind of pressure that could cause one's soul to tremble. Looking around, Wang Duo was completely listless, like a stray dog. There was no trace of the arrogance he had at the beginning. Thinking back to how he had threatened to make Jiang Qin kneel and kowtow in front of him at the beginning, coupled with the scene in front of him, he really was a complete idiot. It turned out that all his previous performances were nothing but a clown in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, King Fan, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I, Wang Duo, promise you that I will never find trouble with you again. Divine Line Sect will definitely maintain a friendly relationship with Great Qin Empire in the future. Wang Duo begged for mercy. It wasn't easy for an arrogant genius like him to beg for mercy. However, in the face of death, everyone was fragile. He didn't want to die, so he could only compromise. Although he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending even if he begged for mercy, he still wanted to try even if there was only a 1 in a million chance. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a 1 in a million chance in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had never been polite to those who wanted to kill him. He knew very well that if he fell into Wang Duo's hands, Wang Duo would never let him go. Moreover, Wang Duo would ensure that he would die miserably. Wang Duo, from the moment you decided to attack us, you should have thought about this ending. Begging for mercy will only make me look down on you even more. Today you must die. Even if the sect master of your Divine Line Sect is here, he won't be able to save your life. King Fan, kill him. Jiang Qin's tone was incomparably cold, not giving Wang Duo the slightest hope of survival. However, he gave this opportunity to Yang Bufan because his luck was too strong. He wouldn't put Wang Duo's luck in his eyes at all. If Wang Duo's luck was absorbed by Yang Bufan, it would be of great use to him. Wang Duo, die. Yang Bufan attacked decisively. The sharp sword in his hand struck out at lightning speed, piercing through Wang Duo's chest. Obviously, Wang Duo had given up all resistance at this moment, because he knew very well that resistance was futile. The situation before him was already a dead end. Barf. Wang Duo's body and mind shook violently. The severe injury caused him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with desolation and unwillingness. He could feel that his vitality was fading away at an extremely fast speed. I never thought that I, Wang Duo, would die here today. Wang Duo was filled with remorse and unwillingness, but all of this was useless. What he had to face now was the most serious consequence. The final color of his life was blood red. In the end, Wang Duo was still dead. His identity brocade pouch fell into the hands of Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan's body trembled and his eyes brightened up. The identity brocade pouch is indeed wonderful. This Wang Duo's luck is also very good. According to his foundation, he shouldn't have died. Unfortunately, he met you, a monstrous genius whose luck far exceeds his. That's why he died tragically. Yang Bufan spoke. He more or less felt pity for Wang Duo's death. After all, Wang Duo was a genius as powerful as him. However, apart from feeling pity, he was also incomparably excited, thinking that he had seized Wang Duo's luck and added it to himself. At this point, all the experts of the three major powers who came to besiege them, except for Ling Du who escaped like a stray dog, had died tragically. It could be said to be a tragic scene. To Jiang Qin and the others, this battle was a complete victory without any loss. Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan opened the brocade pouch they had obtained and found it empty, but they weren't disappointed. Such a situation was within their expectation. After all, this was only the first day of entering the Golden Horizon. Most of them hadn't obtained any benefits yet. Furthermore, He Kuei and the others had been plotting to kill Jiang Qin ever since they entered the Golden Horizon. They didn't have the time to search for treasures. Little Chinzi, keep these identity brocade pouches. The more brocade pouches you have, the more attention you will be given. Perhaps you might even be valued by the Immortal Court. At that time you will be very powerful. Yang Bufan reminded. I know that. Chapter 1565. The battle ended just like that in an extremely barbaric and tyrannical manner. To Corpse Yin sect and Divine Line sect, the death of He Kuei and Wang Duo was a great loss, but going against Jiang Qin would only result in greater losses in the future. Wang Yi and Dong Fei finally recovered from the shock. Recalling the previous battle, each of them couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Dong Fei couldn't hide his excitement as he ran to Jiang Qin and King Fan's side. Amazing! Even Wang Duo and the rest are dead. Senior brother Jiang, I wonder how strong you will become after this trip to Golden Horizon. Dong Fei spoke in an incomparably worshipful tone. This sentence was absolutely not flattery. He was just stating a fact. He was the first person who came into contact with Jiang Qin in Genius Prefecture. He had seen Jiang Qin create one miracle after another. No one could estimate how great Jiang Qin's future achievements would be. Similarly, no one knew to what extent Jiang Qin could grow in the Golden Horizon. But one thing was for sure. It was an incomparably difficult and almost impossible task to take Jiang Qin's life in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin patted Dong Fei's shoulder, then his eyes fell on Liang Qiao. His eyes were as cold as a cold knife, causing Liang Qiao's soul to tremble. After witnessing Jiang Qin's strength with his own eyes, he was still trembling in fear. He would never forget the scene of Jiang Qin killing 9 half-step immortal emperors in the blink of an eye. What are you nervous about? Jiang Qin asked. No, I'm not nervous. Senior brother Jiang has killed the enemies and saved all of our lives. I'm just excited. Liang Qiao pretended to be calm, but under the gaze of Jiang Qin he couldn't stay calm anymore. As the saying goes, there was a guilty conscience in one's heart that couldn't be concealed no matter how hard one tried. Blood demon, kill him. Jiang Qin said plainly. Yes, master. The eldest blood demon king bowed to Jiang Qin and walked towards Liang Qiao. Don't kill me. Liang Qiao's expression instantly changed. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would kill him just like that. He didn't give him any face at all. They were fighting side by side in the valley just now, but now he turned against him just like that. Jiang Qin, King Fan, don't kill me. I was forced to do this. I'll tell you who ordered me to do this. From now on I'll pledge my loyalty to you. I'm willing to do anything for King Fan. Liang Qiao knelt on the ground with a thud. He might not understand the means of Yang Bufan, but he had a good understanding of Jiang Chen's means. Jiang Chen was a homicidal maniac who was incomparably cruel to his enemies. Initially he thought that if He Kuei and the others could kill Jiang Chen, his mission would be completed and he would be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, he had a blood dragon fruit in his hand. It wouldn't take him more than a few days to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm. At that time his combat strength would be enhanced and he would be able to thrive in Golden Horizon. How could he have thought that Jiang Chen had hidden his trump card and kept the two blood demon kings in the dark? Almost all the geniuses of the three major powers had died here and he had even been exposed. Now he only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he would do anything. I don't need a coward like you. Jiang Chen spoke. The long sword in his hand suddenly thrust forward, piercing through Liang Qiao's glabella. Initially he didn't intend to kill Liang Qiao himself, but when he recalled that there was a blood dragon fruit in Liang Qiao's brocade pouch, the brocade pouch would explode and the blood dragon fruit would vanish along with it. Wouldn't that be a great pity? He would be able to get the brocade pouch after killing Liang Qiao. Killing without hesitation, cold and merciless. This was how Jiang Chen treated his enemies. This was the outcome of a spy. As for Liang Qiao being instructed by someone, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in it at all, because Jiang Chen already knew who instructed him. He didn't want to see Liang Qiao bargaining with him. There was only one ending for betraying him: death. Liang Qiao was dead. Liang Qiao's brocade pouch fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and a blood dragon fruit appeared. This blood dragon fruit had not even been refined by Liang Qiao to a tenth. A large amount of essence still remained. Jiang Chen directly handed the blood dragon fruit to the eldest blood demon king. Blood demon, refine this blood dragon fruit. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the blood demon king couldn't help but tremble. No one knew how effective this blood dragon fruit was to him. They were born on the blood dragon fruit tree and grew by absorbing the essence of the tree. They had been guarding the tree for so long just to wait for the fruit to ripen. Therefore the blood dragon fruit had the greatest effect on the blood demon. Jiang Chen saw this, which was why he gave the blood dragon fruit to the blood demon king, because the blood demon king's current strength was already half-step into the intermediate immortal emperor realm. If he could refine this blood dragon fruit, he would be able to break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. At that time the blood demon king would be the greatest trump card for Jiang Chen, which could ensure that he could roam freely in Golden Horizon. The blood demon king received the blood dragon fruit and hastily bowed to Jiang Chen. Thank you, master. The blood demon king seemed incomparably excited. To him this was a great opportunity. Liang Qiao had only refined a little bit of the blood dragon fruit. Most of the essence was still there. If the blood demon king could refine it completely, it would be a piece of cake for him to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Looking at the dead Liang Qiao, there wasn't the slightest trace of pity in the eyes of Wang Yi and Dong Fei. There was only disgust in their eyes. A traitor would never have a good ending. Liang Qiao was a living example. Traitors were also the ones who should never be distressed and forgiven. They had seen the scene just now. If it wasn't for the powerful trump card that Jiang Chen had hidden, all of their lives would be in danger. That was simply a disaster, and this disaster was brought to them by Liang Qiao. Therefore Liang Qiao's death made them feel very happy. At least the traitor had been found, which made them feel more at ease. Senior brother Jiang, King Fan, who do you think ordered Liang Qiao to do this? Dong Fei asked. Is there still a need to guess? It must be King Ping and the Crown Prince. Liang Qiao only chose to join King Fan Prefecture after getting the identity brocade pouch of the Golden Horizon. Moreover, he did it inexplicably without any warning. As soon as he joined King Fan Prefecture, I already felt that something was amiss. King Ping and the Crown Prince wanted to get rid of me and King Fan, but they couldn't do it in this Golden Horizon. So they made use of the hostility of the Huangquan Gate and Corpse Yin sect against us, and then told He Kuei and the others about how prosperous my luck is. Then they surrounded He Kuei and the others to besiege us. They arranged Liang Qiao to join our camp in advance, exposing our position at the critical moment. Jiang Chen spoke. He could guess everything. There was no need for Liang Qiao to confess such a simple thing to him. Humph. This debt will be settled sooner or later. King Fan harumphed coldly. Even if Jiang Chen didn't mention it, his heart was as clear as a mirror. As a young king, his intelligence and wisdom were incomparable to ordinary people. As for the grudges between him, the crown prince, and King Ping, it would only be a matter of time before they came to an end. There could only be one crown prince in Great Qian Empire. King Fan, where are we going next? Wang Yi asked. I suggest we go our separate ways. Jiang Chen said, everyone has come to the Golden Horizon to find their own fortune. Everyone has different luck and opportunities. If you are with me, you will be affected by my luck, causing you to be unable to find your own fortune. Everyone will go their own way and follow their own destiny. If you want to grow, you will have to leave the protection of me and King Fan. Go ahead and find your own fortune. The greater your luck is, the greater the fortune you will find. Jiang Chen said, everyone has come to the Golden Horizon to find their own fortune. Everyone has different luck and opportunities. Jiang Chen had always liked to act alone. What he said was the truth. His luck was too exuberant. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for these people to follow him. At best, they would be his followers. It was basically impossible for them to get his fortune. This was only the first day of their arrival in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen had already helped them obtain the blood dragon fruit. As long as they found a secret place to stay for a few days and refine the blood dragon fruit, their cultivation base would advance to the early Immortal Emperor realm. At that time, they would have more assurance when they travel in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Chen is right. The purpose of us coming to the Golden Horizon is to find our own fortune. Countless experts have fallen in this ancient battlefield. Even great sovereigns have been buried here. There are innumerable fortunes and inheritances here. Whether you can get them or not depends on your own fortune. Besides, all of you have already obtained the blood dragon fruit. After refining it, your cultivation base will advance to the early Immortal Emperor realm. Given your strength, it will be enough to deal with any emergency. Yang Bufan nodded and said. He had no opinion on Jiang Chen's decision. All right. In that case, I, Wang Yi, will take my leave. Wang Yi clasped his fists at King Fan and Jiang Chen, then took the lead in choosing a direction and left. Soon after, Dong Fei and the other man also left one after another. Each of them had chosen the direction they wanted to go. At their level, they could sense some things in the unseen world. They could more or less sense the good things that were suitable for them in that direction. Little Chinzi, let's part ways. You have too many enemies. Be careful. If you encounter the people of Nanbei family, hide as much as you can, Yang Bufan reminded. He had always been fearful of Nanbei family, an ancient family. He knew that Jiang Chen's biggest enemy was Nanbei family. Nanbei Itu had failed to kill Jiang Chen last time and had even allowed Jiang Chen to kill two geniuses of Nanbei family. Given the style of Nanbei family, they would never let Jiang Chen go. Chapter 1566. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Yang Bufan at all. Yang Bufan's combat strength was already very strong. Now that he had the blood dragon fruit, it wouldn't take long for him to advance to the early Immortal Emperor realm. At that time, given Yang Bufan's talent, he would almost be on the same level as Yang Lang. He wouldn't encounter any great danger in this Golden Horizon. Of course, the danger that Jiang Chen mentioned was relative to the tens of thousands of geniuses. An intermediate Immortal Emperor was absolutely a top-notch existence among the tens of thousands of geniuses. Even if they encountered a powerful expert that they weren't a match for, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay alive. However, from another point of view, anything could happen in this ancient battlefield. Even those late Immortal Emperor supreme geniuses of the Immortal Court wouldn't dare to guarantee their safety in this place. There were great dangers and strange places in the inheritance of many experts. Once one fell into one of those places, even experts like Dongfang Yu and Yang Zonqing wouldn't be able to get out. Therefore, there were dangers everywhere in this Golden Horizon. There were threats from the geniuses of various major powers, but more of them were the dangers of the Golden Horizon itself. Most of them were places of death. Once one fell into them, it would be impossible for one to get out. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked. Now there were only the two of them left. As for the two blood demon kings, they were merely slaves of Jiang Chen. They only needed to listen to Jiang Chen's orders and didn't need to express their opinions. Let's enter the Zulong Tower first. I need to spend some time stabilizing my cultivation base and then advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. The Golden Horizon has just been opened. It will certainly be more chaotic in the future. I have to improve my cultivation base. Jiang Chen said. He opened the door of the Zulong Tower and brought De Huang Dog and the 2 Blood Demon Kings into the 33rd level. Jiang Chen could already see that there were dangers everywhere in the Golden Horizon. This was only the first day they came here. First it was the Blood Demon Kings, then the experts of the 3 major powers. They had already encountered 2 dangers. Moreover, this was only the edge of the Golden Horizon. If they went to the central region of the Golden Horizon, the danger would certainly be greater. The evil creatures that would appear would also be more terrifying. More importantly, many of the geniuses of various major powers who entered the Golden Horizon this time were intermediate immortal emperors. There were even late immortal emperors. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, he most likely wouldn't be a match for them. The Blood Demon Kings could be his trump card, but the most important thing was to improve his own cultivation base. Putting all these aside, if he entered the forbidden land left behind by an immortal venerable expert, he would certainly encounter all kinds of terrifying things. Opportunity and crisis always coexisted. In order to obtain the real benefits, one must first have the strength to control these benefits. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen had to improve his cultivation base as fast as possible. In the 33rd level, Wu Ningzhu was still in seclusion. Her current cultivation base had already reached the peak of Intermediate Immortal King Realm, and would soon step into the Late Immortal King Realm. To Wu Ningzhu this was undoubtedly a very great improvement. Jiang Chen didn't disturb Wu Ningzhu. He simply chose a place and sat cross-legged. The 33rd level was very large. It had a radius of a few hundred kilometers. The void was filled with misty airflow. After the 2 Blood Demon Kings came in, they instantly felt the change of the time law in this place. Their faces revealed a look of horror. Don't look around. Refine the Blood Dragon Fruit immediately to improve your strength. Jiang Chen yelled at the eldest Blood Demon King. As for the 2nd Blood Demon King, Jiang Chen simply ignored him. An early Immortal Emperor Blood Demon King was no longer of much use to Jiang Chen, but it was still a decent combat force at the critical moment. At the very least he could refine it and turn it into his nutrients. However, Jiang Chen wasn't a ruthless person. If he didn't use the edifying light to purify the Blood Demon King, perhaps Jiang Chen would refine it without any hesitation. But since it had already been edified, the Blood Demon King was equivalent to serving him with his life. It was somewhat inhumane to kill the Blood Demon King after using it. This wasn't Jiang Chen's style of doing things. Additionally, the edifying light was the supreme scripture of Buddha sect. Its original meaning was to purify all living beings from suffering. The edified Blood Demon King would be completely different from before. Yes, Master. The Blood Demon King answered. He took the Blood Dragon Fruit and found a place to refine it. The 2nd Blood Demon King stood there quietly, not saying a word without Jiang Chen's order. Jiang Chen had given the Blood Dragon Fruit to his eldest brother instead of him, but there wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy or resentment in his eyes. This was the effect of the edifying light. It could directly purify a person's soul. Little Chenzi, how long are you going to be in seclusion this time? De Huang Dog asked. I'm going to be in seclusion for 6 months. I want to solidify my foundation and settle it properly. After 6 months, I will go on a killing spree in this Golden Horizon, making countless geniuses tremble in fear. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He needed to settle his foundation now. His body still contained a large amount of medicinal efficacy of the Snow Jade King Ginseng and Holy Flame Emperor Pill. He needed to completely absorb these medicinal efficacy and the Blood Dragon Fruit. With all these treasures added together, 6 months would be enough for Jiang Chen's cultivation base to stabilize to the peak of Intermediate Immortal King Realm. Master Dog also needs to settle down. It's not bad to sleep here for 6 months. De Huang Dog's words almost infuriated Jiang Chen to the point of spurting out blood. Compared to this damn dog, it was truly a blow to him, especially when he was cultivating in the same place as this dog. Everyone else would be painstakingly cultivating in seclusion, but this dog was just sleeping. What made him even more speechless was that the effect of this dog sleeping was better than him cultivating in seclusion. How infuriating was this? As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang Dog lay on the ground and began to snore. This guy had wasted a lot of good things during this period of time. When he was in Genius Prefecture, he had already eaten plenty of spiritual herbs. Apart from the spiritual herbs in Jiang Chen's courtyard, he had also eaten plenty of spiritual herbs in Dan Prefecture. As long as it wasn't too excessive, Dongfang Yu would turn a blind eye to it and didn't treat it seriously. What a heartless guy. Jiang Chen looked at the Huang dog and shook his head. After that, he quickly adjusted his condition to the best and began his seclusion. The time of seclusion this time wouldn't be short. 6 months was only 6 days in the outside world. By the time Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, he was afraid that the Golden Horizon would be bustling with activity. Perhaps something major would happen. As for what happened in the Golden Horizon in these 6 days, it had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. What he needed to do now was to concentrate on stabilizing his cultivation base, and then rely on the Blood Dragon Fruit to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. The entire 33rd level was tranquil. The spatial flow inside was obviously rotating faster. The time law here had been completely changed. It was 30 times faster than normal. This was certainly a treasured land for seclusion. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust, floating in the void, completely integrated with the void. Outsiders wouldn't be able to find any trace of Jiang Chen when they passed by here. On the 3rd day in the 33rd level, the Blood Demon King underwent some changes. An extremely powerful blood qi rushed up from the top of his head. The powerful qi shook the entire spatial zone violently. That was the qi of an intermediate immortal emperor. After all, the Blood Demon King depended on the Blood Dragon Fruit tree to survive. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed the blood qi of the Blood Dragon Fruit was very fast and very useful. It only took the Blood Demon King 3 days to completely refine the Blood Dragon Fruit. Furthermore, his cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, directly advancing to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the transformation of the Blood Demon King. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. The stronger the Blood Demon King was, the more useful it would be to Jiang Chen. An evil creature like the Blood Demon King was incomparably terrifying. Jiang Chen had already witnessed this when he was in the valley. After advancing to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, the Blood Demon King's combat strength was almost comparable to Yang Lang and Shan Cheng. It was imaginable how great the benefits of having such a powerful expert by his side would be. After the Blood Demon King advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, he hastily retracted his qi, fearing that it would affect Jiang Chen's seclusion. Then the 2 Blood Demon Kings guarded Jiang Chen on both sides. Even though this place was incomparably safe, they still had to protect Jiang Chen tightly. Big Yellow was sleeping soundly and his snores could be heard everywhere. Jiang Chen had his eyes closed and was meditating with his legs crossed. His black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Wu Ningzhu was as beautiful as a goddess and she was spotless. On the 10th day, Wu Ningzhu successfully advanced to the late Immortal King realm, but she didn't stop there. Instead, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. She didn't expect to advance to a higher realm, but she wanted to completely stabilize her cultivation base. After all, advancing 2 levels at once wouldn't be good for her. She needed to comprehend the late Immortal King realm. 2 months later, the remaining medicinal energy in Jiang Chen's body had completely settled down. The number of dragon marks in his body had increased by 9,000. The current number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1,149,000. He only needed 1,000 more dragon marks to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. However, these 1,000 dragon marks weren't a problem for Jiang Chen at all. His current posture was as steady as a mountain. His foundation had reached the extreme, allowing him to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm at any time. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and took out the Blood Dragon Fruit. According to his estimation, this Blood Dragon Fruit could help him condense at least 30,000 dragon marks. At that time, his cultivation base would be stabilized at the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm, and his combat strength would increase by more than 10 times. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. An extremely powerful suction force acted on the Blood Dragon Fruit. The fruit turned into a ray of blood light and was swallowed by Jiang Chen. He was afraid that only he and a Huang dog could use such a barbaric method of refinement. Hong Long. Almost at the instant the Blood Dragon Fruit entered Jiang Chen's body, a rumbling sound was heard from the surging energy. The energy was like a vast ocean, rampaging in Jiang Chen's body. 1,000 dragon marks were condensed in a blink. Intermediate Immortal King Breakthrough. Chapter 1567. Along with Jiang Chen's bellow, an incomparably powerful qi surged out of his body, causing the entire 33rd level to shake violently. Wu Ningzhu and a Huang dog who were in seclusion were alarmed. They opened their eyes and fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen. Good, this kid is going to advance to the intermediate Immortal King realm. The Huang dog spoke excitedly. It was undoubtedly a great thing for Jiang Chen to advance at this time. The Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu knew Jiang Chen's ability very well. Every time Jiang Chen advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm, his combat strength would increase at a terrifying rate. Now that he had advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm, he could even kill a genius like Ling Du with his full strength. With such formidable strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted in the Golden Horizon. Weng, a strong buzzing sound was heard from Jiang Chen's body. It was the ocean-like energy that was raging. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body was like a complete world that could accommodate everything. Even the ocean-like energy of the fire dragon fruit couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen's body. This was the power of the body of a true dragon. Presently, Jiang Chen was advancing to the intermediate Immortal King realm. Every time he advanced, he would need to consume a large amount of immortal metastones. Immortal metastones were the essence of the heavens and earth. It was necessary for every cultivator to advance. Jiang Chen's consumption had always been extremely terrifying, more than 100 times more than cultivators of the same level. However, the current Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of consumption. Yang Yu had rewarded him with 1,000,000 Emperor-grade immortal metastones. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough for Jiang Chen's cultivation base to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm. To Jiang Chen, at least he didn't need to worry about the lack of immortal metastones in a short period of time. Very soon, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the intermediate Immortal King realm. The powerful qi had also been retracted back into his body. However, to Jiang Chen this was just the beginning. The massive energy of the blood dragon fruit had yet to be consumed. Don't worry about Jiang Chen. That bastard is a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Only 2 months have passed. He won't come out of seclusion before 6 months have passed. Now he has to refine the blood dragon fruit with all his might, condensing his cultivation base completely. I estimate that his cultivation base will at least reach the peak of intermediate Immortal King realm after 4 months, and won't be too far away from the late Immortal King realm. Sister Ning, you should continue your seclusion. The Huang dog spoke to Wu Ningzhu, hoping that Jiang Chen's advancement wouldn't affect Wu Ningzhu's seclusion. After all, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was still too weak. Even though she had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm, it was still difficult for her to move an inch in the Golden Horizon. The reason why Wu Ningzhu came along this time was to wait for the opportunity, for the fortune that belonged to her. Before she obtained the great fortune, she didn't need to take any action. She needed to be protected. Wu Ningzhu's luck and fortune were very good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have advanced twice in a row the moment she arrived at the Golden Horizon. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The energy of the blood dragon fruit in Jiang Chen's body had already been completely refined. Just like what he had expected, the blood dragon fruit had helped him condense another 30,000 dragon marks, causing the current number of dragon marks to reach 180,000. He was only 20,000 dragon marks away from the late Immortal King realm. As a matter of fact, the power of a blood dragon fruit wasn't just this. In order to balance the energy, Jiang Chen had absorbed a part of the blood dragon fruit into the Zulong Tower. Currently, the 37th floor of the Zulong Tower was almost fully condensed. There was only one last step left. 99 floors of the Zulong Tower was the pinnacle. This was an incomparably long process. Jiang Chen had to find a way to condense the Zulong Tower at all costs. Once this true dragon treasure was fully condensed, it would possess the power to penetrate the heavens and earth, which would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. Now that his cultivation base had been completely stabilized, Jiang Chen was prepared to use the remaining 2 months to further consolidate his foundation. His qi sea was like a vast ocean and his body was like a mountain. This time he was going to make everything in his body firm and solid. The moment he walked out of the Zulong Tower, he was going to explore the Golden Horizon without fear. 4 months had passed in the Zulong Tower, but only 4 days had passed in the Golden Horizon. During these 4 days, the Golden Horizon was obviously much livelier than before. The air was filled with the stench of blood. In this ancient battlefield, the stench of blood itself was a symbol. The stench of blood would never dissipate, but as tens of thousands of geniuses entered the battlefield, the stench of blood began to grow thicker and thicker. There were killings every day in this place. Humans and evil creatures, humans and humans. Fights, robberies and killings were everywhere and happening all the time. In these 4 days, Jiang Chen's reputation had risen once again. Although it was only within the limits of East Xuanyu, due to the escape of Ling Du, the news of Jiang Chen killing Wang Duo, He Kuei and the 9 half-step immortal emperor geniuses of the 3 major powers was no longer a secret. Although the Golden Horizon was huge, the news spread very fast, especially to the mighty immortal emperors. Plus, as a genius of the Huangquan Gate, Ling Du was very likely to have a way to contact his fellow sect members. Plus, the fact that Jiang Chen had killed so many geniuses was also a major event to East Xuanyu. One should know that it was normal for the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu to fight each other, but no one would dare to offend the 3 major powers at the same time. It was extremely rare for Jiang Chen to kill 11 geniuses of the 3 major powers. Therefore, the direct consequence of this incident was the wrath of the 3 major powers of the Huangquan Gate. We must kill Jiang Chen. We must never let him walk out of the Golden Horizon. He has killed so many geniuses of my divine line sect in public and caused such a great loss on the first day of his arrival in the Golden Horizon. This is a slap to the face of our Huangquan Gate. Jiang Chen must die. The supreme experts of the 3 major powers were infuriated, as though they wouldn't stop until Jiang Chen was killed. Just like Great Qian Empire, the 3 major powers had a strong foundation. They had intermediate immortal emperors like Yang Lang. Now that the geniuses of their sects had been killed in public as the representatives of their sects, they couldn't let go of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, they would become the laughingstock of others and show their incompetence. Moreover, under the lead of Ling Du, numerous experts had come to the battlefield. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything after checking, so they had to leave. When the people of Nanbei family received the news of Jiang Chen, they immediately took action. Nanbei Yi2 and 3 other early immortal emperors had also come with nothing. Currently, the news of Fire Qilin being imprisoned by Jiang Chen had already been known by the people of Nanbei family. Therefore, killing Jiang Chen in the Golden Horizon was one of their most important tasks. This was also the order given by young Master Chao. Brother Yi2, it's useless for us to come here. That Jiang Chen isn't a fool. He won't stay here forever. That's right, brother. The Golden Horizon is just too huge. It won't be easy for us to find Jiang Chen. Young Master Chao has also come in this time. As long as Jiang Chen uses the Qilin Divine Arm again, young Master Chao will be able to sense his location. At that time, that Jiang Chen will die for sure. That's right. Young Master Chao's means isn't something that ordinary people can withstand. The 3 experts of Nanbei family spoke. Among the 4 of them, Nanbei Yi2 seemed to be the eldest brother. All 3 of them were early immortal emperors. Such geniuses would be the best in any place in East Xuanyu. Such figures had great arrogance, but when they mentioned young Master Chao, their tone and expression were filled with respect, as though this young Master Chao was the scariest figure in the heavens and earth. Nanbei Yi2 and the others had also left. There were a few groups of people here, but all of them returned empty-handed. As a matter of fact, they didn't have much hope. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. It was impossible for him to stay here and wait for others to seek revenge after killing someone. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen was already here. The Zulong Tower was hidden too well. It had completely integrated with the void. Even a mighty immortal emperor wouldn't be able to detect it. Jiang Chen had no idea what was happening outside, nor did he care about it now. The current Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the state of seclusion. His qi was getting more and more stable, as though he was returning to his natural state. Of course, it was absolutely not returning to his natural state. Returning to one's natural state was a kind of realm, a kind of intent realm. How difficult was it to achieve this step? Even a mighty immortal sovereign would find it extremely difficult to return to his natural state. This was the change of one's state of mind. The passage of time in the 33rd level was very fast. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the end of Jiang Chen's 6th month of seclusion. He opened his eyes as scheduled. 2 rays of bright light shot out from his eyes, causing ripples in the void. The current Jiang Chen was like a steady mountain. His entire being was completely different from before, as though he had undergone a qualitative change. His strength had been completely stabilized. Although it wasn't the peak of intermediate immortal king realm, his combat strength was much stronger than when he had just stepped into the intermediate immortal king realm. Get ready to exit seclusion. Jiang Chen stood up. At this time, De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu had also woken up. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm. Wu Ningzhu had also become much stronger, only a step away from the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had completely stabilized at the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, while De Huang Dog's cultivation base was still at the early Immortal Emperor realm. Looking at such a camp, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Given their current camp, they would be able to walk unhindered in Golden Horizon. Finally, I'm going out. Master Dog can't stand it anymore. Chapter 1568. Sister Ning, your cultivation base has improved a lot. Walk out of the Zulong Tower with us. Let's go to the center of the Golden Horizon and have a look. Jiang Chen said. Although Wu Ningzhu wasn't strong, she absolutely couldn't stay in the Zulong Tower all the time. That would completely lose the purpose of bringing Wu Ningzhu to the Golden Horizon. The purpose of coming here was to search for opportunities for Wu Ningzhu. She kept hiding. How could she find the opportunity? Opportunities were something that you had to touch and fight for. If you didn't work hard, even if there was a good thing, it wouldn't fall on your head for no reason. There was a good saying that opportunities were given to those who were prepared. Wu Ningzhu was now preparing herself at all times. All right. Wu Ningzhu nodded. She had always been absolutely obedient to Jiang Chen's words, especially in the Golden Horizon. She would listen to Jiang Chen's arrangements. Besides, she wasn't willing to stay in this enclosed space all the time. Given her current strength, she could more or less deal with some situations and crises. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light and shadow flashed. 3 silhouettes suddenly walked out of the void. They were Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. As for the 2 Blood Demon Kings, they must be hidden in the Zulong Tower. The Blood Demon Kings were Jiang Chen's biggest trump card. They must be hidden well so that they could deal a fatal blow to the enemy at the critical moment. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? Asked Wu Ningzhu. It should be 6 days since the opening of the Golden Horizon. I think the Golden Horizon should be bustling with activity. We can't continue to delay. Let's go straight to the center of the Golden Horizon. De Huang, what do you say? Jiang Chen said. The Golden Horizon had been opened for a month. It could be said that they had already wasted 6 days. Many of them should have found the treasures, but there were also a lot of them who had died in the battles. This could be seen from the heavy stench of blood in the air. Let's go. That's the central region of Golden Horizon. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and flew towards a direction. In Golden Horizon he could find the most accurate direction at any time. He felt like he had been here before. Even if Yang Lang and Shan Chong had been here before, they wouldn't be as familiar as De Huang Dog. However, Jiang Chen was not surprised by De Huang Dog's familiarity with the place. After all, De Huang Dog had too many miraculous abilities. He could even sense treasures. Moreover, he was proficient in the Holy Book of Source Formations. Finding a direction was nothing. Jiang Chen and the others traveled at a very fast speed. After walking out of the mountain range, they crossed tens of thousands of miles of wasteland. They encountered many evil spirits along the way, but these evil spirits were relatively weak. Jiang Chen didn't even have the interest to attack them. After hundreds of thousands of miles, Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this Golden Horizon a little too vast? We have already flown for hundreds of thousands of miles, but we haven't met many people. Wu Ningzhu couldn't help sighing. The Golden Horizon has a radius of millions of miles. Even if tens of thousands of people were to be placed here, it wouldn't be conspicuous. This place used to be a country that was controlled by the Golden Clan. Later on, a great war broke out. The Golden Clan was also attacked and exterminated. However, I have a feeling that the bloodline of the Golden Clan won't be severed. There will still be descendants, said De Huang Dog. The Golden Clan possesses the bloodline of the divine bird, Golden Crow. It's a very powerful clan in the heavens and earth. It shouldn't go extinct just like that. If we can find the hinterland of the Golden Clan, we might be able to obtain powerful opportunities and benefits. It's said that the peerless sovereign weapon of the Golden Clan, the Golden Feather Fan, was left here. Jiang Chen said. The thought of the annihilation of such a huge clan made him somewhat sad, but he had the same thought as De Huang Dog. He felt that the bloodline of the Golden Clan wouldn't be severed just like that. There must be something left behind. It's not as easy as you think. The Golden Horizon has existed for a long time. It opens once every 5 years, but there's still no trace of the Golden Feather Fan. Not to mention the fan, not even a feather has been found. As for the hinterland of the Golden Clan, I'm afraid that no one can enter it. Otherwise, the secret of the Golden Clan would have been dug out long ago. De Huang Dog shook his head. Just like what he said, this clan was too powerful. Even if it was sealed, not anyone could enter it. Hong Long. At this moment, a huge golden palm suddenly descended from the void. This palm was like a palm leaf fan. It was 30 meters in size and was about to press down on Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Humph. Sneak attack? Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Immediately he struck out the true dragon palm, colliding with the golden palm. Hong Long. 2 terrifying palms collided with each other, producing a large amount of sparks. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. The spatial zone was shattered in an instant. Cough. Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The attacker was very powerful. A casual strike had already caused Jiang Qin's blood and qi to churn. This showed that the attacker must be an expert, but Jiang Qin wasn't afraid. After all, he wasn't in his half-dragon form. His combat strength couldn't be compared to his true form. Who is it? Jiang Qin bellowed at the void. This poor monk is fucked. An intermediate immortal king brat is actually able to withstand a strike from me. This is too much of a blow. An angry voice reverberated from the void. Then a monk walked out. This monk seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a pair of bright eyes. He was wearing a white monk robe, but his demeanor was frivolous, which made people dare not compliment him. A monk from White Dragon Temple? Jiang Qin asked. This monk was at the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm. Such a genius could only appear in White Dragon Temple. Oh. Not bad. You even know about White Dragon Temple. You're right. I'm an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Now I'm going to rob you. Hand over all your belongings and this beautiful girl. Then I won't kill you and I won't take your identity brocade pouch. That's good enough, right? The monk spoke. Fuck. The monk's words immediately made Jiang Qin roll his eyes. De Huang Dog staggered and almost fell from midair. Damn it. An eminent monk of White Dragon Temple robbed them the moment he arrived. How could there be such an eminent monk? Most importantly, this wasn't the first time they had seen such an eminent monk. Why did this bastard's way of doing things seem so similar to another person? However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were sure that this bastard absolutely wasn't Tyrant. Both of them had nothing to do with each other. For God's sake. Master Dog has to redefine an eminent monk. Ask this bastard what's his relationship with that dead monk. Are they blood brothers who have been separated from each other for many years? De Huang Dog was speechless. What are you all waiting for? My time is very precious. It's your honor to rob you all. That monk spoke again. There wasn't the slightest bit of compassion in his tone. He was completely a hooligan. No wonder he wanted to rob. Jiang Qin began to suspect that this bastard might not be a disciple of White Dragon Temple. After all, this was too shameful for White Dragon Temple. Damn monk, I can rob you. If you can defeat me, I will give you everything. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Although this monk was robbing him, Jiang Qin didn't hate him from the bottom of his heart because this bastard was robbing for the sake of robbing. He didn't want anyone's life. He didn't sense any killing intent from this monk. Just now, when the monk launched a sneak attack, he didn't use any killing intent. More importantly, Jiang Qin wanted to have a great battle with this monk. He had just advanced to the intermediate Immortal King realm and was in high spirits. He was eager to have a battle with an expert. Although this monk was frivolous and committed theft, his combat strength wasn't weak at all. This was something that Jiang Qin could feel from the exchange just now. The reputation of White Dragon Temple in ethereal immortal domain was just too great. It was almost the holy land of Buddha sect. Its status wasn't inferior to the Great Lightning Tune Temple of Saint Origin World. Being able to have a great battle with an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple was what Jiang Qin desired. What? The monk was stunned for a moment, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. The other party actually wanted to have a great battle with him. Motherfucker. Why is it so troublesome to rob someone? Why do you have to force me to take action? Brat, I can see that you have some ability to block my strike just now. Since you want to fight, I will fulfill your wish. But don't hold a grudge if I accidentally kill you later. Tyrant spoke. Instantly, a powerful combat intent erupted from his body. It could be seen that this monk was a warlike person, but he was merely curious about Zhou Xian. He didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes. He just wanted to know how capable this intermediate immortal king young man was to have the courage to take the initiative to challenge him. De Huang, Sister Ning, you two stand aside and watch the battle. Zhou Xian said. Be careful. Wu Ningzhu reminded, then walked to the side with De Huang dog. Come on. Zhou Qian's battle intent soared. With a sway of his body, primordial energy gushed out from his body, instantly transforming into his dragon form. He was going to use all his strength to beat this monk like a dog and then ask him a few questions. As a matter of fact, there were two reasons why Zhou Qian wanted to fight Tyrant. One was to test his combat strength, and the other was to inquire about Tyrant's whereabouts. Back then, when he parted ways with Tyrant, Tyrant had gone to White Dragon Temple. However, it was still unknown whether he had successfully entered White Dragon Temple. Since then, there was no news of Tyrant. Now that he had encountered someone from White Dragon Temple, how could Zhou Qian let go of this opportunity? Even if this monk didn't come out to rob him, Zhou Qian would take the initiative to find him. In order to get some information from this guy, the only thing he had to do was to defeat him and convince him. Otherwise, given this guy's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any information from him.